Oh, my favorite! A new one! It's my favorite!
Some people go through life untouched by the unknown. Others seem drawn to it. Ruth and Eric Anderson are the latter. Over the years, they witnessed things that don't fit neatly into any category. Some experiences they shared, others remained entirely their own. Ufologist Håkan Blomqvist had spent years documenting cases like theirs, not as isolated events, but as patterns, recurring, persistent, impossible to ignore. Through interviews, transcripts, and reconstructed accounts, he tried to pierce deeper into the question of what seemed impossible. Within this, the Andersons' case stood out, not just for its strangeness, but for their unwavering certainty. Why do some people find themselves in contact with the unknown? Are they chosen or just paying attention? Ruth and Eric's story doesn't offer easy answers. But one thing is clear, they never doubted what they saw.
Cute little spooky alien tune, I love it.
As Håkan Blomqvist sits down with Ruth and Eric Anderson, he can't help but notice. Stories like this turn up everywhere. Different places, different people, same unanswered questions. Stories Lost will adapt this narration as closely as possible to Håkan's own account in Ufologen magazine, issue 14
thank you, Buck.
from 1974.
Yeah, I was just playing around with it.
We often read about strange encounters abroad, mysterious phone calls, visits from unknown figures, repeated contact with something just beyond comprehension. These stories, especially from the United States, follow a pattern, one that invites both fascination and skepticism. It's easy to assume that such cases don't happen in Sweden, that whatever unfolds in the dark corners of the American landscape simply doesn't take root here. But perhaps that assumption is wrong. Perhaps the difference isn't in the events themselves, but in how they are told, or more often, not told. In Sweden, those who experience the extraordinary seem more reluctant to share it. The case of Ruth and Eric Anderson doesn't fit neatly into the most extreme reports of contact, yet it stands out. Their experiences stretch over years, layered and persistent, leaving behind more questions than answers. Future documentation may reveal other cases like it, but for now, this one remains open. So now let's introduce the main persons involved. They are a Swedish couple living in the Stockholm area. For natural reasons, they do not want to appear under their real names, so for simplicity, we will call them Eric and Ruth Anderson.
I have a Swedish friend too.
They do not
I met
differ
him on VR
significantly
chat.
from any other average couple,
He's so
except
funny.
that Ruth has some clairvoyant abilities and has had many experiences of a parapsychological nature. After attending a UFO lecture in 1964 at the Swedish Society for Psychical Research, their experiences began to intensify. The experiences are varied, but in his article, Håkan presents the most interesting ones in chronological order. The main details come from interviews conducted directly with Eric and Ruth. A short time after the UFO lecture,
D&D
Ruth
group.
received several phone calls from an unknown man who urged her and Eric to visit a place he called Vagan, or in English, the Cradle, on a specific evening. The calls stopped as suddenly as they had begun.
Oh,
After this, Eric and
No
Ruth started
Swedish
visiting
friends.
a place called Vegaro. There, they practiced meditation and gradually began to perceive what they interpreted as wave-like streams moving through their car,
I have a
an
theory.
influence that at times felt like a pushback. At first, these
I have a theory that all of these like hundreds of thousands of cases are related to the Jungian stuff that we were just looking at, but no one's made that connection or something.
experiences were sporadic,
I
but over
genuinely
time
think
they
that
became
now.
more frequent, especially during the winter of 1964. The
Psychological
disturbances became so
phenomena.
persistent that they started wondering if someone was trying to prevent them from traveling to Vegaro. In the interview with Håkan, Eric recalled a particular night when they had nearly hit a deer on the road. Ruth confirmed the memory, but added that there were times when the car wouldn't start at all. She specifically remembered one evening after work when they were supposed to leave home. It was a frosty winter night, completely still, and suddenly when they sat in the car, everything shut down. The lights went out. The engine refused to start. Nothing worked. To her, it felt as if something was actively preventing them from leaving. Eventually, we had to push the car a bit and try again, Ruth explained. Then it suddenly started as if nothing had happened. Another night, Eric's brother had given us a camera, and we had planned to take pictures. We were walking hand in hand when suddenly a bright light appeared behind us. It was so intense that we could see our shadows cast forward. Then, as quickly as it had come, it vanished. It was so white, almost bluish, like when you use an electric welder, Eric added. Ruth added that it was even brighter than daylight. When they came up onto the road, both of them were trembling slightly. It had passed directly over the spot where they had just been walking. Huakan asked if that meant the light would have hit them if they hadn't moved. Eric confirmed this. They had jumped into the ditch on either side of the road, and he had a camera that his brother had set up for him to take photographs.
Whoa, did it just double
Before
up
that,
the sound for a
Ruth
second?
had told him to remove the lens cap in case something happened. At the time, Eric had said there was no rush, but when they got back onto the road and saw that rocket rise toward the sky again between the trees, Ruth turned to him and asked if he had taken a picture. "Picture?" Eric replied. "You have the camera in your hand," she retorted. Realizing this, he exclaimed, "Oh, for hell's sake, I do." Despite their experiences with the rocket and the strange light, Eric and Ruth continued their trips to Vagaro. Nothing unusual happened until October 29th, 1965, a night that would be etched in their memories. Later, they would learn that other Swedes had also reported seeing unidentified flying objects across the country that same night. On the evening of October 29th, 1965, they received a mental message telling them to go to Vegaro at 10 p.m. The voice also gave them a warning. "Be careful. There is a power struggle happening on Earth."
Oh
In the
god, real
reconstructed photo with added
schizo.
sketches, a desolate rural road stretches into the distance, flanked by open
Halloween.
fields under a vast, empty sky. A vintage Volvo is stopped at the roadside. 4 figures move toward it. Their heads are oversized,
Oh god.
round, almost featureless except for dark hollow centers that suggest eyes. Their bodies are thin,
Hollow?
tapering,
Just eye
draped in
sockets?
something undefined. They emerge from the field, drifting onto the road, closing the distance. The landscape offers no cover. Eric explained, "When we arrived at the place where we used to sit and had been told to go, I don't know, but something had gone wrong with the time itself. We were supposed to be there around 10:30 p.m., but we arrived at 9:30 p.m., and those guys were already there. We didn't see them until we had parked the car. It wasn't completely dark yet, just twilight. They were already there, down on the field, and they came very
Oh
close,
my god, that's so scary.
about half a meter from my side of the car. I honestly don't know how many there were. We think there were 5 or at most 6, but there could have been more. They were somewhere between 1.25 to 1.5 meters tall, with huge heads and glowing eyes. It was like phosphorus,
I thought they
reddish.
didn't have eyes,
You
just
couldn't see any
sockets.
pupils. They didn't walk. They floated straight ahead, and they
Look
didn't move in
friendly.
smooth lines.
Hanging out in the dark.
We also had a transistor radio, and it was on the whole time while they were there. We had turned off the car and the lights, but we had the radio loose in the back seat. 5 minutes past 10, they were playing Haydn, or maybe there was a church service first.
Haydn?
And then,
Hide
to
and
put it
seek?
bluntly, all hell broke loose. That was when we got really scared.
Iron Fall Guys.
Eric and Ruth froze. They hardly dared to move and found it difficult to breathe. At the same time, the beings began moving faster and glowing more brightly. Ruth
Oh
tried to
my
start the
God.
car, but nothing happened. They looked at each other and realized that this was one of the strangest experiences they had ever had. Eric got a brief but clear view of one of the beings, which he later sketched. It was small, thin, and had a large head with big black eyes that lacked pupils. Eric recalled how, in that moment, he had desperately wished for a car to come down the road, but none did. The beings disappeared into the field, and then it was as if they were about to land right on top of the car with a saucer. The entire vehicle shook violently. The radio let out a piercing screech, and both he and Ruth instinctively threw themselves into the back seat, ducking beneath the dashboard. They were convinced the car was about to be crushed, yet no ship took off. When they returned the next day to search for any traces of what had happened, they found nothing. Thinking back, Eric found it strange. Before, when they had gone out and felt those wave streams, there had never been any sense of fear or threat. They would simply sit there, enjoying the experience. It had even felt good. They would meditate. But after what had happened with those guys, everything had changed. That night, they sat in the car with a different feeling entirely. The air felt heavy, and an unease crept in. They didn't dare step outside into the darkness, let alone stay too long in one place. Huacan asked how long the experience had lasted. Eric admitted it might have only been 5 minutes, but in the moment, it had felt much longer. Curious, Huacan asked if they had been able to make out any eyes or fingers on the beings. Eric hesitated. Imagine yourself sitting in dim light, looking out through a window. Would you really be paying attention and noticing what kind of ears they had, or how many fingers they had, and so on when you're terrified? You simply wouldn't. You would have to be extremely cold-blooded, and I wasn't. But they had arms. Of that I am certain, he stressed. Huacan, who was curious about the details, asked if the beings had ever communicated with each other. Eric thought for a moment before shaking his head. As far as he could tell, they hadn't. They didn't move as a coordinated group, but rather seemed to act independently, each one focused on its own movements. After the shock, they waited a while before starting the car and driving away. They didn't dare leave straight for home. Despite this, they both agree that too much time had passed. They didn't get home until around 4 in the morning. They were sure they couldn't have been out driving that long. A hypnosis session could have recovered what happened during the possibly lost time, but due to how frightening the event was, they did not want to relive it, not even under hypnosis.
It's a bit sussy.
That same evening, multiple observations were made across Sweden. A luminous object was seen passing over almost the entire country, and numerous reports flooded into the newspapers. Olof Lagerkrantz, editor-in-chief of Dagens Nyheter, personally witnessed the phenomenon when he walked home from his office in central Stockholm. I walked up the stairs to Västmannagatan and stepped out onto Karlbergsvägen a minute before 7. At that moment, I saw what looked like a firework rocket with a burning white light rising into the sky above the rooftops on the other side of the street. I was surprised. It felt almost dreamlike that someone would launch a rocket at this time of day. I waited for it to explode, but it kept rising and drifted across the sky above the street. That was when I realized it could not be a rocket. As it passed almost directly above me, I thought it must be an airplane. It moved forward with majestic calm. I could not hear any engine noise, but I assumed that was due to the traffic. The aircraft was enormously long, and I began to think it might be a very narrow airship. Many years ago, I saw General Nobele's airship in Stockholm. This one was even slimmer, elongated like a cigar. As it continued its path north of Karlbergsvägen, it started to resemble a train with illuminated windows rather than an aircraft. The outlines were incredibly sharp. The only indistinct part was at the front, where the same beam of light I had initially mistaken for a rocket was still visible. When I saw the well-defined contours of the lights shining from what appeared to be windows, I became completely convinced that I was looking at an enormous aircraft. Perhaps the darkness made it difficult for me to see clearly, and I overestimated its length. When the object disappeared behind the rooftops, I was sure there was an ordinary explanation, so I dismissed the whole thing. I did mention the experience to my wife when I got home, but it was only when I later saw a report on TV about an unexplained celestial phenomenon over Stockholm at around 7 o'clock that I realized what I had seen was neither an airplane nor an airship. At around the same time, Mrs. Ingrid Sjöland and her husband also saw a cigar-shaped object in Usmo, just a few kilometers from Vegaro. Mrs. Schuland recalled that she and her husband saw the object gliding at a low altitude, about 400 meters away from them. The cigar was silver-colored and had several slightly rounded windows along its side. The observation lasted for several minutes, but no sound was heard. According to Eric and Ruth, some young people outside Enkoping also observed small creatures running across the road around 11 o'clock in the evening. Reportedly, Enkoping radio station was also out of service at the time. The events at Vegaro didn't happen in isolation. Long before that night, Eric had already encountered the unexplained. His experiences stretched back years, hinting at a pattern, one that suggested these things didn't just happen to people, but rather, certain individuals seemed to be drawn into them. As early as 1967, Eric and Ruth were involved in other events of a parapsychological nature. During a period of 6 months, they experienced an increasing series of strange occurrences. The experiences culminated in a phenomenon that Eric later refused to talk about, while Ruth had to seek medical attention. Doctors advised her to take a vacation to recover from the strain on her nerves. The result was that the phenomena stopped, and life returned to normal for the couple. The connection between these earlier experiences and the events at Vegaro remains unclear. But later, during a trip to Norway, something even more remarkable would take place. Ruth said, "One day, I think it was the first day on the boat, or maybe the second, I don't really remember. I was going down to the cabin to rest, as usual. When I got there, the space felt cramped. It wasn't like the Finland ferries, it was much more cramped. I walked into the cabin, took off my jacket, and looked up. There was someone standing there.
Oh my god.
The cabin had been locked. I knew that only the officers had keys. That's when I thought, I must be losing it again. I put my jacket back on and went up on deck. While standing there, I started thinking, why can't I just go back down and ask this person what they want? If I was imagining things, it wouldn't matter anyway. So I ran back down to the cabin and started talking to him.
Wait, this is so confusing.
At the time, I thought I was speaking aloud, but now I realize I wasn't. Then suddenly I recognized him. He was the brother from my dreams. His hair wasn't long, and I recognized his uniform, not from reality, but from another dream. I often dreamed of this brother. Håkan asked, "What did the uniform look like?" Ruth responded, "It was like winter poplin, kind of gray-green in color. It was tight around the arms and waist, too." I asked him, among other things, "Why can't you help us when the situation in the world is so dire?" "We're not gods," he said. "We can't intervene either. This is like a virus that moves around the earth." Then I asked if I could have proof that he had been there. At first, he seemed hesitant. Then he said, "I will come back in October. But when you get home, you'll have a buyer for your house in August and you will move." He also told me that Martin Luther King would be assassinated and that there would be riots in Paris. When I got home, I told Eric about it, and then it all happened. Martin Luther King was murdered. The riots broke out, and we got an offer on the house on August 12th. So everything he said was true. About a year later, Ruth met a medium and participated in a seance. Without Ruth having mentioned anything about it, the medium told her that she had encountered a Christ-like figure on a boat. Through the medium, it was also said that disasters would occur on Earth due to a shift in frequency. The Nordic people would fare better than the Swedes because they were more accustomed to hardship and war. The Swedes, in this scenario, would experience greater psychological imbalance. Northern Finland and northern Sweden would manage relatively well, but technology would be set back 50 years. Then, in the summer of 1969, Ruth and Eric opened their apartment to tourists visiting Sweden to experience everyday life in a typical Swedish home. At some point, almost as an afterthought, Ruth mentioned to Håkan an unusual individual who had once been part of a tourist group. One day, a bus full of tourists arrived, and they wandered around as usual. The guide was with them, and I stood in the hallway to stay out of the way while my daughter spoke with a couple from America. Then I heard people coming up the stairs, so I went to open the door. As I opened it, my eyes were immediately drawn to a person, a woman, perhaps in her 30s. She had long brown hair, naturally curly, very beautiful and thick. She wasn't wearing makeup, but I had never seen anyone more beautiful. Her eyes, her teeth, everything was perfect. And beyond that, it wasn't that she was dressed in a particularly striking way, yet somehow, she looked elegantly refined. I can't explain it. There was something about her style, her presence, and yet she didn't wear a single piece of jewelry.
What the fuck?
She walked into the kitchen, but, unlike the other tourists, never entered the bedroom. Then she returned and stood by a green cabinet, barely half a meter from me, looking straight at me, as if I was the only person in the room. I felt certain that she wasn't just looking at me, she was looking through me, as if she could see every atom in my body. I stared back. She had these remarkable brown eyes, and then, as I kept looking, I thought, "You're not from this world, are you?" Immediately, I got a response. "Be quiet."
The fuck?
"Are you from another planet?" I wanted to ask. But before I could speak, she told me, "Don't talk about it. We'll meet again." We communicated this way the entire time, and then I thought, has my daughter noticed this? Because she always thinks in such strictly earthly terms. After the tourists left, my daughter turned to me and said,
Girl
"Mom,
boss.
do you think it's possible that there are people from other planets?" I hesitated. "What do you mean?" I asked, playing dumb. "You didn't see it? That woman. She looked through every atom of my body," my daughter insisted. "But didn't you notice? Her appearance? It was as if she wasn't from this world." I thought to myself, now you're the one acting muddle-headed, not me. "I don't know," I told her. "You're the one who doesn't believe in these things, aren't you?" Some time passed, and on January 22nd, Ruth and her sister experienced yet another phenomenon. They were on Lidingö, just outside Stockholm, driving home from a lecture. As they passed through a fairly remote area, they suddenly noticed a light out on the golf course. It was around 8:30 p.m., and at that time of year, no one was usually out there. Shortly after, they noticed movement among some smaller trees on the left side of the road. Due to the darkness, they couldn't make out any details, but they perceived several people with oval-shaped contours. They were tall, about 2 meters, and very thin, almost resembling poles. Ruth's sister wanted to stop and investigate, but Ruth felt that something wasn't right. They decided to keep driving.
Oh, thank
A few hundred
you.
meters down the road, they saw a glowing object
the
pass
headset
low
spot.
over the road. About a kilometer later, they spotted another similar object. When they got home and told Eric about what had happened, he revealed that he had also seen a glowing object through the window while he was on the phone. Together, they went back out to investigate the area where the figures and the light had appeared.
Off to bed,
but
have
they
a lovely
found
stream.
nothing
Oh, thank you,
unusual.
Bog. Have a good sleep.
After the interview,
Good night, good night.
Håkan reflected on the complexity of the case. The experiences the Anderson family shared with him during that sitting were only a fraction of what they claimed to have endured in total. He had chosen to document the most significant and compelling accounts, but even these raised more questions than answers. Cases like this presented a fundamental challenge. They were nearly impossible to verify. There were no physical traces, no definitive proof, only the accounts of those who had lived through them. In the
Wait,
end,
how many
all that
people
remained
get
was the
the
testimony
founder's
of the
badge?
witnesses and whether or not to believe them. Here's how he puts it in the magazine. "Since Eric and Ruth Anderson are close friends and acquaintances of mine, I have had the opportunity to carefully study their experiences. I know them as honest and level-headed individuals who, despite their unusual encounters, cannot in any way be considered eccentric. They are open, outgoing, and, in my view, very sincere.
Welcome.
To some extent, they remain uncertain about their own experiences and are reluctant to make any definitive
I've
statements.
pretty watched like
When
all of
asked why they
these.
chose not to continue actively engaging with the UFO phenomenon, they responded,
Oh, this
"No,
looks scary.
we are afraid, especially for our children's lives." They believe that there are forces within the UFO phenomenon that one should be cautious of. This kind of thinking is not uncommon among ufologists.
Very spooky.
What began as a strange encounter with lights in the sky and missing time led Eric and Ruth Anderson, later revealed as Sture and Turid Welcome to another Johansson, episode of Stories
into
Lost. Something far more profound.
Wait,
Their experiences, once shrouded in anonymity, became widely documented.
oh, I see what he did.
In 1973, Sture and Turid formed a meditation group with members of the Stockholm UFO Center. For years, they gathered weekly, forging deep bonds. But on November 19th, 1976, everything changed. During a meditation session, Sture entered a trance and spoke in an unfamiliar
First
voice,
10 paid Prime
introducing what would become
subscribers
years of
for affiliate,
channeling.
apparently.
The first entity,
Wait, I
Simeno,
thought we hit. I thought
emerged
we
from a
hit 10
life-altering
though.
out-of-body experience that later inspired Sture's 1974 book, Journey to the Light. Simeno was later replaced by Ambres, who claimed to be the spirit of an Egyptian
Or
merchant from
do
1000
gifted ones
BC.
not count? Probably.
Here is an excerpt from a documentary that aired on Swedish television in 2007. What we are about to see is the 3,000-year-old spirit
People who
Ambres
paid for it.
speaking
Oh,
through
okay.
Eric, or Sture,
That makes sense.
as we now know his real name to be.
I don't even know how many I have left, and it should be. I think
Därför är jag här, för att lyfta er ur rädslan. Inte ur mörkret, utan lyfter vi er bara ur rädslan så går ni ut ur eget mörker. Lyfter vi ut er ur rädslan, då vågar ni handla. Då vågar ni börja söka. Och när ni väl börjar söka i ert eget liv, då kommer vi också att finna att livet existerar fortlöpande efter
Yeah, I guess
vi har
gifted wouldn't
lämnat din
count.
fysiska kropp.
Interesting. Oh, the
What
zoom
began
in.
as a UFO sighting had transformed into a journey through altered states of consciousness, past lives, and messages from beyond. As for Håkan Blomqvist, at the time he did what any
Blomqvist.
serious investigator would. He listened. He documented. Maybe he was too close to be truly objective. Or maybe he was in a unique position to see what others overlooked. Maybe it was real. Maybe it wasn't. All we know is that Sture and Turid, or Eric and Ruth, never doubted what they saw. Now we extend the question to our viewers. Which of their many experiences do you find the most unsettling, compelling, or hardest to accept?
Why zoom in so much?
Where we uncover stories of the unexplained and the fragile legacy of preserving them. This episode spans magic glass doors to tube-like devices conveying mysterious messages, two stories that bind together continents and bibliographies. These cases highlight not only the extraordinary experiences of
I
witnesses,
love these.
but also the critical role of
They're
archives,
so entertaining.
like Sweden's AFU and France's SCEAU, that safeguard such narratives against neglect, loss, and mismanagement. Let's dive right into the
For
first case.
intensity.
Ufologist Pascal Grousset tells us about his holiday stay on the Île d'Oléron, located off the west coast of France in the Atlantic Ocean. Being the second largest island in France, Île d'Oléron is often called La Lumineuse, the luminous one, for its abundant sunshine. Known for its beauty, this island is to this day a top choice for French holidaymakers. Pascal writes the following in an article in Lumière de la Nuit. Île d'Oléron, where unfortunately I could only stay for one day. Mr. Zhu, with whom I was staying, told me about a remarkable case of a
Did it
UFO
skip?
landing after noticing my interest in UFOs. Mr. Zhu, who works for the town of Dolis, is quite aware of everything that happens in the community. That's how he learned that a man had come to the town hall to report that his son had seen a UFO. Being a good citizen, he wanted to inform the authorities. Unfortunately, he was barely taken seriously, with people almost laughing in his face. He then went to a local gendarmerie, but they told him that since it wasn't within their jurisdiction, it wasn't their responsibility to take his statement. This was enough to discourage the man. Mr. Zhu knows this man very well, and it is thanks to him, I must say, that I was able to get in touch with the witnesses and conduct the investigation. Now what follows is the testimony of Mr. Pascal Langlade, recorded on August 13th, 1979. This occurred on August 2nd, at 2:30 in the morning. At that time, I was alone with my girlfriend about 100 meters from my house, on a path. It was raining, but it wasn't a storm. Yet, a violent green flash suddenly burst over the trees and struck the ground about 15 meters in front of the car. Immediately, a very powerful light appeared. It was about 100 to 150 meters high, enormous, and illuminated the area as if it were daylight. The upper branches of the trees began to shake violently. I immediately associated this with the light, because as soon as it disappeared, everything
you start
returned
to see
normal,
like
with the wind
patterns
blowing
in
moderately
these
again.
weird cases.
The light
Like,
had
there's
emerged
always
from
like a
behind a
really
tall hedge
bright
of trees on the
light.
right, moved silently across the area, tracing circles on a horizontal plane, and then disappeared behind another hedge on the left. The entire event lasted no more than a minute. It is very difficult to estimate the diameter of the light due to the rain, the darkness, and the approximate distance between us. However, I think it must have been about 10 meters in diameter, though I am very uncertain. The light was white, very intense, but not blinding. Although what I saw was very strange, I was not particularly shocked. Edwige, on the other hand, was anxious, and things didn't improve afterward. Not even 2 minutes later, while I was lying on the car seat and she was sitting, she suddenly told me she saw something moving. I'm familiar with the quarry nearby and know there are many rabbits and other animals that wander around here. So, I sat up, but what I saw was entirely different. It was in front of us, to the left, about 20 meters from the car. It looked like a block of ice, about 80 to 90 centimeters tall and 30 to 40 centimeters wide. It appeared to be transparent, with a very pale green color, and it glowed faintly, like a firefly. It was moving straight toward the hedge on the left, seemingly following the contours of the stones, or perhaps floating just above the ground. It was moving no faster than a person walking at a normal pace. When it got to about 15 meters from us, I quickly turned on the headlights to see what it was and surprise it. Instantly, it vanished. It seemed as if the light made it disappear, and even after turning the headlights off and returning to darkness, we didn't see it again. Now Edwige was starting to feel very frightened, and about a quarter of an hour after the disappearance of the block of ice, we decided to return home. I reversed out of the path, headlights on. After turning the car around and just as I was about to drive forward, we noticed a bright light at the far end of the quarry, about 200 meters away. Once again, the light appeared, always moving in the same way, making circular motions as it advanced. I approached it a little in the car and turned off the engine and headlights. When I reached a certain point, the light began moving in a continuous circle. It turned like this at least 30 to 40 times before suddenly going out completely, for reasons unknown. Suddenly, as the brightness faded, we were plunged into darkness. It was then that I saw, in the place where the light had been, something else. There was an opening, perhaps a sliding door, about 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. The interior was brightly illuminated by a very white light,
Ugh.
which allowed me to make out details despite the rain. There was a staircase descending to the ground with 4 or 5 steps. In the middle of the staircase stood a human-like figure that seemed to be speaking to another one standing at the entrance. A third figure appeared to be in what looked like a circular room behind them. At chest height, the rear wall of this circular structure had a curved edge resembling 2 plates placed one on top of the other. I could not discern anything else about the interior, as the rest was shrouded in darkness. Logically, from the outside during daylight, this object would appear to have that same shape. To see more clearly, I decided, despite Edwige's fear, to get closer. I started the car and moved forward, headlights on. Upon reaching the site, however, I saw that there was no one, nothing. Everything had disappeared. The next day, I went with my father to look for traces of the event, but we found nothing, even though the ground in that area was muddy and very soft. The investigator Pascal Grousset notes, Mr. Pascal Langlade appears to be a balanced and serious individual. He works in auto wrecking with his father and is set to marry Edwige Collin, the second witness, in October.
Yo, what's up, Addie?
He does not read
How you
science
doing?
fiction novels or have any particular interest in UFOs. Since the event, he has only shared his experience with 2 people, his father
Pretty outfit,
and a
thank
cafe
you.
owner
I
who
was
came
trying
to
to
check for traces.
make it look like an OC I have.
It was not Pascal who
Just playing
reported
around
the
with it.
incident to the town hall. Instead, it was his father, who believed that when someone sees something extraordinary like his son had seen, it must be reported.
I've been good.
Pascal
I
recounted his story
tested
to me
a
during
game
my first
yesterday. I
visit
just
from
moved.
12:15 p.m.
I'm
to
all moved
1:30
in now
p.m.
and set up.
He struggled to find the
And
right
the
words
internet
to
seems pretty
describe his
good.
experience, as it was neither simple nor ordinary. Despite this, he told his story calmly, in a completely natural and very sincere tone. The sight he witnessed on the night of August 2nd did not shock or scare him. In fact, he even wanted to approach it further. During my second visit from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., I noted some
Yeah, it was a
contradictions
pretty
in his
easy
account,
move because we did
and
it in
it felt like some
trips,
details were missing.
so it wasn't too bad.
I tried to be as perceptive as possible, but
Nah,
could
no
not find
issues.
any concrete indications that would suggest his story
We
was a
kind of
hoax.
left my stuff till
It
last,
is
and I don't have a lot
unfortunate
of stuff
that I was
anyway,
unable
so
to
it's
meet the
pretty
second
quick.
witness.
It was like one trip for my
Pascal's
stuff.
father has great confidence in his son and believes him incapable of fabricating such an extraordinary story. The account contains many unusual details, adding to its credibility, and Pascal himself does not seem eager to discuss the event. Since the incident, Pascal has had no eye problems and sleeps well.
Very good news.
Regarding whether the car experienced engine trouble, it's important to note that it was a Peugeot 404 diesel, known for its reliability. Both Pascal and his father lean toward the explanation of secret military experiments. Their reluctance to speak
Very
further
logical
is rooted in the lack
explanation.
of interest from the gendarmerie and the ridicule they faced, which has only reinforced their conviction. The Ile d'Oléron case captures not only an eerie experience, but also the very human struggle to document and validate such experiences.
I think
From a
Vitan probably
violent green
finally got some
flash,
sleep.
whatever it was that resembled a block of ice glowing
Him
faintly,
sleeping.
to a sliding door and human-like figures, these descriptions challenge our understanding of the ordinary. Let's see what awaits us in the next segment as we move across continents to Japan. Junichi Takanashi was the MUFON representative in Japan and chairman of the Modern Spaceflight Association of Osaka, Japan. The following is from an article he wrote in November 1979, which was later published in the MUFON journal. A mysterious humanoid communicated something using a tube-like device pressed against the witness's temple.
What?
On the night of November 6th, 1978, a popular late-night TV show called 11 Hours, which aired from Monday to Friday between 11:15 p.m. and 12:25 a.m., and often covered topics about UFOs and occult phenomena, recounted a strange and mysterious encounter. This involved a peculiar humanoid figure atop a mountain in Saitama Prefecture. The encounter occurred on the night of October 3rd, 1978, and the witness was an amateur radio operator. The witness, Mr. Hidechi Amano, a 29-year-old snack bar owner, his bar named Jury, was after his daughter, had parked his vehicle atop a nearby mountain that night. His goal was to get the best possible radio reception to communicate
Jury
with his
from
younger
Street
brother,
Fighter.
who was in another part of Japan, in Yamanashi Prefecture. Around 8:30 p.m., after finishing his communication with his brother, Amano chatted briefly with some local radio friends. He was about to descend the mountain when he noticed that the interior of his car had suddenly become extremely bright.
Well, again,
Looking
with the
toward the
bright
back,
light.
he realized the light inside the car was about 10 times brighter than the fluorescent ceiling light he had
That's so
installed,
weird.
replacing the standard dome light.
They all have this
Puzzled,
weird bright light.
he
What the
leaned
hell?
forward through the front window, trying to locate the light source.
Flashbang.
However, not only was he unable to find it, but he also realized with astonishment that the bright glow was confined entirely within the car, with no light escaping through its windows. He then noticed his 2-year-old daughter, Jury, who had been sitting on the front seat
Didn't we
beside him
watch
moments
this
earlier.
one? Like,
She was
or
now
I feel
lying
like I've
down with
seen it,
saliva frothing
like
at
a
the
while
corners
ago
of her
or
mouth.
something. But it didn't say I watched this one.
A moment later, he saw a strange circular orange light illuminating his stomach area. Startled, he followed the glow as it
Oh,
moved
that's
up
so
through the
creepy.
windshield and outside. He discovered it was coming from a point in the
Flash.
sky. At that very moment, he felt the pressure of a metallic object against his temple. Turning around in fright, he saw a strange, supernatural creature.
Oh god, I hope you
It
guys...
extended an instrument
guys are gonna have
resembling a metallic
nightmares.
tube from its mouth and pressed its forward end firmly against his temple, incessantly communicating with his brain through this tube via strange, high-pitched
Hello?
sounds, unlike any voice. These sounds resembled those emitted by a magnetic tape played at high speed. The strange creature's face was round, neckless, and deformed at the forehead,
necklace.
which formed a triangle. Its ears were relatively
Dude.
large and pointed at the upper ends, and the man did not see any nose on the humanoid's face. However, the being had 2 very small, motionless eyes that appeared to emit bluish-white rays like miniature lamps. Its mouth, which
Miniature
either
lamps.
protruded into a tube or held one as described earlier, appeared indistinct and confusing to the witness.
Hello,
Due to his position, it was very difficult for him to view the mouth clearly from the side. Shocked and terrified, He wanted to flee and tried to start his car, but the engine failed to respond,
Face.
and he could not turn on the headlights. Meanwhile, the strange, distressing message from space continued to reach his brain. He was paralyzed with fear and felt his mind becoming increasingly foggy. He remained in this state for 4 to 5 minutes, during which the silhouette of the strange creature gradually faded away. At the same time, the mysterious circular orange light on his stomach disappeared, and the blinding interior light in the car returned to normal. Suddenly, the headlights turned on, and the radio crackled loudly before resuming its broadcast. After realizing that everything had returned to normal, he tried the engine and found that it was working perfectly. He immediately drove away from the location, speeding down the mountain as fast as he could. Later,
Eddie,
he recalled
you.
fleeing at full speed without even checking on the condition of his young daughter until he reached the base of the mountain.
Yay, thank you.
At that moment, his daughter
Now
woke
you
up
got
and
a
said,
paw.
"Papa, I want some water." On the way back, he debated whether or not to report the incident to the police, fearing they would not believe him. He eventually
Awesome.
decided to share his story and went to the police. However, as he expected,
You should
they
have
did
a
not
paw
believe
icon
him
now.
and ridiculed him.
I'm so happy I found
He
those.
returned home, handed
so
over his daughter,
cute.
who had already fallen asleep, to his wife, who was still at their bar, which stayed open until 2 a.m. every day, and then went to bed complaining of severe headaches. The TV crew investigating the case, having been informed of the incident, persuaded the witness to undergo hypnosis by a professional, Mr. Akio Moribe, to confirm the truth of his experience and delve deeper into his memory. During the first hypnosis session, which was filmed and projected on a screen, many details previously hidden in his memory emerged. The most sensational revelation was that he recalled the humanoid asking him to return to the same location on a specific date for another meeting. This part of the recording was erased, and the exact date was not disclosed during the broadcast to prevent a crowd of onlookers from compromising the event. However, viewers were assured that if the meeting did indeed occur, it would be televised in a future episode. Toward the end of the hypnosis session, another relatively significant discovery was made. As the
Yeah, I do think
hypnotist
I've seen
encouraged
this
the
one
witness to
before.
provide more information, the man uttered a word that seemed to be rosary. The investigators deduced that the witness might have received a rosary, made of glass, from the humanoid during the encounter, even though he had no conscious memory of this. It was suggested that he had unconsciously hidden the object somewhere. According to the witness, the creature would reappear if
it
he were to
should-
make the rosary chime on the
Oh
day
wait,
scheduled
no,
for the second meeting.
you're a founder. You got the founder
Although
badge
this information
instead.
is very intriguing,
How many
I
founders?
strongly doubt its authenticity. The
I wonder
hypnotist's
how many are
insistence on
left,
extracting more
because I
details
thought
was
you would get a
excessive,
paw instead of a
and I
founder
believe
badge.
the
So
witness
that's
may have been unconsciously
only
led
10
to
people
invent
get
such
the
a
founder
story.
badge, which you got.
I also don't think the humanoid will return on the appointed day, as I believe that too is a creation of the witness's mind, Takanashi
Yeah,
adds.
one of the first 10.
In any case, after the hypnosis session, the witness stated that, although he did not remember what he had
I
said
don't know
during the
how to look
session,
at how many
he
I
had seen a
have
bracelet
altogether.
instead of a rosary during the semi-conscious period following the hypnosis interrogation. The TV team therefore concluded that the object given to him
Turn
was a
my
kind of
aircon back
crystal
on.
bracelet, hidden somewhere without his conscious recollection. Eventually, it was theorized he would remember it, and when he made it chime or vibrate atop the mountain on the day appointed by the humanoid.
Oh,
I know the
it's
date, as it was
Wait,
communicated
no, that's
to
for
me
partners,
during my last
though.
interview with
So
him at
it's
his
10
home,
for
but I will
affiliate.
not reveal it now, Takanashi adds.
Oh.
The being will at this time reappear to provide further information. The TV crew intends to attend the meeting secretly and film the scene to present it to viewers. Although I doubt this will occur, I believe this encounter is one of
You
the
get
most
the
notable
first
UFO
badge
events in this
instead.
country. In fact, the strangest. Following the TV broadcast, I met the witness at his home, having spoken with him several times over the phone, and interviewed him along with one of our investigators on November 15th, 1978. Many interesting details were revealed during our conversation. Based on these details, this incident seems more authentic to me, though it raises even more mysteries. And that wraps up Junichi Takanashi's account from Japan. From a humanoid with a metallic tube to a glowing orange searchlight and a magic charm uncovered through hypnosis, this chilling case makes us all prick up our ears as we try to sound out the truth. As MUFON's
So
representative in
weird.
Japan, Takanashi carefully documented these events, helping connect Japanese UFO research with the global community. MUFON's extensive archives are largely accessible online through their Project Aquarius library, which may be one of the world's largest
Project
online
Aquarius.
UAP research-themed editions. By contributing his findings, Takanashi ensured that enthusiasts and scholars have access to this case for further study and exploration.
This is your daily dose of internet. She just found out how nachos are made.
Drah. Drah.
Welcome, people.
It makes
Ready for
one whole
another
tortilla.
I just ate 20 tortillas.
That's a lot of tortillas. Oh.
Dude, what?
I'm the one who said don't break it, don't break it, don't break it. So I planted
What is
it.
that?
You didn't do anything, dude.
No, 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 don't do that.
The high-pitched frequency from this bit somehow distorted this video footage.
Oh my god, that's so cool. Holy shit. Whoa. Frequency power.
That's my favorite part right here. Sir,
Oh god. Wait, what?
This cat couldn't figure out why these things were on her face.
No, those are stuck on. Those are stuck on. Those are stuck on.
These
Oh
two
my
Uber
God.
drivers got in a fight and started throwing water at each other.
who is you? Huh? You. What the f wrong with you?
The hell? Okay, no.
It was a hot day, so she invited this UPS driver to jump in their pool after delivering their package. For some weird reason, this guy went to a restaurant and wrote this on the table using mayonnaise.
Oh, Picasso.
Picasso. Read
This
books,
dog
yeah,
might
that's
actually
art
be
right
evil.
there. Oh god.
So,
Aw.
what exact muscle group is this machine used for?
It reminds me of the
This little baby
hoverboards
alligator
from
was
Back to the
testing out their
Future.
death roll.
Aw, oh, his little hands. Oh, that's so cute. I mean, it's deadly, but as a baby, it's so cute.
Do you want some tortilla chips? Are you okay?
So, I guess the police are disguising themselves as taxi drivers now.
Why?
This pizza delivery guy realized that he gave pizza to the wrong house and came
Oh,
running back.
undercover.
Hey, that's wrong stuff! I need that back!
Oh god.
I need my pizza! Come on, please! Right address, wrong place!
Imagine seeing this when you walk inside your hotel room in Las Vegas.
This genuinely
address,
makes
wrong
no
place.
sense at all. What kind of
Gonna head
optical
out now,
illusion
bye,
is
everyone.
this?
I'll see you, Josh. Thanks for
It's
hanging
so
out.
far away. That
Have a
doesn't
good
make
one.
any sense. Hold on.
Eyeballing this.
Oh my god. Wait, what is this orb?
Optical illusion is this?
Oh.
It's so far away. That doesn't make any sense. Hold on.
Right
Wait,
address, wrong place!
Room in Las Vegas.
This genuinely makes
Whoa.
no sense at all.
Wait, what the hell?
What kind of optical illusion is this? It's
That's
so
not one that,
far
like,
away.
It turns into
That
an
doesn't
Earth or a
make any
moon
sense.
or a... I've seen that.
Should I borrow this? Whoa.
Snort. Wait, what's going on with the...
He was trying to attack the
Is that a dog? What the fuck?
He was trying to attack the random guy below him using a shadow.
No worries, Eddie.
Oh no, what they do it? What they do it? No, no, what they do it? No, no, oh my God.
That's cute.
Poor little guy couldn't figure out why he couldn't eat this fruit.
Aw.
This truck was so long that I guess it needed 2 drivers.
God, that looks so dangerous. The fuck?
So this seems like a nightmare situation to be in.
Wait, how's she doing that? What the hell?
Hey, I wonder
No,
what kind
don't
of
do
vehicle
it.
that is. Oh,
It's a twuck.
Instead of ice skates, this guy made an ice skateboard.
I hate it. Actually, it's kind of cool.
These people were at a restaurant when a swarm of termites emerged from the wood of the building.
Ew. No.
The weather on this side of the tunnel is completely different than the other side. They were also concerned for her. He tried to tease an alligator using his drone.
What an idiot.
They checked the security footage to find out why the doorbell rang, but nobody was there.
What? The hell?
See, she's sweet sometimes.
I saw that coming.
I'm ready for a gossip? Hell no.
She thought this was the perfect place to hit the gritty.
Pretzies! What's up?
Her hair somehow kept getting shorter.
I love your name, Pretzies. Oh no.
His house lost
Yeah, nothing
electricity,
much
but he
to,
thought of a
just
great way to
chilling.
keep the fan moving.
I might play something now that I think about it. Oh god.
He had to check to make sure it was safe.
come on. You gotta walk on it. Come on. Forrest, come on.
That's a smart kid.
He thought it would be a good idea to shave after getting sunburned. That is the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys again very
Lied to you at all, Corey. Okay, it's about Ryan. I don't know who Ryan is.
Ryan lived with you for a while. Emma? He also went by Emma?
Okay.
He was a roommate for a while?
Okay.
Okay, that's what we're here to talk to you about.
Not without counsel.
Okay, do you have an attorney on hand?
Yes.
Okay, do you think they would meet us down there?
Can we make an appointment?
I'd rather get this done today.
I don't really think I have to work on your time.
Yeah,
While the officer speaking with Corey have once again hit a
He has
dead
some
end,
really good videos.
those with Sarah begin to lay out some of the evidence.
Oh, it gave you weird dreams? Wait, really?
A bad situation.
Wait, why? Were you getting interrogated?
We really need to know what happened. With the car, we have DNA evidence.
Feature camera looks very cool. Oh,
We're
thank
able
you.
to track down your car.
Yeah, I've been playing around with
The
like
one that
the
used to own.
the heart. I see that.
The time of this
I love
incident.
that. Oh yeah, I'm so
we're able to
happy that
track
the
down car
carriers
owner,
move.
And we're able to examine it. So we have something happened in that apartment.
Yeah, it's the best.
The weekend that you dropped.
It's been
Corey
playing around with
off
the outfits
that
and the
girl
colors and
in
stuff.
Columbus.
The evidence the detective is referring to are reddish stains discovered on the carpet liner of Sarah's vehicle. Though she'd sold it, they found the new owners in July 2021 and conducted tests
Oh,
inside
crime
the trunk.
aftermath. Oh my god, what a
The
nightmare.
stains produced presumptive positive results for suspected blood. Earlier,
Yeah, it's
Sarah
connected
had
to the
claimed that Corey
eyebrows.
hadn't been home the weekend
So it's
Ryan
funny when I
moved out
concentrate
because
and
Corey
I
was with
squint when
another
I
woman.
concentrate, so they go
In fact,
down.
Sarah had been the one to drive Corey and the woman to a hotel. Investigators spoke with the woman and confirmed that Corey was
I love
nowhere
it.
near the apartment where Ryan was last seen. While Corey may still prove to be an important witness to the events leading to Ryan's death, Sarah and Jen appear to be the last known people to see Ryan.
So please just tell me the truth. What happened?
Yeah, I want to start streaming
Corey's
a bit
given a whole
earlier
nother
next
version
time
of what
if I
you just
can.
said. Please.
But it's probably
just
still going to be a
please tell me
bit
the truth.
inconsistent for a bit.
I'm not comfortable talking about
Well,
this. I mean,
we have a young.
Was it an accident?
Yeah,
I don't know what was an accident.
with Ryan.
I didn't even know that he was dead.
Didn't she
Sarah,
ask that a
come
bit
on.
too soon?
Sarah,
Is
Sarah,
there
please.
someone that I can talk to?
Well, you can talk to us.
Wasn't a nightmare, just odd. Oh.
I just want the truth.
The other officers also confront Jen with the news of Ryan's death.
We're trying to find Emma, and we were somewhat successful in that.
Okay. Wait, what? Somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
What leads?
That's what
Partially
we were just filling
successful.
the gaps, because whatever happened to Emma happened in the apartment where you guys stayed at.
Yay, thank you,
We
Bretzies.
recovered evidence from the apartment. We recovered evidence from Sarah's car.
Yay.
Blood.
Wait, whoa, what?
Mm-hmm. Blood from the trunk of the car. Blood from the apartment by the bathtub.
The book's so cute.
And part of Emma's body was discovered. It was dismembered.
Even
What's
though
that
they'd all
sound?
moved out by
Oh,
early
it was their
2016,
mic or something.
investigators were able to access the apartment where Sarah, Jen, Corey, and Ryan had once lived. In July 2021, a month before they spoke with Jen and Sarah, authorities visited the apartment and asked the current residents to leave while they conducted tests throughout the building. Under close examination, several areas in the bathroom reacted to a chemical reagent indicating latent blood residue, including the bathroom floor and the cabinet.
No way. No way she had anything to do with any of that.
She did.
No, there's no way.
Tell me why. The Google searches, the deep dives that we did, the stuff that she was into at least, right? Painting with blood, like into drinking the blood. And then the searches that she did on her Android phone.
I don't know. I don't know about.
I don't know if I can watch this. That's
While
just
this
so
comment
gross.
about painting with blood will be explained eventually, investigators won't have the chance to ask Sarah about it just yet, because she immediately throws a wrench into their plans.
Sarah,
Ugh.
I talked to. That wasn't my rights, right?
Well, that's your decision.
She sounds so innocent, but she a freak.
But all we're asking is for the truth.
I don't know what to say.
The truth, maybe?
I've said what
It's truth, maybe?
I remember.
And you're telling me that's the truth.
That's what I remember.
This is going to be your only time to talk to me and Megan.
Yeah, she's sounding so
After
small and
this,
innocent right now.
we're not allowed to
I
help.
don't know.
So,
What happens to me after this?
You're gonna be booked into the local county jail here.
When they arrested her,
I mean,
she
we
said she
wouldn't
was
be doing
feeling
this if
really,
we
really
didn't have
sick because they
physical
arrested her on
evidence.
like a theft
That's why I
theft
was giving you
suspicion
an
or something.
opportunity.
But she probably knew it was about this, so she was like feeling really, really sick. She's like, "Oh, I'm
All
done
right,
for."
Sarah. Thank you.
Once again, the detectives leave Sarah alone. In contrast,
Better
they're
to sound
speaking with
guilty.
Jen,
Duh,
laying
maybe
the
she's.
pressure.
I mean, she could be like terrified right now, but she
I'm
probably
sorry.
is trying to make herself look as innocent as possible.
I know this feels like a nightmare now, so we need you to fill in the other parts of this thing because this isn't a nightmare.
Emma's dead.
Emma's dead?
Emma's dead.
Corey's dead?
No.
No, Emma's dead.
Okay.
Did Corey have you guys get rid of his issue? He ain't like Emma coming up. Emma's not what he expected. The selfies didn't show what Corey had wanted. Comes up, Emma's completely shy, reclusive, nothing what Corey expected. Corey went away for the weekend for you and Sarah to get rid of
Oh,
his
it's
problem.
giving me the creeps.
Corey and Sarah were fighting a lot over it. Let's just get rid of the problem. So what happened?
It isn't long before the detectives decide to once again try speaking with Sarah, and this time they will hear a stomach-churning confession.
So, Megan here has something she wants to show you.
I just have something for you to take a look at, okay? And read over, and we'll get your thoughts on that. This is from your Google account. Okay, these are your searches on your Google account that you said you only had access to.
Oh,
So
I don't
flip
want to
through these
know.
pages
Look through all for
and
us.
take a gander at that.
After seeing the evidence within her own search history, showing that she looked up how to start Ryan's car after it broke down, Sarah begins to unravel.
What's gonna happen to my family?
Well, we'll talk to your family, okay? And you'll get to talk to your family, okay? We can work through this. One thing at a time. This is the first step. Okay, look at me.
I'm scared.
Okay, I understand you're scared. Okay?
All I've ever gotten was a speeding ticket. And
You're an honest person, okay? I don't think you're a bad person at all.
Sarah, let us help you.
Go ahead and start from the beginning, okay?
it was an accident.
Yeah, I guess so,
It's an
because
accident.
they
Accidents happen
seized
every day.
her devices, I'm guessing.
So what happened?
Deleting what? They
Okay,
can
I
probably
get it.
find it even though you delete it. Like, I don't know what they.
I knocked him down when he came out of the bathroom.
Some places save all your data.
And I choked him.
Like the government saves your data or whatever.
What to do? I've never done anything like that. And I got scared. I didn't know what to do.
You were scared.
I realized I ruined my life.
The interrogators always
While
say
the
stuff
detectives
like,
speaking with Sarah have finally made
"Oh,
some
was it
headway.
just an
Those with
accident?"
Jen are hitting
Like to get them to
roadblock
admit
after
it,
roadblock.
admit it
It's
initially,
been eating you up. Is it eating Sarah up? I mean,
because it's like
people make
easier for them to
differences in
say
people,
that they
right?
killed
But
someone if
to
it was,
this
"Oh, it's
extent,
just a
it
mistake."
would eat somebody up, literally. I mean, you would be not sleeping
Wait,
well, not functioning
she
well. You know,
ate
it's a lot, right?
No, yeah, that's yeah, that's a lot.
Cannibalism?
Yeah, it is.
But no, I wasn't aware of that. I've been living fine.
Okay, so maybe
Things were fine.
things are fine until
I think they just
Emma
said
came along.
something
No,
about
no,
eating
No,
her.
no, if you want to go back to that, no. But even then, no. But things have been fine. There was no murder weighing on us.
While Jen continues denying any knowledge, Sarah is telling a very different story.
I put him in a chokehold and knocked him down.
Oh my God, she's admitting
Did
it
he pass
all.
out? Were there words exchanged?
He passed out.
Okay.
And I didn't let go.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was too late. He stopped moving. He started turning white. And I couldn't go near him.
Though this is the first time Sarah has shared what happened to Ryan, this is only one version of the story, and with each retelling, the details only grow
I'm getting
more and
confused
more
because they
unsettling.
keep changing
Sarah
the name.
claims that Jen heard the
Ryan.
commotion from downstairs and came up to see what had happened.
I had to figure out how to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
So
my
what happened?
God.
And I cut it up.
We being you and Jen? Was this when Corey was away at the hotel? Okay. So where did you cut him up at? Bathtub?
Ugh.
What did you use?
Some kind of salt.
Where did that come from?
I found it in the shed.
So you each have your own shed there? Okay. Who did the cutting?
Mostly me.
Jen, on the other hand, refuses to make any concessions.
I just don't remember.
This is
do.
why you,
No, I don't.
Here's the thing.
don't have.
You're gonna remember
No,
these
I'm not gonna say it. Never mind.
Yeah, I would probably remember
I was gonna say
murder and a
don't have
Well,
polyamorous
yeah.
relationships.
And again, this is all stuff I already know.
Because I
Okay,
watched
just
a little bit
hear
of the
from you.
start. She got
Joints?
jealous of
Can you point to the I guess
another
what you mean by
relationship
joints?
brought into her
Elbows?
relationship or something, and that's why she killed him.
The wrists, ankles,
Mm-hmm.
knees.
And then up here, and the neck. Okay. Does Jen help cut him up?
Not really. She was.
Is that what incognito mode does?
Kind of sick. Okay, so I took over most of it.
But did she help a little bit at the beginning? Okay.
I wonder if there's still a way for them to find it.
One of the officers in Jen's interview steps out of the room to take a call, and when they return, they have news that will flip Jen's denials upside down.
Got an update. Sarah just admitted everything, and you helped dismember the body. She admitted all of it.
Okay.
So fill us in with what's going on, right? With the car, you're going to remember everything. Because so at this point, Sarah spilling the beans on the whole kit and caboodle.
Okay.
Okay, this is what we told you before. We knew where we were at. So this amnesia that you have isn't going to work because now you're implicated in this as well.
I don't have amnesia.
Then fill it in. Fill it in.
I didn't do that.
I just got the phone call from the analyst that's listening in on the interview, and she's coming clean, right? They're watching it live.
Okay.
She's coming clean, and you help.
Oh, is that how it works? Oh, I should use incognito. I never use it.
Yeah.
And if she said that, then she's lying.
You just said before, Sarah wouldn't lie.
Wait, you dreamt this,
This is
Seppi?
Ryan here.
Oh my
It's not
god.
Sarah.
It is definitely Sarah. If she said that whole... Yeah, I would remember that.
Just to the point because you're being implicated now. So now it's a lie.
No.
We just want to get Emma his family.
Yes. Where did you guys go then with the body? All right, let's get to this part here. Where did you go with the body after it's dismembered? And don't say you don't know. Because
I'm going to say I don't know for that because we didn't do that.
Luckily for investigators, Sarah is giving them all the answers. This, however, is only her first confession, and she will eventually share another that changes everything.
So, you got him cut up, then what happens?
We have to figure out where to put everything.
So where did you say you put his belongings? Where did those go? Like his clothes and his...
Yeah, she sounds like she's about to throw up or something.
Okay, and where did those...
We put those in a bin.
Like a dumpster?
No, like a Tupperware bin.
Oh, okay. And where did that go?
In the back of his car.
Okay.
We were going to
That's
drive
so
the car somewhere
creepy.
and leave it, but the car wouldn't start.
This is the real story about the tow truck. According to Sarah, she and Jen planned to dispose of Ryan's dismembered body parts, which they'd loaded into the back of Ryan's own car. While their plan had been to abandon the car in a deserted location in Illinois before taking a Greyhound bus back, Ryan's car refused to start after they stopped at a gas station. This incident has a horrific new implication. Ryan's remains were still in the back of the car when the vehicle was towed, and Sarah and Jen then had to move the Tupperware bin full of his dismembered body parts in broad daylight into Sarah's car. They left Ryan's vehicle in the street, where the police eventually towed it away.
We started driving and trying to get rid of little things at a time.
Along the road, or is there special spots?
In public dumpsters.
So did you dispose
Put
of
him in
like, his limbs into
Tupperware.
those spots? Okay. Do you know where those spots
That's
are?
so fucked up.
We just stopped wherever something looked okay.
Where it seemed like secluded or something like that?
Like couple gas stations. Mostly just public dumpsters. I really don't know.
While Sarah doesn't clarify, they only disposed of Ryan's torso and belongings. The rest of his limbs and head had a different, even more alarming destination.
Here's the thing. You have been holding back this whole time with all of this stuff because I don't think you thought Sarah was going to be honest about it, but she is.
Oh, okay.
So let's do the right thing. And you wanted to do the right thing, right? So tell us about that.
About
please.
what?
About the dismembering it and then where you went from there.
I didn't dismember anybody.
You did.
No, I did not. That's fucking insane.
It's not insane.
That's insane.
It happens all the time. I mean, you may not want to admit to doing it, right? But this stuff happens all the time.
So where was Corey during this?
No idea.
No idea.
Or
Still at the hotel,
I
possibly?
guess so.
Okay. Any communication with him?
I shut off my phone.
Okay.
Why did you shut off your phone?
I was scared.
Did he know something had happened?
I don't think so. And I told him Ryan just left. And he didn't ask any questions.
Despite several attempts to get Corey to speak with police, Corey steadfastly refused.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so you don't know Ryan?
I don't.
You don't know Ryan? He didn't live with you at all?
Wait, that would mean
I'm not going to talk to you without an attorney present. We're talking with
that would mean that Corey knows that they killed.
Everybody involved that weekend
we're talking to right now, except you right now, because right now you kind of look like the bad guy. You don't want to talk to us. Everybody else wants to talk to us. That doesn't look good for you.
Yeah, they told me that you would say that, but
Who would say that?
my attorney.
Okay.
Corey refuses to speak any further and ultimately never comes in to discuss Ryan's case with officers. Without Corey's help,
At
detectives
all?
will have to put more pressure on the people who are talking to them. Sarah and Jen. One thing still isn't clear. A motive.
Why were you so angry at him? What happened?
This isn't Tim
Came up behind
Taylor.
him and started joking.
He ruined my life.
Tell me a little bit about that.
I mean, I told you the arguments Corey and I had, and I couldn't make him see reason.
The officers talking to Jen also try to understand a motive.
You would do whatever you could to make Sarah happy. So let's get rid of M, because that would make Sarah happy, right? To get her out of that household.
Sure, but they agreed to leave.
But she wasn't. Not willingly. Not fast enough.
She agreed to leave.
Without meaning to, Jen points out a glaring issue with Sarah's current confession.
Oh,
If
totally,
Ryan had
Addie.
agreed
I
to
know
leave,
you love
why
it
didn't
so
she simply let
much.
that happen? This exact question will be central to the story Sarah tells later.
Did Jen know that this was going to happen? No.
You just gotta give it a
She
chance.
was there for me.
Sure, she's your support. You said that. That's what support people do. They're there for you.
I'm worried about what's going to happen to her.
I want to understand that.
We understand,
natural.
and we
The
appreciate you
pyramid head.
talking to us openly.
The detectives have no reason to assume that Sarah means anything more than simply worrying about Jen, but her concern hints at a disastrous turn of events soon to come.
So what happened? You got him. Something happened to Emma, and you put him in the tub, and you guys did your thing. Fill us in on that, please.
That didn't happen.
She's filling in the gaps where you are not filling in the gaps, though we know that you know what happened, right? Because it's written all over you. I mean, as soon as you get to a hot point, you minimize and you kind of look down. It's like a kid with a parent. I don't want to look and acknowledge that I'm lying to you.
Surprise, I have anxiety.
So when you started dismembering, right? So
No,
what happened from there?
Not right.
So Sarah started. Was Sarah dismembering at this point in time?
No.
You're just holding on to limbs, you're keeping a lookout.
No.
What are you doing?
No.
She's not cutting this body up herself.
That's probably because she cut up a body.
She just admitted to.
No, she didn't.
She did.
Yes, she did.
The detectives attempt a different approach to get Jen to talk.
It's more beneficial to go, this is where it is. And it shows that you're wanting to make things right. You want to get things better, and you're showing remorse. Because the judge,
I'm
back
not
in our
showing
county,
remorse because I don't know how to process this. And I'm not showing remorse. There's no remorse to be had.
so getting rid of disposing of a body, you shouldn't show remorse for that.
Of course you should. Yeah.
You're still in shock that Sarah has come clean with everything, right?
There's no way she did this.
And your world's crashing down, and we're just trying to help you figure a way to make it a little softer of a crash.
Even though Jen refuses to believe Sarah admitted to the death and dismemberment of Ryan, Sarah's own interview is already wrapping up.
I just don't know what to do because I thought I had my whole life ahead of me. And I made one mistake.
And that's exactly
now
it.
it's over. Don't
cut yourself short.
I just turned 30 and I feel like that's
One step at a time. Okay? One foot in front of the other at a time here.
Continuing to show an unsettling lack of concern for Ryan, Sarah then makes an inquiry.
Is there any kind of bail, or am I going to have to stay there the whole time?
There's not bail right now, but that's not to say that there won't be bail in the future. Okay? Just not right at the present time.
Sarah is informed that the charges against her include tampering with evidence, grand theft of a motor vehicle, abuse of a corpse, and gross abuse of a corpse.
Okay, I appreciate you being honest with us. Because that's the kind of person you are.
Thank you, Sarah.
I hope it doesn't.
We'll give you a few points, okay?
One of the officers who had been interviewing Sarah heads over to Sarah's mom's house in order to take a crack at Jen and see if he can break through the unrelenting denials. This is where everything goes horribly wrong.
Where are they?
Though the video footage is redacted, Jen is introduced to the detective who spoke with Sarah and is then read the Miranda rights.
Am I being arrested?
Okay, well, we have some things we need to talk to you about.
But you're not saying yes or no.
Well, because it all depends on you. So we're going based on physical evidence and now what Sarah told us. That's my job. I'm doing my job. They're doing their job.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, go ahead.
They said that she said that she was involved.
Absolutely. 100%. And this interview is being recorded.
Okay.
And I cannot lie about that.
Okay. I trust you.
She absolutely said she was involved, and she gave details, and you were involved in those details. I mean, I'm not making that shit up.
I don't know how I was involved.
Well, she told us how you were involved, but I don't want to go into those details because if you tell me and something's different, I have to go back and talk to her and try to iron out the inconsistencies.
Hearing that the detective isn't lying about Sarah's confession seems to be a turning point for Jen, but not in the way they hope.
I don't remember any of that. I don't know why Sarah would say that.
You're just surprised Sarah said it.
Of course I am.
Right, because she'd gotten away with it this whole time until today.
After hours of conversation, the new detective points out something that the others have failed to notice. While speaking with the officers, a purse has remained on Jen's lap.
What's in your purse?
Oh no.
After Jen explains, they quickly move on and continue questioning. This time about the evidence they've uncovered, a choice that will likely haunt the detectives for the rest of their careers.
And we found large quantities of blood in the trunk from Emma. That's a clue. We call them police work. You know, I'm not trying to be facetious, but that's called a clue. You know, so I mean, when we put 2 and 2 together, and then we talk to Sarah, and it all kind of matches up. You know what I mean? It all matches up.
What's going to happen to her?
Well, I don't know. It all depends on what you tell me.
To my knowledge, she didn't do anything.
But I'd be more worried about yourself right now.
Why?
Because of what she's telling us and the physical evidence and the social media search warrants that we did.
I'm not worried about myself.
There's a very good reason Jen isn't worried, and once again, the purse comes up.
You don't have any, like, weapons in there, do you? What are you playing with in your purse? So, Jen, like we talked about, you asked if you were under arrest. You are going to be placed into custody. I want to, before this gentleman, he's a detective with the City of Marion Police Department. You're going to be booked into their...
Oh my god.
Central 055.
055.
I need an ambulance, shots fired.
How long's your hand been in that?
055. Need you to respond to the scene.
Do we have a victim?
Affirmative.
None of ours, right? We didn't return anything?
Negative. No officer involved.
Just as officers began their arrest, Jen pulled a small handgun out of the purse and fired. Jen was pronounced dead at the scene from a single bullet wound to the back of the head. While this is happening back at the police station, Sarah is led away in handcuffs. Unbeknownst to her, Jen has just died.
Stand up, turn around, put your handcuffs, okay?
Oh, am I able to use the restroom again before?
Well, when we get over to the jail, I'll let you use the restroom over there, okay?
Months after her arrest and Jen's death, Sarah is brought in to share an entirely new version of Ryan's death.
Good morning. How are you doing, Sarah? Feel free to have a seat. People here. We didn't want to be rude drinking our coffee in front of you, so we've got you one. Feel free to have it if you like. If you don't like coffee, then I haven't had coffee for so long. It's a specialty. It's a Cinnabon, so it's on. Something good.
After a few more pleasantries, the investigators clarify with Sarah that her lawyers agreed she can speak with them, and they read her Miranda rights. They immediately begin by discussing Sarah's new confession. In this discussion, she refers to Jen by the name Naira.
On the morning of the 26th, Naira started voicing some plan about killing him, and I did not take her seriously because she would make comments like that sometimes. I still didn't take her seriously, but I was starting to get worried because of how intricate it was getting.
Did they tell her that she killed
started
herself
gathering
yet?
tools like trash bags, bleach, the handsaw
I don't
from
think
the
she knows
shed,
yet.
I realized she was serious. So I tried to talk her out of it, calmly at first, and then I started getting a little hysterical. And she told me that if I didn't help, that she was going to do it anyway.
Yeah, because she probably won't
and usually at this
talk
point,
if they
the
tell her
attorneys
right
ask me,
away.
"Well, why did you do it? Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you kick her out?" And it was because I loved her. I was so scared and horrified, but there wasn't. I didn't stop. I didn't stop her. I didn't.
What was her problem?
Yeah. She had a rag that she dipped in bleach, and she had a bottle of vinegar next to her to add to it when the time came, because I guess they had some kind of chemical reaction and release some
Why
kind
does
of
she sound so
poisonous gas. I don't
confident
really
now?
know,
Like,
but she did the research for it.
maybe
Though
she had
Sarah has
time to think
significantly
and
shifted
she's
the
like
roles
ready
that
to
she and Jen
say.
play in the planning and execution of Ryan's
piece.
death, she still tells detectives that she jumped on him when he came out of the bathroom before Jen then held the rag over Ryan's mouth. The changes in her story only become more apparent as the details grow even more brutal.
When he started making these
Why did they do
guttural
this?
gasping noises, Naira let me get out from under him, and I curled up in the office and cried. So I stayed in the office for a while until she did get him in the bathtub, and she had put a trash bag over his head and severed it, and then put that into the freezer so that she could deal with it later.
Since her arrest, investigators have discovered chilling evidence about the fate of Ryan's decapitated head, something they'll bring up shortly. In this retelling, rather than Jen being the one to dispose of Ryan's clothing, it was Sarah who took on this job. However, this doesn't mean she didn't help with the dismemberment.
She started to get intestinal cramps, so she went to lie down and said I had to take over. So I put the hands in one bag, the hands and the feet she told me to put in a bag, and then she also put it in the freezer for later because she said those would be the two big identifying factors and she would have to deal with them separately. So I removed the forearms and the calves at the joints. It was slow, exhausting work, and I did not work fast enough. Her original idea was to cut up everything into as small of manageable pieces as possible and then dispose of them that way, but we didn't have enough time to do that, so we just had the head, the hands and feet, the forearms went in one bag, the calves went in another bag, and then we just had to deal with the torso.
After this, the story remained the same. They loaded Ryan's dismembered body into a Tupperware container and attempted to use Ryan's vehicle until they eventually had to call a tow truck. The difference this time, apparently Jen was the one telling Sarah where to go as they drove towards Illinois, stopping randomly to dispose of Ryan's remains, including the area where Ryan's torso was eventually discovered in Mercer County, 2 hours from Columbus. The fate of Ryan's head was an entirely different story. Investigators eventually searched the garage at Sarah's mom's house where they found several boxes filled with what appeared to be human remains. This included a pot filled with a thick substance hidden within layers of plastic garbage bags. After the pot was emptied, investigators recovered a human skull. In this version of her story, Sarah claims it was Jen who disposed of the remaining limbs.
Also because she didn't know the best way to dispose of it yet. So we had to so she put it in the soup bin, put that in a bag.
This is a
several
tough
bags,
watch.
Put the pieces of the hands and feet also in the bag, and then kept bagging it up, and we put it in the shed for the time being. And every time we moved, it would have to come with us.
Oh my god.
So that was a weight that I had to drag with me everywhere I went. For a long time, we would check the news constantly. That's when we found out that the torso was discovered. But as time went on and we didn't see any new news, we started planning for a future instead. And we made a pact that should something go wrong or we get discovered, that she was going to shoot me first, as she said she would rather die than spend her life in prison. The arrest came, and when I said goodbye to her, I could see it in her face that she knew.
This confession sheds an entirely new light on the footage of Jen and Sarah saying goodbye when she was arrested.
You want to tell your wife bye or anything?
You had mentioned the bleach and vinegar on the ring. Okay. And then mentioned something different was put
So
into
I guess
the
she
pot.
knew she was going to then.
Some kind of lime mixture.
Okay. And is that something you would have had on hand, or did she go out and purchase?
That she did purchase. The head in the freezer didn't draw any attention because she had packed like vegetables and stuff in front of it, so it didn't look like it was anything.
This is a horrifying detail. While Corey was still living in the house, Ryan's decapitated head was
Corey
in the
won't
home,
talk to the
hidden just out of
cops.
sight
That's
behind some
sus.
frozen vegetables. The detectives take a quick break before returning to clarify a few more details, including the comment investigators initially made to Jen during her interview about Sarah painting with blood.
So art for me is a coping mechanism. And I know that Randy and Eric had mentioned that there were two pieces in particular that gave people red flags. One was a painting of a sheep with that was done in blood, or some of it. That piece I had done prior to ever knowing about Ryan. That was a coping mechanism for everything that I'd been through with Corey.
Sarah posted this drawing to her illustration Facebook page in June 2015, titling it Sacrificial Lamb. Though she created it a few months before meeting Ryan, it eerily depicted the lamb dismembered and decapitated.
The other one was a mermaid holding a human head, and I know that people thought, or at least I heard, that this was like showing like, look what I did.
What Sarah doesn't mention is that she titled this drawing, Till Death Do Us Part.
But that was also a coping
Who
mechanism.
would have
having
said
to,
that? I'm confused.
Drag that
Did
around
you just make that
with
up?
me everywhere we moved.
During the interview, Sarah also doodled a quick drawing of the saw they used to dismember Ryan. The elusive motive still needs to be clarified, and so detectives ask the haunting question of why Sarah and Jen didn't simply let Ryan leave the apartment as planned.
And the thing she said was along the lines of, someone like that doesn't deserve to be out in the world to ruin someone else's life. So I think in some perverse way it was her idea that I don't want to go so far as to say she was dealing out justice, but she just felt very strongly that he didn't deserve to be out there. She said that if you want to transition, your goal is to just fit in, and that's what she tried to do. She didn't point out anything. She tried to be as feminine as possible because that's what she wanted to be, was a woman. And so with people like Ryan, who say that they're transitioning but are not really making the effort, really bothered her. She more commonly said things like, he's a disgusting human being, or the world would be better off without him. So that's why the fact that Ryan wanted to but still looked and acted male just really got under her skin.
With this allegation in mind, investigators question why Sarah confessed to the crime initially.
You said you were trying to protect Jen. I guess, why try to protect her at that point in time?
Yeah, that's what I thought about in hindsight. It would have devastated me to have to throw her under the bus and say, well, she was the one who did it. I guess there was a small part of me that thought if I took the fall for her, she would be okay. But thinking back now, I should have known with the look on her face that there was no point trying to protect her. She was going to do it anyway, with me or without me.
As the interview wraps up, Sarah clarifies why she wanted to speak with the investigators again.
I don't know if the prosecution knows how much detail about Naira, so I'm basically just hoping that at the sentencing, essentially the same thing that I told both of you, just condensed a little bit, we'll be able to go on the record so that my side of the story and what actually happened will be out.
In the end, Sarah's new version of Ryan's death did little to change her fate. In January 2022, Sarah Buzzard pled guilty and appeared in Mercer County Common Pleas Court for sentencing. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years.
Didn't eat.
Warren, Ryan's father, had the last word.
I just know now that no one can hurt him anymore.
But I thought they said something about eating. Or the cops said something about eating or something. I don't know, I'm confused.
The forests of North America are dense, tall, and
Oh, I
foreboding.
wasn't expecting that
As long
accent.
as people have lived on the continent, there have been sightings of all manner of beasts and cryptids. Some, like the Canadian wood bison, were later discovered to be real. Others, like Bigfoot and the Thunderbird, walk a fine line between myth, fact, and mistaken identity. But there is one creature so elusive and so bizarre in its appearance that those who've witnessed it claim it can only come from the depths of hell. With stories dating back to well before America's founding, how can we possibly explain the Jersey Devil?
Wait. Huh? Have you seen this channel?
Nestled at the intersection between New York and Pennsylvania,
trying to think if I've
New
seen
Jersey
this.
is the most densely populated state in the US. Despite this, the southern part of this former colony is virtually devoid of civilization. Instead, it is dominated by a vast swampy woodland covering over 1 million acres, known
Looks
rather
interesting enough
ominously
to me.
as the Pine Barrens. Yet, there is nothing barren about this massive timberland. In fact, it is teeming with life. To some, the area is a peaceful paradise, ideal for hiking, kayaking, and camping. Others find the woods almost primordial, an endless sea of trees and swamps untouched by time. The first people to settle here were the ancestors of the Lenape tribes, who arrived in the region over 10,000 years ago. In those days, giant sloths and mastodons would have roamed the area, alongside oversized predators like direwolves and cats with teeth as long as a man's forearm. Yet despite the presence of these fearsome animals, the ancient Lenape did not come to call the Pine Barrens the land of the mastodon or the land of the wolf. No. They instead called it the land of the dragon. To this day, Lenape descendants believe that these woods are home to spirits and creatures beyond human understanding. And though some base this on tribal mythology, the natives were far from the only ones to witness inexplicable entities here. In 1609, Henry Hudson's arrival in Delaware Bay marked the arrival of colonialism in North America, driving many local tribes westward. Though rich in resources, the Pine Barrens soon became known for something else: its isolation, its dangers, and the eerie sense that something was watching from the trees. Only the desperate remained: poor farmers, outlaws, and deserters, forming secretive, insular communities. Amongst them, whispers of witchcraft and devilry grew, passed down through generations. And it was into this shadowy world that the legend of the Jersey Devil was born. But these tales do not belong solely to the past.
Wait, I feel like I've heard of
Even
that,
today,
the Jersey
reports of eerie
Devil.
sightings, unnatural sounds, and grotesque animal mutilations persist. Some dismiss the account of Joseph Bonaparte, elder brother of Napoleon, who claims to have seen the creature whilst hunting in 1820. Then there is the report made by Forest Ranger Alan McFarlane in 1980, in which an entire farm's worth of pigs was discovered dead, each untouched except for a single precise bite to the back of the head, their brains mysteriously removed. Perhaps even more terrifying than the frequency of encounters is their consistency. Nearly every eyewitness describes the same nightmarish figure: a winged bipedal beast with cloven hooves, bat-like wings, and the elongated head of a horse or goat. Its body is gaunt and twisted, trailing a forked tail. But its most haunting features are its glowing eyes, often the first thing people see, gazing at them from the darkness. Some never see the creature at all, only hearing the sound that has chilled countless souls to the bone, a high-pitched, unearthly scream. Some believe the Jersey Devil is the dragon of Lenape legend. Others trace its origins to 1735, when a woman named Deborah Leeds supposedly cursed her 13th child. Born monstrous, the newborn turned on those in the birthing room, before escaping into the depths of the Pine Barrens, never to be seen again. At least, not in human form. Whether it's a prehistoric species or a cursed infant, the never-ending flow of sightings seems to support the idea that there is something sinister and deadly lurking in southern New Jersey. We all know relationships aren't always easy, and I'm so thankful to have found someone that understands
Is this an
me.
ad?
But back when I was dating, I was never one to wear my heart on my sleeve. Hey, questions. You're on Trustpilot and judged by the credibility of the source. So when Ranger Alan McFarlane reported finding mutilated pigs with bizarre injuries, both Jersey Devil believers and skeptics took notice. But McFarlane was not alone. Other Pine Barrens rangers have had similar encounters, and some have seen far more than just remains. In 1993, Ranger John Irwin was patrolling the Mullica River, a 50-mile waterway in southern New Jersey. This river, historically used for transporting logs, had become infamous for strange livestock mutilations dating back to the mid-20th century. In 1966, a farmer reported over 40 animals killed in a single night, including ducks, geese, cats, and dogs. All of them were maimed in ways the farmer could neither explain nor recognize. Weeks later, authorities responded to
Jersey
the brutal
Devil,
killing
apparently.
of a 90-pound German Shepherd,
What
found
up?
with its throat ripped out.
God.
Despite thorough investigations, no one could explain the source of the mutilations, only that the creature responsible must have been extraordinarily strong. One evening
I
in
kind of want to watch
1993,
Counter-Strike
Irwin was
Source.
driving his patrol vehicle down a remote road beside the river. As a seasoned forest ranger, he had come to know the diverse wildlife in the area well.
Cool, man.
Deer, raccoons, and possums
I've definitely
were a
heard of
common
this
sight,
before.
and the vibrant ecosystem was one of his favorite aspects of the job. As he drove along, his eyes were drawn to a large shape emerging from the tree line.
Wait, now that you're
and stepping
here.
into the road. At first, he assumed it was a male deer.
Wait, I kind of
but
want to
that
see what this
assumption
is,
was
though.
soon put to bed when the creature
Oh.
rose up on its hind legs. Irwin's heart raced as he
fuck?
brought the vehicle to a stop just a few meters from the beast.
It's probably one of those
froze,
giant
wide-eyed as a wave of terror
flying
washed over him.
foxes or something, bat
What he
thing.
saw was anything but natural. The creature was over 6 feet tall,
Oh, it wasn't
covered in
natural?
matted black fur resembling that of a bear, not the short brown coat of a deer. As he examined the creature, he noticed that the antlers on its head were long and thin, and completely unlike those of a buck. If anything, they resembled devil horns. As Irwin sat in
Okay.
his car, helpless and petrified, the creature turned its head
Oh, I
and
was gonna
stared directly
put
at him.
some Derren
Time
Brown
seemed
on
to slow as
instead.
they locked eyes, and though Irwin couldn't make out its facial features,
This is a
he
new
felt the
DVD
unmistakable
killer.
presence of a killer before him.
Oh, see, he's a killer.
After several tense minutes, the creature
Oh
slowly
yeah, I
turned
gave you mod
and
as a
disappeared into the
precaution,
woods.
just since you're a streamer too, you know,
In later
like the
interviews,
mod
Irwin
stuff.
admitted that he could not explain what he'd seen.
Just because I don't really
He
have
was, however,
the
adamant
only
about
mod
one
I have right
thing.
now is Bunker
Whatever it was,
and Eddie.
it was clearly a predator.
So I don't really have
The
any
encounter left him with an unsettling certainty.
like
that
it's good to
something
have people
far
on
more
at different
sinister lurked in
times
the Pine
too.
Barrens. Something beyond human understanding, and certainly
Oh my god,
beyond explanation.
my chair's like
In the
armrest
summer
is
of
like.
1973,
Oh, I just saw a
Susan and her
kappa.
fiance Dave decided to meet some friends in Manahawkin for a night of drinks and music in the woods. The group had a habit of finding a secluded clearing, parking their cars in a circle to form a makeshift picnic area, and using the car bonnets as tables and seating. Everyone tuned their radios to the
You
same
will not
station to enjoy
abuse
a
your
mix of early
power.
disco, Motown, and rock, whilst drinking and dancing under the
Last
glow of the
time,
headlights,
you
far away
abused your
from prying
power?
eyes. By 11 p.m., several couples had gathered, and the group was already well
I
into
wonder
the
if he does
evening.
his own art, like that other
Susan hopped off
channel.
the bonnet of their Ford LTD to grab Dave another beer. He was chatting with a few friends by a nearby car, so she reached inside to unlock the boot. As she grabbed the drinks, the radio cut to a commercial, leaving an eerie silence. In that brief moment, Susan heard rustling in the trees behind her.
Oh.
Growing up in New Jersey, she knew the woods had an ominous reputation. Not only were there venomous snakes, but larger animals like coyotes and black bears were known to wander near campgrounds if they smelled food. This commotion was clearly
Oh my
caused by
god,
something large and powerful.
you kicked Iowa out?
Concerned, she closed the boot and told Dave what she'd heard.
What have I done?
Though initially skeptical, he agreed that something might be out there, especially with so much exposed food.
Oh yeah, it's
They didn't
bedtime
want to risk a
stories. The other
snake
one
bite or an attack
was
on a large
Stories
animal,
Lost.
so Dave
The
ran to the
alien one's
cars,
Stories
turning off
Lost.
the radios to get everyone's attention. Though the group grumbled, he insisted that they check out the disturbance just to be safe.
Oh yeah, are you
As the
sleeping
music
soon,
fell
by the way?
silent, they scanned the trees, but something immediately felt off. There were no crickets, no owls, no wind. The forest was eerily still. Suddenly, someone shouted from the opposite side of the clearing, pointing towards the trees. It became clear that the creature, whatever it was circling them. Every time someone spotted a vague outline, another person would then see it somewhere else.
We have two
The group
sets
began
of
to feel the tension
subtitles.
rising, and Susan wondered why there were no growls or barks, if it was coyotes or other wild dogs. Then,
I'm wide awake.
it happened. Standing next to their Ford, Susan saw a massive shape
Oh
emerge
yeah,
into the
make sure you
clearing.
get dinner, Sephi.
The headlights illuminated the creature, a black, oddly
Oh
shaped
my
body about the
God.
size of a full-grown buck, but this was no deer. Its eyes glowed
Full-grown
red like
what?
embers. Before anyone could react,
Full-grown
it unfurled
buck?
gigantic wings,
What did that
so
say?
large that one powerful flap sent the beast soaring into the sky, causing plates of food and beer cans to fly off car bonnets.
What the hell?
The creature was gone in an instant.
Maybe they
and
were
the
all
group,
just really drunk.
terrified, scrambled into their vehicles and sped off to a well-lit area. Too intoxicated to drive home, they spent the night in a car park.
See, they were
waiting
too
for the morning light.
intoxicated.
The next day, when they had sobered up a little, each of them gave the same account: black wings, glowing eyes, and a powerful rush of air as the creature took flight. Mass sightings in cryptozoology are rare. Most people have a friend of a friend who
They
claims
should
to
have
have seen
driven
Bigfoot
home.
or to have been abducted by aliens. But a dozen people all reporting the same creature with consistent details is something far more compelling. And this is the case with many Jersey Devil sightings. Even dating back to the 17th and 18th centuries, entire hunting parties have reported encounters with the creature. Though this account is the largest of such mass sightings, it is not the most terrifying. In the summer of 2003, a group of friends, all in their 20s, embarked on a camping trip to the Pine Barrens. Michael and his closest friends, Greg, Max and Frank, had just finished their college
Damn.
degrees and were seeking one final adventure before going their separate ways. Though none of the boys were experienced woodsmen, they decided the Pine Barrens would be perfect. It was remote enough to feel wild, but not so far from civilization that they'd be stranded if anything went wrong. Greg's cousin dropped them off at the edge of the forest where they planned to spend 4 days and 3 nights hiking. For safety, each carried a hunting rifle, whilst Max and Frank also brought handguns. With their backpacks packed and a rough plan in place, the group ventured into the woods. After hours of walking, they found a clearing which was 50 feet across and set up camp. With daylight still remaining, they grabbed their rifles and headed into the woods to shoot at targets. But despite being far from the highway, they noticed a disturbing amount of litter. Plastic bottles, beer cans and bags seemed to be scattered all around. Whilst investigating the area, Frank spotted a plastic bag caught high up in the branches of a tree. When he climbed up to look inside, he found that it contained
Wait, what?
a mutilated raccoon.
Why did he climb up there?
Torn open, exposing its ribs. The group debated how the animal might have suffered such a fate, speculating that a predatory bird, possibly a hawk, had killed it and stored it there. Though unsettling, this discovery would turn out to be far from unique.
He went to
After
so
their
much
shooting
effort to
session,
look
as they made
inside
their way
that
back to the
bag.
campsite,
That's so
they discovered
odd.
a dead possum, its chest also ripped open. It was then that the boys realised they had returned to the same tree where they had found the raccoon, but when they looked up into the branches, the bag was gone. Back at the camp, they had just settled down to eat dinner and talk amongst themselves when the tranquility of the evening was suddenly shattered by a blood-curdling scream, which echoed through the forest. It was high-pitched and agonising, seeming to split the night air. Despite each of the boys feeling deeply unsettled by this, none of them could admit it to each other, so they continued their meal in silence.
What?
As the evening progressed,
They just
the group tried to
pretended
shake
that
off
they
the
were-
lingering feeling of unease. They were sitting around the campfire talking when Frank stopped mid-sentence, his eyes locked on something just beyond the firelight. Michael followed his gaze and saw two glowing red eyes staring back at them from the darkness. Then there was a deep snort, followed by a guttural growl. Michael noticed that these eyes were the same level as him, despite the fact he was 6'4". In a panic, they grabbed their weapons and began shooting into the darkness, hoping to drive off whatever was out there. After several tense seconds, the forest fell ominously silent. As midnight rolled around, they took turns keeping watch whilst the others tried to sleep. At some point in the early hours, Greg heard something moving out in the trees, well beyond the range of the firelight, and realising they weren't safe, the others decided to stay awake and resolved to leave at the break of dawn. In the morning, they found a series of large hoofprints around the edge of their camp, far too large to have been made by a deer. Still unnerved but relieved to see daylight, the group set off towards the highway, believing they would make it back by early afternoon. But as the day wore on, they noticed something strange. The woods seemed different. Landmarks they had noticed on the way in were gone or altered, and slowly but surely, the boys realised they were lost. They hadn't brought any survival gear aside from a few compasses, and knowing that the highway was south, they began to head in that direction. As they hiked, the group discovered more animal carcasses, suddenly ripped through the night air. Then, they heard another strange commotion overhead. They quickly realised it was the sound of beating wings, only they were deep, loud and slow, as if produced by something huge.
Oh
As
my
the noise grew
God.
closer, the
It's
terrified group switched off
terrifying.
their torches and dove for cover in the nearby foliage. They spent the next several minutes hiding, listening and waiting, but the woods around them were deathly quiet. After a time, they decided it was safe to continue, and regrouped in the centre of the clearing where they had been resting. In the perfect darkness, they had noticed a string of lights a few hundred metres away in the distance. It was the highway, and they all began to relax as they realised they were getting closer to home, and therefore, safety. But as Max once again switched on his torch and swung it to his left, the
Oh,
beam
no.
picked out something in the trees nearby. It was a gaunt creature, coated in black fur, standing about 6 to 7 feet tall, with horns protruding from its head. Its eyes suddenly glowed red, as if it had only just opened them. Then it took up a confrontational stance, unfurled its wings, and screamed in their direction, revealing a set of sharp yellow teeth.
Oh, is
The
that
group
what they
scattered
meant
in
by
different
dragon? That
directions,
kind of looks like a
driven by pure
dragon.
panic. Michael ran towards what they had determined was the highway, the dim light of the street lamps just barely visible through the trees. The others followed close behind, and as they reached the road, they once again heard the unmistakable sound of huge beating wings. Then a pair of bright lights appeared from around a bend. It was a police car, which sped past them and then skidded to a stop, just as it collided with something on the highway. As the two police officers exited their vehicle, whatever they had hit simply got up and ran off into the woods on all fours. The officers then turned their attention to the group of young men and spoke to them for nearly 30 minutes, telling them how lucky they were to have escaped a rabid buck of that size. When Michael tried to explain what they had really seen, one of the officers shot him a stern look, signalling for him to stay quiet. The implication was clear. Telling anyone about the creature was not advisable. In the end, the group left the woods with a terrifying story they could never fully share, and none of them would ever return to the Pine Barrens again.
Very
The Jersey
spooky.
Devil has long straddled the line between folklore and reality. For skeptics, the legend is nothing more than a mix of colonial superstition and misidentified wildlife. Tales of the
Yeah,
creature,
it could be like a
whether
really
from Native
weird
American traditions
creature.
or the infamous story of Mother Leeds' cursed 13th
Like,
child,
have you seen
are
those
seen as cautionary
massive
myths designed to keep
flying
children from wandering into the
foxes?
dangerous Pine Barrens. However,
They, like,
the
can
Mother
get
Leeds
that
story is
big.
rooted in some historical truth. Records confirm that a family
Well,
by
I
that
don't know
name
about
did
that
live in
big,
the
but
area, and some
pretty
suggest the
big.
legend arose from social disdain, branding them as outcasts. Combined with the Pine Barrens' eerie reputation, the Jersey Devil became something of a convenient deterrent.
Oh, I had this open still.
Adolf Hitler.
Didn't have powers.
Genghis Khan.
Didn't have powers.
Joseph Fritzl.
Didn't have powers.
Idi Amin.
No powers.
Joseph Stalin.
Didn't have powers.
Fred West.
Didn't have powers.
Gary Barlow.
Didn't have powers.
Iron Man.
No powers.
The Loch Ness Monster.
Didn't have powers.
Scottish Tribes.
Didn't have powers.
Slender Man.
Didn't have powers.
Derren Brown.
Shit myself.
Derren Brown. Derren Brown. Derren Brown is back in town. He's the devil, hunt him down. Beware of Derren Brown. Barry Dodds. He believes in all the frauds.
This picture.
Against all odds, he's scared of Derren Brown. Brown and Dodds and Brown. One's the devil, one a clown. Together they will bring rain.
Oh, is that the guy that was saying it?
This is the parable.
If you were his mate, would you trust him?
Absolutely, of course I would.
I'd be constantly suspicious.
What?
Constantly suspicious. Now we're gonna watch some Derren Brown. Oh, what's a good one? Boundaries of Perception and Reality. That sounds cool. I love Derren Brown. God, it takes so long. Freaking load. Grrr. Grrr. Need that grrr emoji. The devil himself.
None of the 12 participants in this seance are actors or stooges.
Oh, it's a seance. Oh my god, classic. Spinning you in real quick.
If you want to take part in this seance, you will need a pen and paper.
Oh no, I'm not taking
a wine
part.
glass, all the letters of the alphabet on separate slips of paper, or you can use Scrabble tiles, and a flat surface like a table. You'll have time to assemble these later on.
I don't think I've seen this one actually. I'm not doing that. I'm not participating.
Good evening. Tonight we're here at Elton Hall in East London, which until 1983 was used as a training centre for medical students, and since then it's laid abandoned in the middle of a busy street.
You're gonna do
I would
it?
ask you to involve yourself in this seance, and I've also invited 12 students from around the country to participate in tonight's events. Now, the 12
You have to
students were
participate
chosen
with
by
him
placing
along with the show.
advertisements around different universities,
A
and there was a
seance.
particular sort of person that I was after that would most authentically replicate the
I
sort
think
of people
he's
that
an
would go to
INFJ,
Victorian
by the way.
seances.
It could
First
be
of all, they had to
INTJ,
be
but
open-minded about the
it's
paranormal.
NI-DOM either way.
I also held a series of suggestibility tests to choose the people I felt would be most responsive to the idea of a seance. But the temptation at home may be to believe these people are stooges, but
Maybe
they're
another
not.
time.
They have no idea what's going to happen beyond the fact that we're going to attempt a seance. And by the end of tonight, all but one of these students will be dead.
What?
That's not true. I'd give them about a week.
The
Seances
devil
date back to
himself.
the 1800s after three sisters by the name of Fox
He's gonna
claimed to be
murder
able
one of
to
them.
contact the dead. They toured America with their demonstrations and
Ooh.
attracted the rich and famous, and by the end of the century, seances had taken off all over the Western world. Spirits were manifested, tambourines flew, ectoplasm impossibly erupted from entranced mediums. Then, after 40 years of this, rather embarrassed by what they'd started, one of the sisters, Margaret Fox, confessed that they were frauds. The miracles which had started it all off had been a scam. But her confessions made very little difference. And
No, I don't think there was a
spiritualism
warning. He
continues
was
to
just
appeal
like,
to many
participate at
people today.
home.
I
He's
don't
got
believe in spiritualism personally. I find it quite ugly, but I am interested
Yeah, see,
in the sorts
this
of
is why I like
techniques
this
used by
guy.
fraudulent Victorian mediums,
He likes to
and I'm
explain the
interested to see
psychology behind
whether
all
these
this shit.
techniques can be used to affect a modern skeptical audience.
And he knows he's a
So,
magician,
let's
so
clean
he
it up
knows
nicely.
how to trick people into all this stuff. But then he
Hello,
explains
everybody.
what's going on behind
Hello
it.
there. Welcome to
It's so
Elton
good.
Hall. Hope you enjoy your evening. Can you come through with me into this room here? Thank you. You want to sit in the first couple
Are they
of rows?
already hypnotized? Why was that guy like out of it?
Okay, thank you. All right, so before we start, I just want to try something very quickly with you. What I'd like you all to do is to have in your mind the name of somebody you know who has died, somebody who's passed on, and information about that person. Really have this right in the front of your mind now. What their name was, what they looked like,
So he's doing exactly what mediums claim to do.
You as well. Will you all think of somebody?
And he's going to do
Just
what
sort of
they
that
do.
now. Have that in your head. Great. Okay, and really concentrate on that person. Really have an image of, yep, great, so I can do this with you. All right, thank you. Look at me for a second. So the person that you're thinking of, it's a lady, isn't it? Yeah. And this is somebody
exciting.
who
I haven't
died
seen this
when
one.
they were fairly old, I think. And as you imagine, this is quite a shortish lady. And I think quite large, you sort of remember sort of fairly large glasses when you think back to it, yeah. And when you think about it, something about flowers, what's that? Yeah, something, did she collect
So
flowers?
what
or
he's
did she-
doing is he's just reading her body
flower
language
shop,
and her
that's really
facial
great.
expressions.
And she, it was your grandmother, yes? And her name is Laura or Nora? Noreen? Nora.
Yeah, Nora.
Nora, excellent.
So he's able to even get close to the name by reading her face and shit. It's pretty remarkable,
All right, so
but
what you've
it's
just seen
not
there is
magic.
a fraudulent technique.
He's just really
used
good
by
at reading
mediums in the
people.
Victorian times. There's a trick to it in a way, okay? But in your head, you make it convincing, and that's what's important. And a lot of seance really is about this. You know, I am very skeptical about a lot of spiritualism, but I would ask you tonight just to join me in a spirit of open-mindedness and exploration. All right? So, let me explain why I've gathered you all here today. On February the 27th, 1974, a tight-knit clique of 12 students gathered in a room downstairs, led by this guy, Nicholas Gadd. Let me just show you that picture. I'm going to show the camera.
There he is.
And I'll pass it around so you can all look at it too. On a given signal from Gadd, who was a particularly charismatic member of the group, they drank between them 8 pints of bleach.
Oh, they was going to say blood.
It was a suicide pact. And within half an hour, they were all dead. That's all of them apart from Gadd, who survived and moved to Australia, and some years later he died in a car crash. Now, since that incident 30 years ago, there have been over 40 reports of paranormal phenomena, hauntings and sightings and so on in this building. Now, that may be no more than just coincidence and imagination. Whatever you believe, it's a little disconcerting to be here in the building where these guys lived and died. And as we do this also, I would ask you at home to really make the decision to involve yourself in tonight's experiments. There will be a number on the screen that you can call, and please do call if any
Okay, I'm
strange
calling
things
now.
happen at home that
Let me
you
get my
want
phone.
to tell us about. Please do call. All right, so one particularly theatrical item that grew out of the Victorian seance period is the spirit cabinet. That's what this is here. All right, you can see it's fairly simple. The medium would be tied up and restrained inside the cabinet. The curtain would be closed all around. And then bizarre paranormal phenomena would occur inside the cabinet, supposedly outside of the medium's
Magic
control. For example, a tambourine would move and jangle around, or spirit writing would appear on paper, supposedly from the spirits themselves. And of course, skeptics suggested there was some kind of trickery involved, and very possibly there was. So I'm going to try something tonight that hasn't been done before, and also shouldn't really be done, and that's to put essentially a member of the public in there, rather than me going in there or a medium going in there. Okay, so I'd like to try this, I think, maybe first of all with you, if I can. Is that all right? Would you want to just come around for me and come and stand here?
Well, everyone has to get up together.
Excellent, thank you. It's Jess, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. You see, when you sit in that cabinet and the curtain closes, your state can absolutely just change in an instant. It's very interesting. Would you take a seat for me just there?
He's probably selected these people based on how, like,
excellent.
susceptible they are as well.
Yeah, look at me. Yeah, I'm very happy for you now to do this yourself. Look at my hand. And you can just start
He
to
kind
get
of
yourself
looks like
into a
he
nice,
hypnotized
relaxed,
them
sort of,
previously,
sort of like a
because
trancey
they
medium
kind
state
of
that they
looked a
used to go
little.
into, so that the spirits can just play. Excellent. Very nice. You put your hand there. And your hand there.
Yeah, I'm guessing he
your
selected them based on hypnotizability.
Flat on the floor. Very good.
Was Derren Brown
Gonna
the
move
guy who
these
did
around
the
you.
Making
Closing the
Murder?
curtains on all sides.
I've seen that, but what do you mean? Wait, what connection is that to Making a Murderer? You talking about the Netflix doco? That's one of my
remain in the
favorite
States.
docos, by
Just
the
tell
way.
me,
It's an amazing
Did
documentary.
you move the tambourine then?
No.
Did you touch anything?
Mm-mm.
Did you even move?
No.
No.
I didn't know Derren Brown. I don't know if he was involved with that. But that documentary was amazing, and so was Tiger King. Oh god.
Be absolutely honest.
I don't remember Derren Brown
Come back to
being
me first.
making
Just open your eyes.
making a
Just come back
murderer.
to
That
me.
was a Netflix
Come back to me.
documentary. Netflix followed
Good,
him
thank
around.
you. All right. Did you?
You're
touch
saying
the
that he
tambourine?
murdered someone?
No. Did you throw it out the curtain just then?
No.
No. Sure?
Yeah.
Okay, come out for a second. Would you absolutely swear blind that you did not touch that tambourine?
I'm positive, yeah.
All right. Did you move at all?
No.
No. All right. Excellent. Thank you.
Well, where's it gone?
It's over there at the moment. You heard it? Did you hear it move?
I heard noise.
You're thinking of
You
something
heard noise, but you
different,
didn't
yeah.
touch it.
I don't think
No.
it's
All right,
really.
Let me just show you first of all. There's a CCTV camera up there.
Okay.
We were actually filming that from above. I want to demonstrate
We've
something
got
to you
the
here
proof.
and show you exactly what did just happen in the spirit cabinet. Follow me up here. You need to turn so you can see
Pushing
this.
someone off
Do I
a
need to rewind this?
No, I
Just
don't
rewind.
recognize
Okay.
that.
Just stand here for me. It's a medium state that they. Okay, now first of all, that is you, yes?
Yes.
Not an actress.
Play
We've
it
got
back.
dressed in the same clothes. That is you, yes?
No, that's me.
Put your hand there. Putting your hands on your legs. And your feet
This would be so scary.
flat on the floor. You definitely didn't touch the tambourine?
I didn't touch it.
All right, okay.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
That's you, yes?
Yeah.
I want you to remain. Did you pick it up and throw it out?
No.
It was a ghost.
I swear to God, I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
How does that feel then watching that?
Confusing.
But that is definitely you.
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yeah. But I didn't. Honestly, I didn't touch it.
All right, have a seat for a second. It is weird and it is unsettling. It's unsettling because your mind can play this trick on you and make you do things that you've got no awareness of. This is what used to happen in many Victorian seances. The medium would produce phenomena which were fraudulent. But she herself wasn't really a fraud because she had no memory of doing it, she had no awareness of doing it. She absolutely believed they were real. This is called unconscious fraud. And it explains a lot of these things that went on in Victorian
Wait, he
seances.
believes
Thank
that
you
it
for
was
doing that. I realise
unconscious?
it's a bit freaky to see.
Wow.
So, do you want to go?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. How'd you go?
Cool.
Unconscious fraud.
Take a seat just there for me.
Okay.
In the spirit cabinet. So first of all, we're going to rule out the possibility of any trickery. I'm going to ask you to keep your eyes open. Right, you'll be able to see everything. And I'm also going to rule out the possibility of unconscious fraud.
He
by
already looks
restraining
hypnotized
you
to me. Like, look
in the
how,
chair.
like...
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I reckon he's hypnotized them already. Wish I could unconscious fraud my test.
Okay. No.
I mean, you
trickery.
probably
Keep your eyes
could.
open. No unconscious fraud. He can't move.
Watch Derren Brown, he'll teach you how.
Let's check it tight, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just going to give him a few seconds. And
Oh, I thought he was going to be gone.
did you see the curtain?
No.
Did you all see that?
I saw it.
Well, you can't because you can't move your hands and you can't kick that high.
can't reach
all right.
it at all.
Okay.
He's the closest thing to the devil we have.
Okay, hang on. You've broken it. What happened? What happened?
I don't know. I just needed to get out. I don't feel right. That's really weird.
Talk me through it. You're shaking.
Yeah. I don't know. I was sat there.
Yeah.
You shut the curtain.
Yeah.
And I just freaked, man.
You all right?
Feel.
Yeah, no.
Feel.
Yeah, you should all have a feel.
Seriously.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah.
You broke the restraints. Those are tough luggage straps.
That was really, really weird. That built up. I just had to get out.
Okay. We're going to take a break and I'll talk to you and make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, cheers.
All right?
Call now, guys.
Cheers. So there's a number on the screen. I want you to ring the screen if you feel anything untoward is happening at home. For the next part, you're going to need a pen and paper.
Wait, no, I don't
something to
like
lean
this.
on.
Why is he saying, has
We're gonna
anything
take
happened to
you,
you? I don't want any,
this
like,
break and see if there's anything else you can
poltergeist I don't want my subconscious to start doing weird shit. No, thank you.
So welcome back
I do
to
not invite that.
Hall, where we're going to continue with the seance. So I'm going to begin by sending one of you to Corridor G, where 10 of the 12 students lived who lost their lives.
No,
in
it's
the
the power of your
suicide
own
pact. And I'm going
subconscious,
to
and he's
get
just
one of you
manipulating
to
it.
go and sit alone in one of those rooms in that corridor for the main part of tonight's
But it's interesting how he gets so
if
like
anything happens from there. Okay, let me show you the
mad
rooms.
about this
We've got a
stuff. He's like, oh, I
CCTV
think
camera in all of
mysticism
them.
is
There's
fucking
also
ugly.
a chair
Like, whoa.
in each of them, and a whiteboard and a pen.
But like
which is
lately,
really
I
important
kind of see
later
what he
on.
means
So
now. I
whoever
kind
goes
of
into
feel
that
that.
room will be able to see and keep track of, and I'd like that to be you, Sally, if that's okay. All right, great. Come with me.
Oh, they're doing the actual seance now?
Excellent. They'll give you instructions on how to get there, all right?
fine, yeah.
Okay, so if you go through there, they'll do that for you now. Cheers. Thanks a lot. They're just around the corner.
Oh yeah, you do
Sally
have
is
an
essentially gonna go and sit
exorcist
in the
at
dark for
your
a bit on her own with a whole set of expectations in her head, and I'm interested to see how that affects her
Wait,
state,
really?
whether she starts to imagine a presence or whatever in the room that she's in.
Oh god, this is spooky. So she's gonna experience something psychologically right now? Wait, that's kind of a weird synchronicity, don't you think? Like, when did that happen? Or was that ages ago?
Yes. Is she in the corridor? In the corridor. All right, fantastic. Okay.
Do you notice he has like a
there she
like
is.
a little decisive head nod
Hi, Sally. Can
thing?
you hear us? Sally, can you hear us? You're in the corridor where 10 students lived. 10 of
It was a
them
few days ago. Yeah, that's
were
kind of weird, don't you
manipulated, essentially
reckon?
murdered by a charismatic young man under whose spell they fell. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to walk down the corridor. As you do, I'd like you to have a look at the door numbers, just have a look at them all. And then you're going to go and stand in front of one of the doors, all right? And that will be the room that you're going to go into. All right? Does that make sense? You're going to go and stand in front of one of the doors. So just start walking down for me now. Just have a look at all the doors as you go. Just really get a sense of that corridor.
Parisa! Thank you.
Look at all the doors, the door numbers.
How are you,
Get a
Parisa?
sense of
Good
the
to
corridor,
see you
a sense of
again.
where you are. And just let one of those draw you to it, either the number or the door itself, or a sense of what the room is like behind it. I don't know, but just let one of them draw you to it. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
All right, great.
Oh god, what's gonna
There's a camera
happen?
inside, so we'll be able to see, but I'd like you to go in for me. It is probably fairly dark in there, so as you go in, I want you to see where the chair is. On the chair, there's a few bits and pieces. There's the whiteboard and pen. You'll need to take those off and just put them on the floor.
Yeah.
Great, just put those on the floor and take a seat.
I'm doing good, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I should
Now,
probably
it's fairly
sleep
dark
soon
in
now
there,
that
but
I
it's
think
not
about
pitch
it.
black, is it?
I didn't realize it
Curtains are
was
open, I think, so
already this late.
Your eyes will become accustomed to the light in a minute, and you'll be able to see what there is. Now, you're right there for a bit.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Wait,
So
she's
you're
sitting
just
in
there to tell us
pitch
anything that maybe
darkness.
goes on in that room. You're going to keep us posted about what's happening over that side of the building. All right, great. So we're going to come back to you and speak to you in a bit. For now, can we just turn Sally's sound off? Can you hear us now, Sally? Okay, great. Many Victorian mediums claim to be able to tell details about a person's life from photographs of them. And I want to give you guys here and the viewers at home a chance to see what they can sense about our 12 students from photographs of them. Okay, let me show you this. So I want you just to get a sense of what these people might have been like. There's also some envelopes in here, which we'll come back to later. There's an envelope for each one of the students, all right? We'll need those later on. For now, let me just lay these out. Debbie, Nigel, Patty, Gary, Dave, Emily, Keith, Jane, Jim, Dave, and Tina and Lena. So all of you guys do have a look at them, and also at home as well, if you want to get close enough to your
Don't
TV set
hypnotize me,
so that
Derren
you can
Brown.
see the
Stop.
names clearly under the photographs too. Come in really close. It's really important that you concentrate on this at home and follow
Debbie,
the
Nigel,
instructions that I
Patty,
give you to
Gary.
the
Oh,
letter.
no, I don't.
Otherwise, much of tonight's seance will be lost on you. So this is the sort of exercise which mediums would carry out to see which spirit was going to come through at the seance. So just start off looking at any of the colour pictures, all right? Get a sense of the personality there, and as soon as you get even half a thought, an unconscious impulse about what sort of a personality that is,
subliminal.
Move your gaze left or right, it doesn't matter, until you get to
what
the
he's
nearest
saying is
black and
subliminal
white
too.
one. Okay, do that for me now. Good. All right, now that's a different sort of picture and a different personality will come through. As soon as you've got anything, a thought, whatever, just move up or down this time until you get to the nearest colour one. However many rows, doesn't matter, to the nearest colour one, and a different personality coming through this time, maybe a hobby or an interest or some sense of a personality. Good. All right, immediately now go diagonally until you get to the nearest black and white photograph. Now this is supposed to be confusing, but do this for me now. Now you're looking at one of the black and white ones, that's good. Now get a sense of a personality there. Great. Good. Now take a deep breath in.
Don't hypnotize me, Derren Brown.
Then just move left or right along to the nearest colour picture, and then when you've got that, just let the breath out and settle into that picture. And just let a sense of a personality come through the screen at you, through this colour picture, one that has drawn you to it. This picture now that you're looking at. As you do that, don't tell anybody the name of this person that has drawn you to him or her. Don't tell anyone what person you're looking at. Just let that personality come through the screen, settle on it, get a sense of this person, and lock this person into your mind. Remember the name, remember the face. Now, obviously, if there really were a spirit coming tonight, you'd all be thinking of the same one. That's obviously not going to be happening here, but the point is you all now have a name and a face to give to whatever spirit may be trying to get through tonight.
Be
and as for
careful.
you guys here, I just like
He's
you just to have a
hypnotizing you
look,
with
just
his
pass the
face.
photographs around a bit. Just have a look at them, and as you look through them, allow one of the photographs to draw you in. Just have a good look through them, and allow one of those photographs just to really just speak to you in a way, or draw you in. Okay? Thank you for that.
Well, 8 hours or more is like ideal.
I'd like you all to grab a chair and pull them in, and to take a seat around the table.
How long has it been now? I don't even... Isn't there a timer somewhere on OBS that tells me how long I've been streaming?
Okay, so now we're going to try something called automatic writing. Mediums would take a piece of chalk and a slate, and they'd put the end of the chalk against the slate.
3
and
hours.
they would allow their hand to
you
write.
do
And the idea
uptime,
was the
okay.
hand was moving outside of their own conscious awareness, and that it was a spirit that was channeling through them and could give messages for the people at the seance. It's called automatic writing. I'm going to try this with you. I'm also going to try it with Sally in the room, but I'm going to cover Sally
Well,
up
the uptime works
so that
anyways.
we, so that
Oh, it's
she,
gonna
what
come
she does
she's
in the
gonna
room
get
doesn't influence what we
possessed.
do here, all right? So, also I would ask people at home if you want to do this too. Obviously at home you won't be channeling any spirits, but if you can take part in this, you'll find it interesting just to see what happens and how your
You're
hand
doing
moves.
it, Sophie.
So would you just take a good seat back?
Wait, I
just
kind of want to do it
there,
too.
that'd
That
be
sounds
great,
kind of
thank
fun.
you.
I don't have a pen though.
And I'm going to give you a board and a pen, and just rest the end of the nib against the board there. Now just look at me.
Wait, I want to get a pen.
And what's really important here again is that you can allow yourself just to get into a kind of a comfortable, relaxed trance state, which is exactly...
He's hypnotizing her. Wait, I'm going to grab a pen real quick. I know where one is.
exactly what the mediums used to do. They used to get... That's very good, thank you.
I don't know what he's going to do. I
Just
haven't
let your
seen
eyes
this one.
close and your head drop down. Okay, great. So, what I'd like you to do, and can we get sound contact with Sally, please? Sally, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sally as well, I'd like you to pick up the board and pen.
Okay.
Take the nib off the pen.
Yeah.
And hold the end of the pen just against the board, and at home do the same thing with the end of your pen against the paper that you're leaning on. I'm going to start trying to get a bit of information about which spirit or which one of the students we might be contacting tonight, all right? And we're
What
going
does
to
he
try
mean,
and
the
get
nib? Like the very...
where the student lived, what city they came from. So, Amy, all you're going to do is just to imagine whatever the spirit is that you have in mind, whatever
Oh my God, I
student
wrote
dream
one. Oh
from
my God, this is
her or his
weird.
picture, just to begin to move your hand now. And it's a city that you're going to write, but don't think about what you're writing. And also,
I just
Sally, as you
wrote
do this,
something.
just allow your hand to write. It doesn't matter what you write.
Okay.
You just allow the hand to move wherever it wants to go.
The fuck is that?
Okay. Can the camera come in and see this, please, Jono? Can we come in and see this? All right, that's fantastic. I'm going to turn this slightly so the camera can see. Okay. Now, I'm not going to mention the name of the city, but what I'd like you to do is just
That's not
come
what I
back to me
wrote.
and just open your eyes. Great, thank you so much. And I'm just going to show everybody here what
Proxa,
we've got.
hi!
Okay, I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want Sally hearing in the other room. Any particular reason why you wrote that without saying what it is?
No, I sort of put the pen to it and it sort of did it without even thinking. It was like sort of doing it for me. It was really weird.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it's a big city, but obviously you could have written absolutely anything. I'm going to go over to Sally and find out what she wrote. I'm going to open this now so we can see her. I didn't want that influencing you. Sally, just tell us, what city did you write?
London.
Can you hold it up and just show the camera just so we can see that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the right way up, but there you go.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, London, I suppose, is a fairly large, obvious city. Maybe that's why you both wrote it. I don't know. However, two
Oh, that
out
guy's
of
like,
the
nah.
12 students, only two, in fact, did come from London. I'm not going to say which two they were because I don't want to influence anything that happens later on.
Oh, so
We're now
maybe
gonna
one
take
of
a
them
break.
came from the one I
For
wrote.
the next part, you're going to want to get a wine glass and some letters of the alphabet to put around in a circle around the glass.
Well,
you can
I'm
use
not doing
Scrabble
that.
tiles, or you can just use bits of paper with letters written on them.
I
We're
actually
going to use
do-
a Ouija board in the next section. If you don't want to do that or you don't want to watch it because you've got objections, religious or otherwise, that's
Oh my
fine. Just
God,
please switch off and do not
spooky.
watch the rest of the show. Otherwise, we'll see you in a bit. So we're going to go downstairs, and I want to
Yeah,
give you the
mine
box
has
of
to
envelopes
too.
to take down with you.
This
All
is
right?
so
Okay, let's go.
We're getting subliminal.
I don't know what's going on, but my grandmother, she died yesterday, and I can see her in front of me right now. I can
Yeah, I'm not
see
doing the
her
wine
face.
glass.
Great, if you can all come round here for me. Welcome back to Elton Hall, where
Yeah, I'm
in
not doing that.
1974 12 students died in a bizarre suicide pact. So far, we've got that the student or spirit we've contacted seems to be from London. Two of those students are from London. I'm not going to say which two
I
they
have
are
it.
yet.
I actually do have a
Now, at home,
glass in the
hopefully you've
kitchen,
made up
but I'm not
something
getting
like
it.
this. A wine glass and some letters going around the outside. What I'm using here is an
A
old
Ouija
Ouija
board,
kit that's
yeah.
been held at the Museum of the Occult in Pennsylvania for some time, which we've borrowed. At home, you're just going to do this with bits of paper and a glass. The board's very old. It goes back to 551 BC, but despite its age, nobody really knows quite what makes it work. And I'd like to do this, I think, with...
Who's breathing like that?
maybe with you. Can I move you around just to that side? Is that all right? And you here, that'd be great. And perhaps, is it John?
You thought you
Can
needed
come through just here into the
lettuce?
centre? That's great. And I'd like you three just to place your
Letters,
fingers for me. It's both
yeah.
fingers like this on the bowl of the glass. Both fingers of both hands.
Oh, so he's doing like a makeshift
Right.
Ouija board?
So just everybody, just for a moment, just concentrating here on the top of the glass. Now the way this works is you just allow the glass, when we ask questions, to just move and go where it wants to go. You don't push it, but you don't stop it either. All right? Now,
I
the
kind of
first
want to say
question
what I
always asked of
wrote,
the
but
board
I don't
is,
know if
is
it's
there a
completely
spirit
wrong or
present?
completely off, so...
And if there is, the glass will move to the letter Y. That's Y for yes, which is down here at the moment by Holly. And at home, you do the same thing if you haven't already. Place your fingers on the bowl of the glass and concentrate on the glass as you do this.
Stop hypnotize
Just
me.
allow it to move. You don't push it,
Stop,
you
don't
stop
look
it
into his
either.
eyes.
You ready?
He's
You ready?
hypnotizing
You happy
us.
to do this? So let's ask. Is there a spirit present?
Yes, there is.
It's okay, we can just wait. And at home as well, you may find this takes a while before it starts to move. It's focusing on the top of the glass.
I don't even know what mine is.
Okay, let's just
It's
stop there for a
American
second and
plate.
move your
I've heard
fingers
of
from the
it, but I
glass.
don't know if it's a city
Okay,
or a
that's
state.
fine. Let me
I
just
actu-
maybe
I
move a
actually
couple of
don't
you
know.
around. So, do you want to go around there, Amy?
Okay.
Let me change you for Clayton. Clayton, can you come here? Thank you. It's really important that you absolutely focus on the glass. Take a deep breath in and out. Is there a spirit?
Yeah, what's yours? I'm
present?
so curious.
Whoa.
You want me to say mine? Okay.
Don't stop it, don't freak out. Just keep watching it, keep watching the glass and just let it go. It'll pick up speed if it wants to.
Yeah,
And
they're
it'll
in
take a
London,
moment to
so I
find the
assume it's
ball,
pretty
as it's called,
cold.
to settle on where the letters are. Keep it going, keep focusing on it.
Yay, thank you for the follow.
It'll take a moment to do this.
No, that's not the right letter. That's not my
Doing
letter.
brilliantly, just let it go to the letter it wants to.
I'll tell you what I wrote.
Just
I
keep
wrote
focusing on the glass.
Vancouver.
When it's found the board
And
and
I
the
don't
shape
know
of the
why,
board, it'll
it's
settle on
just
the
what
letter
I
it wants
thought.
to, and then you feel it just stop.
Like the I don't know what it is. Isn't Vancouver? I don't know. It's a place in America, right? Vancouver, or is it? Or is it in Canada? Canada,
Okay.
Canada.
Let go for a second.
I don't know. I don't know where it is.
You all right?
Oh, it's in Canada. Okay.
You done anything like that before? No. No. All right. But the skeptics say they're just pushing the glass around. Were you pushing the glass? No.
Canada.
Were you
Yeah.
pushing it? Right. You weren't pushing it. No, neither of you were. All right. And also, I want to point out there's nothing on the glass, nothing that makes it move. Have a look. Hang on to that for a second. Have a look under this. It's just a bit of plywood. The letters are stuck down.
How do I say your name, by the
But
way?
it's just a bit of plywood. There really is nothing.
Or
Nothing on there. All right.
JWST?
You happy with that? All right. Fingers back on the glass. We'll do it again.
Very
Okay, so now we're going to ask the
Canadian-y.
spirit its name. You all right? Carry on? Yeah. Okay, fingers back on there. Here's what I want you all to do, and at home I want you to do the same thing. You put your fingers on the glass. All of you have in mind the name of one of the students that drew you to it through the pictures, all right? So what I need you all to do for me is to think of the name of the student that you have in mind. If there really were a spirit trying to get through here, we would all be thinking of the same name because that picture would have drawn us all to it. That's probably not going to happen, but just concentrate on the name that you have in mind and we'll just let whatever comes through happen. Spirit, tell us your name. Tell us. Now you might also find this starts to get quite fast, all right? And it can be a little odd. Okay, that's a letter. That's a J, all right?
Nope.
Let's just
That's
let it
not
keep
my
going.
that's
You might
not
find
my
it picks
one.
up speed, that it starts to get a bit brutal. That's fine. You just keep going with it. Don't let it freak you out. A. You okay? N.
Oh, it was a city.
Whoa. Okay. All right. Okay, let's take a
Spirit,
second.
settle down.
So the name Jane was spelt. What was that like? What was that like? What did that feel like?
Well, it's what I was thinking of.
It's exactly what mine was. The photo that I picked.
Oh, you got Jane? Oh, wow.
You're right. You're okay. It's okay. All right. So
I didn't.
you were we
Maybe I didn't
you
follow
were-
his instructions
you were, it was
properly.
Jane's photograph that drew you to it. All of you?
Yeah.
Not you.
I didn't know. Me neither.
Who did you have?
I had Patty.
Patty?
I had Tina.
Tina? Anybody else?
Jane.
Jane. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. That's 10 of you who had Jane. All right. Out of 12.
So it's like
But we shouldn't
what he
get too
was,
carried
the
away
instructions
just
he was
because there
saying.
are
I guess the
also
most
potentially
most likely
a
it
million,
was
2 million
Jane. Stop looking at me,
people,
Darren.
doing this and joining in at home. And obviously we don't know what picture drew them in, and we don't know what they began to spell out on the board. So we're only 10 people out of a
No,
much
he
larger
gave
number,
us
so
a
we
bunch of
mustn't get
names at the
carried away, although it
start,
does seem,
like subliminals.
mathematically quite extraordinary. And I think Jane was one of. Yeah. Can you have a look in there? Get Jane's. They've each got an envelope. Just go through, find Jane's envelope for me.
I didn't. I don't think I
Right.
followed his instructions properly.
Okay, what I want you to do, can we also just let the camera see this? Just pop it on there for me. Can you just can we let the camera see? Can you read out? Just read out what it says. Just. Let me just put it there so the sound. Amy, can you just read that?
Her name was Jane Dowie, address 13 Glenwood Road, London, lived in room G7 and trained at Elton Hall from 1970 to 1974.
Yeah, it's Glentworth Road. I think it's difficult to read upside down, but she was one of the students from London. Yeah, it is a bit weird, and I think I have a feeling that.
Yeah, I was
G7
confused too, but I think he was doing it to Like the words he was saying were very like subliminal. So it's like the most likely for it to land on was probably Jane.
Hang on, we get sound contact
So
with
it just
Sally.
gives people a sense of,
Sally, can you hear us?
whoa, how did he do
I want to know
that?
the room number that you're in.
Because he's trying to prove like
I think we've got sound
against
contact with Sally. We'll just get that back.
mediums.
Hang on. Sally, can you hear us? Sally? Sally, can you hear us?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Sally, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes?
Yeah.
Can you just tell us, because we didn't see earlier on, can you remember the number of the room that you're in at the moment?
Number 7.
Oh, God. All right, okay, that's not right. All right, okay, listen,
not
Sally,
right.
it turns out I think you're actually in the room number that the student that we've contacted, Jane, it was her room, all right?
It was her room.
All right, so we're going to come and get you. We're going to come and take you out now.
Oh, thank God for that.
All right? Are you okay?
No, don't.
What's...
Darren?
Yes?
Please, just let
Yeah,
me out.
we're coming to get you now. Someone's coming to get you now. Are you all right?
There's loads of noise. Oh.
Pardon?
Will you just come quick?
Yeah, we're coming to get you right now. Someone's on their way, all
Darren,
right?
just don't let anything
Oh, did he
happen to
keep
me.
showing the number? Yeah, I didn't even notice that. That would have been a
They're coming to get you now.
subliminal.
Stand by the door, okay?
Yeah, you stand by the door. We'll be there just 1 second. Someone's coming to get you right
Just
out.
be quick, please don't.
Okay, we're going to take a break.
I don't remember
Sally's,
seeing the number
just been
7.
taken out of the room now. We're going to take a break for the next part.
But he didn't say to write a
It's gonna
number,
happen in
did he?
pitch black. At home, you may wish to turn the lights out in your own room. I need you just to
No,
fold up
thank
your
you.
pocket and leave Jane's envelope in the other room. Okay, you all right?
I'm not. No, I don't know if I want to watch this one. That sounds kind of scary. Is he gonna spook us too? The ghost is gonna appear in our room.
Hi, Derren. It's Stuart. I actually saw the movement behind the curtain.
Oh God, I don't want to see something
At
scary.
a corresponding time in my
Oh my God,
flat,
Faye would really
I
have
saw it
nightmares
pushing the
from
back.
this.
So that was pretty amazing. Anyway, thanks. Bye.
Oh my God, it was so weird. My wardrobe, it just jerked. It jerked.
So there was no
From the other
Vancouver,
side of
I
the room,
guess?
and
Damn.
it jerked. I don't know what the hell happened. It jerked.
It
This is
jerked?
freaky, man. This is proper freaky. I never believed it before, but oh my God, it's freaky.
But he's just showing that you can do it. He's not claiming that he's anything paranormal.
I was just watching the TV program and I wrote London too. I had no control. It's not even my handwriting, and I just had this overwhelming sense that it had to be London. Weird. Thank you very much.
Okay. You want to just sort of come and have a seat around the table? Okay, and at home as well, if
Oh,
you haven't
God.
already, you need to turn the lights out in your room so that you are doing this in the dark as
Don't
well.
tell me what to do.
Okay, Sally, you're back with us. How are you doing?
I'm so grateful to you guys.
I'm going to talk to you again and make sure you know that you're all fine and so on
Yeah.
and that everything's good. Okay, so a spirit would always announce its arrival at a seance by causing a bell to ring. Okay, and this is a spirit bell. You can see it's just a metal frame with a little bell on the top there. The cup here is actually an athletics prize that we tracked down for the year that the suicides took place. The idea is that you use objects which will be familiar to the spirits or somehow from the same period. The ball is actually a seance ball. The idea is it's fairly light and sort of easy for the spirits to affect. Okay? You can see they're all daubed with luminous paint. This is so that you can see them in the dark. So now one of you has to be a medium for the purposes of the seance. It's not going to be me, but I will help you and guide you through it. So I'm going to choose one of you at random, and I've got 11 cards here for you. Sally, I don't think you should get through this. So I'm going to draw a cross on one of them, mix these up, and basically just ask you each just to take one. Don't look at them yet, but whoever's got the cross will be the medium, all right? So if you just sort of spread them out a bit on the table, and just pull them over to you, but don't look at them yet. Now, obviously none of you is a medium nor has trained to be one, but whoever holds the cross at the moment will absolutely become an effective medium for this seance. That means you will be able to channel the spirit of Jane, and when I talk to you, you'll be able to answer me as Jane and absolutely be her. Okay, so just all turn over your cards. Who's got the cross?
Oh,
Holly,
okay,
can
see
just show the
you. Thank
camera
you for
just
the
so,
follow.
Great. Thank you.
Have a good
All right.
one.
So, Holly, basically, Jane will be able to come through you. I'll talk you through it, and then at a certain point I will say, Jane, are you there? Jane, can I speak to you? And at that point, you're just going to let her come through. You happy doing that? Yep?
I think so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but what
this is the
about
time for
Dave
the
from
camera crew to
Vancouver?
leave, so I'd like you guys to go, which will leave just us alone in the room with remote control cameras, night vision cameras that are around the room, all right? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask you all to join hands with the people on either side of you, so do that now.
Yeah, I hope there's going to be some twist at the end where we were actually right.
Everybody just take a deep breath in and out. And in. You're breathing at the same rate and speed as each person on either side of you. Not only that, but you're breathing in unison with everybody in the circle. You must now keep this circle unbroken. You keep tight hold of the person on either side of you. Whatever you do, you keep the circle unbroken. And Holly, as we do this, I want you just to begin to allow Jane's presence to just form. You'll be able to do this brilliantly, and you just let that start to come to the surface now and just feel that in there. What I want everybody now to do in the room is to move into a welcoming state. I want you to think of a time when you've really been eager to see somebody, maybe somebody you're meeting at an airport that you haven't seen for a long time, somebody that you are in love with, or somebody that you really want to see and you really want to welcome. And Jane, we welcome you here in this room. The 13 of us welcome you here. Everybody now, again, just focusing on the breathing as well, with your eyes open, breathing in. And then letting it out. And in. And out. And Jane, now as we sit here in this room, we welcome you here. We make this a place of welcoming for you. Holly, I would like you to say to Jane now that she is welcome to be here in the room. Will you say that for me?
Jane, you're welcome to be here in the room.
You're not welcome.
Right. Absolutely welcome. Just here in the room, Jane. I want you to feel comfortable. And I want you to make your presence felt by moving the cup for us. Holly, I want you to ask Jane to show her presence by moving the cup.
Jane, show your presence by moving the cup.
Just be present here.
Oh my god, if something on my desk moved right now, I'd freak
be welcome
out.
here. And just moving the cup, Jane, just to let us know that you're here and feel
Move
welcome
the
in the
cup,
room.
Jane. Oh my god, the eyes.
Okay, we're going to turn our attention to the ball instead. Everybody focusing on the ball. Jane, just allow your presence now to be felt just by moving the ball for us so we can see that you're here. Holly, ask Jane to show us that she's here by moving the ball to let us know that she's here.
Jane, move the ball to let us know that you are here.
That's right. As we welcome Jane into the room. Just allowing that presence to be here. Okay. Let's turn our attention back to the cup.
Oh, wait, I didn't just scream. Damn it.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, keep the circle unbroken.
I wanted to turn down before they screamed.
Keep the circle unbroken.
Oh my god.
Keep the circle unbroken.
Wait, what the fuck?
Unbroken.
Oh my god.
Circle unbroken. Keep the circle unbroken.
What is going on?
Jane? Jane, talk to us now. Be here. How old are you?
They're not even showing the ball.
Jane, what can you see? What are you aware of?
There's lots of people around.
Oh god, she's
And what are they
possessed.
They look like they're having fun.
And where are you, Jane? Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm in my house.
And what's happening in your house?
Everyone's here. The whole village. Everyone.
The whole village, everyone's there. Okay, that's really good. Is there anybody there you can go and play with? Anybody you know?
Yeah, I've got lots of friends here.
Can you go and play with your best friend? Is she there?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Lucy.
Lucy, excellent. Well, I'd like you to go, and I'd like you to go and play with Lucy. Is that all right? So I can talk to you when you're a little bit older. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go and play with Lucy. That's right, so I can talk to you when you're
There wasn't a 6-year-old in the
15, Jane.
pictures.
So just come to us now, Jane, when you're 15. Jane, are you there? How old are you now?
15.
Good. Okay, Jane, I want you to be welcome here.
Ooh, why'd he
You
click?
happy to talk to us for a little bit?
Yeah.
He did a little
Good,
click.
okay. I'm going to ask you a few
Hypnosis.
questions, if that's all right. A few questions about yourself.
Okay.
Jane, you had or have a cat, yes?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of the cat? Tell us the name of the cat.
Harry.
Harry. Okay.
Harry the cat.
Thank you for that. And everybody, just breathing and just focusing. That's great. And it's just being a nice, welcoming place. That's good. And Jane, there's a train ride. You used to go and see your grandmother on the train.
Uh-huh.
That's right. Because she wasn't well, was she?
No, she was really poorly.
Okay. Can you tell us where that was? Where did you go on the train?
Thank you, Fox.
London.
To London. Okay. What does your father do for a living, Jane?
He's a builder.
A builder?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I think, Jane, I'm going to ask you to leave us now. Thank you for being here and being comfortable with us and comfortable to talk to us, okay? So I'm going to let you go now. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Thank you, Jane. You can go now. Go now, Jane. Thank you. Okay. What happened? I'm going to light.
What are they seeing?
Keep a circle. I'm going to just unbreak the circle here, and I'm going to light the candle. Everybody, all right? Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Okay, so I'm going to turn the light on.
Shit.
We're going to bring the camera crew back in. Can we get the crew in, please?
No, you can't break the circle, Seffi. That's bad.
Everyone screaming. I just heard these two screaming. I was screaming. Fucking hell. Did they both feel that? No. Yeah. Did anybody else see that ball coming straight to my head? It was above my head.
Scream now signs drop from the ceiling. She broke out of the trance and saw Derren Brown with that stare.
Okay, I want to ask you individually things about what you were feeling, all right? Because it's really important as well that we know that. So, Holly, what were you just saying?
I could tell there was movement in the darkness. There was something moving round in front of me, and it was like it was bouncing off these two and coming back into me.
And what about because I asked you some questions, or asked Jane some questions through you, as it were, during that. Those answers that you were giving, I mean, where were they coming from as far as you were concerned?
No idea.
No idea, okay. You can remember the answers that you gave?
I wonder if he's going to explain it at the end, because sometimes he explains
a train ride
what's actually
to
happening.
London. Although we had the only address we had for her was a London address, but I think when she was younger...
Oh God,
she
this is
didn't live in
so...
London, she
3
lived elsewhere.
hours?
Didn't I say village?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around Manchester, I think. I think we did have the details on that, but the address of when she was older, when she was... what is it?
Because earlier when you were doing the board, and we were all talking about what city we would put, and I said Manchester. Manchester.
Really?
Yeah.
She put Manchester?
Okay. And you mentioned that the father was a builder, all right, but it's really important that I ascertain those answers they didn't relate to anything anyone or me had said to you earlier on, or anything you'd done earlier on. There was no prepping, you had no idea what you were going to say, it was just...
Just completely from her, obviously.
So you know Holly a bit. What was that like, knowing her and being next to her and feeling that?
It wasn't even her voice, and it was just like, it was just so strange, and she was like rocking, and it just wasn't her, and that was what scared me the most. It just wasn't her at all.
All right, Jess, you've got an envelope. This is Jane's envelope. Let me just explain. So if you open it up, there's a couple of things in there. I want you to take out what's inside. I'll explain what we did. We got a friend or relative, somebody that was still alive, of each of the students to just write us a little thing about what sort of a person they were, just a couple of paragraphs about that. There's also for each one, the disc here is a disc that we had made of, which we had transferred of some home movie footage as well that we were able to get. We got something personal for each one of them too. And I think in this case it was Jane's brother that did this for us. Holly, I'm going to ask you to put the disc into the DVD player behind you. Press play, if you can see that. It'll take a second to come through. That's great. Can you just open the letter for me? I'd like you to read it out just as we...
Dear Derren, Jane was an incredibly affectionate and loving sister, as well as being intelligent. I could talk to her about anything. I miss her greatly after her tragic death.
Did she spell his
Although she
name
never
wrong?
fulfilled her ambition of qualifying for a
Derren?
nurse, her training could not have been better timed, as Jane often used to catch a train to London to tend to her grandmother during her illness. It was in her nature to be caring when she was younger. She pretended that Harry, her cat, was ill, so that she could look after him. Our dad, until his early retirement, he worked as a builder, and he was also extremely proud of her. With thanks, Mark Dowie.
Thanks for reading that out.
So how did he subliminally give Harry the cat?
Okay. That's it. All right, we're not going to do anything else. And I really want to thank you for doing this. It's been quite, quite a ride. And I hope you sort of look back on this as something quite exhilarating. It was, for me, I mean, it was a psychological experiment. I mean, that's what I do, and you know that. And I knew when you were looking at the photographs and the way that I arranged the photographs and the instructions that I gave you, I knew that most of you, if not all of you, but most of you would be drawn to Jane. And I knew that that one seed would be planted. And I knew that from that, you would create a seance around you. And the Ouija board is a really interesting phenomenon. It works by something called idiomotor suggestion. You do actually push the glass yourself. You just have no awareness of doing it. And we've got a room upstairs with some pizza and drinks and thing in it. So we'll go up there and I'll just talk to you a bit more about it all and make sure you're all absolutely okay. Sally, you've been astounding, and thank you for that. And Holly, thank you for being just great with that. Okay. Before you go, something I'd like to show you. I need to show you something. Just stay there for a second for me.
Is it Dave from Vancouver? Come on, where's my one?
Hi, I'm doing the lettering thing at home on my own. I've spelled out Jane. I don't know what's happening. I've got really upset and I'm in tears. This is really freaky.
Someone just called in. Okay.
Hiya. Hello. How you doing? Excellent, cool. All right.
Bit of a
okay, I'm gonna
kiss.
take you in. Are you cold now?
Is that Jane?
Yeah. It's freezing, isn't it?
She's
go and meet you guys.
alive. Wait, that's it? He's not. Okay, that was That's the ending. He just walks off with Jane. Okay. It reminds me of that one Medium where an interviewer was like, how did this woman die, da 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 da, and she said all this stuff and she's like, actually this woman is me when I was a kid. Or no, actually this girl is me, not a woman, when I was a kid.
Is best known as the evil hypnotist of Georges du Maurier's 1894 novel Trilby. Du Maurier most likely took the
So
name
it's
from
3 hours
another
because it's like a
enigmatic
bunch of
character,
episodes, I guess.
A mute 6-year-old boy who'd performed in Hungary 100 years before.
Powers, isn't it?
During his performances, Svengali would tap out letters on a board, and through some secret ability,
Oh,
would
this
even
is
appear to
like a
possess members
compilation
the
of
audience.
ghost ones, I guess.
But what most intrigued his spectators was the fact that Svengali was not made of flesh and blood like you or me. He was a machine, an automaton built in 1760 by an artist called Hugo von Lavasht. Hugo had modeled the features of his creation on a death mask of his own son, whom he'd lost to influenza at the age of 6. Many speculated as to what trick lay behind his machine. Eventually, von Lavasht hid it from the prying public and seemed to enter an obsessive, private relationship with his fabricated son. And rather than sleep, he would
Optometrist?
work
No,
in
it's an
dim candlelight,
automaton.
to the extent that he went blind within a few years.
Oh.
Unable then to operate his beloved automaton, he soon became paranoid and deluded and lost everything he had. Von Lavasht died penniless at the turn of the 19th century.
Oh, is he
The
voicing
doll
this
passed
over
through the
to a
hands of his
crowd?
creditors
Oh.
And later a small number of collectors. 5 years ago, it was bought by an anonymous bidder at an auction in Philadelphia. Its current whereabouts remain a closely guarded secret.
I was like sped up now.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. I propose a game. Let's play a game. I propose a game. Something's missing. What's
Okay.
missing? My shoe. Very good. Well observed. I'm only wearing one shoe. I have here a shiny shoe. Here a fairly stinky sock. Where is my other shoe? I hear you ask. Thank you, 6 people. I'll tell you where my other shoe is. I have hidden my other shoe somewhere in Nottingham. More specifically, in this box here.
Or if you like, in this box here, or if you prefer, in that box there. So here's the game. You try and guess which box contains my shoe. If you guess correctly, you win my shoe. You can have it.
The
and
last
I'll perform the whole
one.
of the rest of the show wearing only one shoe. That's the game. The game has a name. The name of the game is Derren, please tell me where I might find your other shoe. So without any further ado, let's play a round of Derren, please tell me where I might find your other shoe.
Please tell me where I might find Darren's other shoe, if you'd be so kind. Please tell me where I
The
might
last one
find
that he
other shoe,
unveiled,
if
the
you
first
don't mind.
one.
Box number 1, box number 2, box number 3. You're going to vote
One.
as an audience with your applause. So applaud if you think it's in box number 1.
Yay! I can't
Applaud if you think it's in
clap.
box number 2. Very good. And if you think it's in number
No,
3,
it's
applaud
one,
now.
Sophie.
Number 3 is wrong. As I'm afraid was your second choice. Number 2 also wrong. It was in fact over
It was
here
me.
in box number 1. Never mind.
It was the
Give
way he
yourselves a
said
hand. You
it.
did your best. It's not too difficult to manipulate an entire crowd, but the fewer of you there are, the more of a challenge it is. So let's make this a little more difficult and do this with just a couple of you. Put your hand up if you are here with your partner. All right, so I've never quite managed to get this up into the balcony on a first attempt before. Oh, yes! Up you get, stand up, both of you, up you get. Gonna get a microphone too, should be one just coming
Sounds
along
like
now.
it'd
What are
be
your
a
names?
pretty cool show to go to.
Louise and Ian.
Louise and Ian. How long have you been together for, Louise and Ian, if those are your real names?
Nearly 10 years.
Nearly 10 years. Excellent. Good. All right. Excellent. Let's play another round of Derren. Please tell me where I might find your other shoe.
Please tell me where I might find Darren's other shoe, if you'd be so kind. Please tell me where I might find his other shoe, if you don't mind.
Okay, Louise and
Oh, I wasn't
Ian.
watching him.
Ian and Louise, I'm going to
Just
want a
to be
joint
dancing.
decision from you. So one you both agree on, and obviously it goes without saying, it is a completely free choice. Now, what's interesting is this. Ian is on the left, Louise is on the right. So Ian will be naturally drawn to box number 1, the one on the left, and Louise will be naturally drawn to box number 3, the one on the right, because we're drawn to things closest to us. But the reason why this is interesting is that I want a joint decision. So if between them they go for number 1, we can presume that Ian is the dominant partner in this relationship. Because Louise will have submitted to his natural instinct.
think
And
it's
likewise,
one
if they go for number
again.
3, we can presume that Louise is the decision maker in this household. Is that clear, both of you, first of all, that we are judging you, yes?
Yes.
Yes? Academic in this case, because we can hear that he's taken the microphone and decided to speak for both of them. They could, of course, go for number 2, although that to me would suggest a lack of leadership in the household. Any kids then tend to grow up without a strong sense of a moral framework. They end
It
up
could be 2.
lazy
then.
and listless, and what we might think of nowadays.
I wasn't watching
as
what he was
drug
doing. I
addicts,
was busy
sadly.
dancing.
Entirely up to you. 1, no, or 3. Joint decision, please, and Ian, don't stand for any nonsense.
1, no, or 3. Is he trying to make them not guess 2
Is that a
then?
joint
Must be 2.
No.
Right. Secret of 10 happy years, though. Go on. Joint decision, please. You can have number 3 if you like. I just want a joint decision.
Number 1.
Oh, shut up, damn
Louise, is
it.
that a joint decision?
I'm happy to go
I
with
think
that.
it's
Happy to go with
2.
number 1. Okay, number 1 is wrong. So what's it going to be? Shit kids or Louise is the best?
3.
3.
Yeah, see,
You wanna
they
change
don't
your
want to pick 2 because the way
You should
he's
always change
saying
your mind.
it.
I'm sorry you were wrong.
Even though it's
You
obviously
should always change
2.
your mind. It was in number 2. Give them a hand, though. I'm sorry. You should always change your mind. And there's a good reason why. There's a good reason why you should always change your mind, which I will explain to you, because I think these things are important and you won't hear it anywhere else. So let's try this for the most difficult situation of all now, which is just with one person. Downstairs in the stalls, put your hand up if you are a lady here for your birthday. Put your hands up. If I throw this out, can you get that to somebody with their hand up? Doesn't need to be the... Oh, beautifully done. Up you get, madam.
What the hell?
What's your name? Abby. Now, you did catch that right out the end, but we don't know each other, do we? There's nothing going on. Abby, all right. When's your birthday? Today or?
Sunday.
Sunday? A round of applause for Abby. It was her birthday on Sunday. Okay, that's enough. Got to crack on. Abby, you need to make a decision of 1, 2, or 3. So you can't change your mind. I'm going to ask you to write it down. There's an usher out there in the aisle with a pen and paper. Would you mind, Abby, just heading out? And we'll play one final round of Derren. Please tell me where I might find your other shoe.
Darren's footwear must be somewhere. Where could his footwear be? Darren's footwear must be somewhere. Where specifically?
Okay, Abby. Have you made your mind up?
Yep.
Okay, so let me tell you what was going on in my head as I put it in one of these boxes. In round number 1, it was in box number 1, yes? And then round number 2, it was in box number 2, which leaves box number 3 is the obvious choice for round number 3, but too obvious. You might think we can disregard it because Abby is doing her best not to appear
Oh, it
obvious.
might actually
That's
be
where
in
it gets
3
interesting,
now.
because she will disregard it, but the moment she disregards it, she is then playing the role of somebody trying to catch me out. And then it ceases to be a random 1 in 3 choice, and it becomes the far more predictable choice of what does somebody do when they're trying to catch me out, which, of course, is to go for the most obvious choice, because it will seem less obvious, specifically because of its overabundance of obviosity. So I'm hoping that you, as everybody does, went for number 3. Which one did you go for?
3.
Number 3, good, all right. So, as did they, so I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'll give you a chance to change your mind. I'll show you, as I did them, it's not in box number 1, all right? Just as I showed Louise and Ian up there, so it's not in box number 1. You now have a choice. You can either stick with 3 or change your mind to number 2. Similar choice to what they had up there.
It's in
now, your gut
3.
will tell you, as it did with them, to stick with number 3, because I think, well, it's 50-50, isn't it now? So if I change your numbers right the first time, I'd kick myself, so I might as well stick with. Here's the point. 2 boxes does not necessarily mean 50-50. You're actually twice as likely to win now if you change your mind to number 2. which is counterintuitive, but it is true. So let me explain to you why this is true. Imagine there were
Can you
100
see what he's
boxes.
doing?
100 boxes, only one of which contains
Ooh.
the shoe. This is why you should always change your mind. All right? And I ask Abby to guess which one she thinks is in. Now, because there's 100, we can presume she'll be wrong, right? There's only 1 in 100 chance she'll be right. So let's say she went for number 1. All right? Now, obviously, I know which one contains the shoe, and clearly we can presume it's going to be in one of the other 99 here. And I only want to leave her with one other choice, so I start eliminating. I eliminate 98 of these boxes by opening them up and showing them empty, leaving her number 1, and for some reason, number 84. That's the one I don't open up. You now have a choice. Do you stick with number 1, the one you plucked out the air at random, or do you go for number 84, the only one that I didn't open up? Clearly, it is in number 84. Yes, it's in number 84. So 2 boxes, but self-evidently not 50-50. And the maths is very straightforward. We already know number 1 is a 1 in 100 choice. That's going to be wrong. Yes, that's the wrong one. Meaning number 84 now has to be a 99 out of 100 choice. Yes, it's going to be the right one. Exactly the same here with only 3 boxes. Your choice here is a 1 in 3 choice because you plucked it out the air at random, which means that this one, following the elimination, is now 2 out of 3. You are twice as likely to win if you change your mind. So you can either stick with your gut and stick with number 3, or you can trust the maths and change to number 2. But you're going to get it wrong because everybody does. So let's put some money on it. 'Cause it was your birthday on Sunday. What have we got? 50? Ooh, 100, 155. £5. £5.
I think it's in 3,
So you will get
but...
this wrong. What are you going to do? Are you going to stick with number 3 and trust your gut, or are you going to trust the maths and change number 2? And I'll tell you, Abby, no one ever changes their mind.
I'll stick with my gut.
Sticking with number 3, yes?
Yep.
And you're wrong. I'm sorry, I did everything
Oh,
I
he
could to help.
switched it up
You should
at the
always
end.
trust the maths. Give her a hand. It was in number 2. I'm sorry.
He was like changing his voice and his gestures
And I'm afraid,
to manipulate the answer,
birthday or no, Abby,
but he
you
did
not
it
win the
differently the
fiver either.
last part.
Nope. Not even real money. Thank you for coming. Thank you. There are, and I was just told this number before I came out,
Ruined her birthday.
1,499 of you here tonight. 1499. Remember that number, 1499 of you here tonight. So thank you for that. Means you packed the place out. And before the show started, some of you wrote down your most embarrassing secret confessions. Thank you for doing this. Those of you that did, you might have missed it if you came in late. People wrote down their most embarrassing secret confessions. Gentlemen at the end, what's your name? Milan. Milan, what do you... Anything you like. You see, the more you try... It is weird. And it looked like a little boy. Specifically, the dead son of its inventor. He'd modelled the likeness on a death mask of his own son that he made when his son died, and then became so obsessed with perfecting that likeness that he drove himself mad, lost everything he had. And after he died, the doll passed through the hands of various collectors, people in inner magic circles, occultists, all of whom were obsessed with discovering Svengali's secrets. 50 years ago, it disappeared completely. No one knew where it was. 5 years ago, it turned up at an auction in Philadelphia, where it was bought by an anonymous bidder. That anonymous bidder was me, and I have Svengali here tonight to perform for you. So he's what's known as a true automaton. A true automaton means it's completely self-contained. There is no one inside or outside operating him. He contains over 150 yards of brass tubing, over 3,000 cogs that make him work, and he wouldn't normally perform for an audience this size. It would be 30 or 40 of you at the most. So we have a camera set up so that you can get a better view of him. So I spent the last 4 years restoring him. He needed a lot of work and a lot of love. The winding happens before the show. It takes about 6 minutes. This is just the final tightening that does need to be done now. But following his restoration, he is now back in his original performing state. This I find extraordinary. I ring a bell, and a piece of clockwork responds to the sound of the bell. It knows that the bell has been rung. Now, we've had his own sounds amplified. There's a microphone in there just so that you can hear him, but he responds to the sound of the bell. Watch. So people began to believe that this doll had some kind of supernatural ability. And the restorers of people at the back of the demonstration say the doll had possessed them, had taken them over, and they'd become cataleptic, unable to move. And von Lavash encouraged this belief that the doll could possess people. He became something of a charlatan in his later years. And the act would include a demonstration of a member of the audience possessed by the doll. That's what we're going to do now. Do not take part in this if you have any trouble standing, if you're not completely steady on your feet, if you have any respiratory problems, if you have any condition that might affect your hands or arms, and if you have a severe phobia of needles or injections. Do not
can't
take
be me
part.
then.
Otherwise, otherwise, take a look at his right hand. Now, the hand there you see with the maker's mark stamped onto the palm, it's carved from one piece of solid wood. So those fingers are locked together. They do not come apart. All of you, please, if you're taking part, bring up your own right hand, bring it up in front of you, and take a look at the same symbol that's been stamped onto your palm, and then close your eyes. Squeeze that hand together. Keep your fingers extended. Do not clench your fist. Lock the hand tighter and tighter into place. Good. So tight now. So tight that on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, but the more you try now to unlock that hand now, harder and harder, the more it locks, doesn't it? The hand just keeps unlocking tighter and harder. Now, there will be some people whose fingers will have come apart. They can drop their hands down, but the rest of you, the more you try to unlock that hand in front of you now,
I think
the
he's
more it keeps
seeing
unlocking and sticking tighter
who
and tighter.
gets
In a moment, I'll
hypnotized
tell
the
you to open your
most.
eyes. when you do open your eyes in a moment, the moment you see it, it will stick twice as much because your conscious mind becomes aware of it too. It just sticks twice as much. Are you ready? Do it now. Open your eyes. Take a look at it. You'll see what I mean. I want you to show everybody else how good you are at this and stand up. You must stand if your hand is locked. Keep it at eye level. Locked out there in front of you. Stand up. All of you, please, if your hands are stuck. Good. Up you get. Good. You must stand. Look at the doll. Watch what happens when I ring the bell. When I ring the bell, the doll's arm is going to come up through the air. Your own arm will rise in sympathy with the doll's. And it can come right up above your head. Are you ready? Now, there it goes. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. Up and up. Just like, good. There it goes. Lovely. Just let it happen. Take its own time. Might take a moment, then just up it goes. That's good. And it can stick right up there. As it goes right up there, it'll just stick right up there. And as you do this, take a look at the doll. In here, this little pouch is a 200-year-old lady's handkerchief. They used to use this in the act. And embroidered on one corner are 2 initials. The doll is about to put into your head the correct initials that are embroidered on this handkerchief. Are you ready? The way he'll do it is by putting into your mind, when I ring the bell again, the image of someone that you know who has the correct initials. Are you ready? It happens now. In your mind now, the image of someone you know. In your mind now, remember their initials. That person that came into your mind, remember their initials? Remember their initials. The arm locked into place now. If you try and unlock it, it just keeps unlocking and sticking tighter and tighter into place. What's this like? What does this feel like?
Weird.
It is weird, isn't it? And you can really try, but the more you try to bring it down, the more it just keeps unlocking. What's this like? Tell me.
Terrifying.
Yeah. And what if you try and force it down, what happens?
It hurts.
What's your name?
Matt.
Just come around here for me. Look at me. Look at me. Do not look at the doll. Good. You're going to keep
He's
looking this
picked
way.
him. He's been selected.
When I ring the bell, he lets go. Your arm comes down. Your fingers come apart, and that happens now. There it goes. There it goes. Arm comes down. Fingers come apart. You can sit yourselves down. Now you've got 2 hands. Give Matt a hand as you bring him up on stage. Up you come, Matt.
Oh no, he's been
Okay, Matt, you're going to come and
selected.
stand over here for me. Come and stand on this cross just there. And
He's still a ballerina.
Turn and face me, Matt. All right. Now listen, a couple of things are going to happen very quickly here.
Wait,
So
wasn't
you're
he
up into the palm of
supposed
your
to
hand.
let
Touch
go
your
of his
right a little
hand?
heavy around now. That's good. As I touch on the hand, your eyes just close. And then as the hand comes down, you can just sit and
He
humble,
walked
fall
up
right the way
like
down.
that.
Right the way deep, right the way sound asleep. I want the rest of you to take a look at his feet. You see, Svengali's feet don't move. These are locked into place. In the same way, Matt, you can think about your right foot now, and you can just let him, as you think about it, just take hold of that right foot. And as he does that, that right foot just locks into place. Your left foot, you can move. You can do what you like with your left foot. In fact, if you try and take a step forward, you find you don't get very far, because you can only move 1 foot. You can move the left foot, but the right one just locks. That's good. As soon as you try and move it, it just locks even tighter. That's very good. Now let's bring this left foot back, and now he takes that foot as well, and now both feet stick. Both feet now stick into the floor. If you try and unlock either foot, they just keep on pressing. The more you try, the more they stick, the more they just root down into the stage. That's very good, Matt. And when I touch you on the head in a moment, you can open your eyes, because you're not hypnotized, so you can open your eyes and look at me. I'm going to touch you here on the throat in a second. When I do,
That's like mockery. You're not hypnotized.
If you look at the doll, he can't talk. You see, his mouth doesn't even move. That's why he needs the alphabet.
Yeah,
in order to type out his
they
answers.
when they do this
His mouth
in
doesn't even move. When I
audiences, they
touch you
test
here,
who's
your
most
throat and vocal cords will
susceptible
stick. When
to
you try and say a word,
hypnosis.
nothing comes out. And that happens, look at me, now. Now if you try and say something, anything you like, you see, the more you try. So you can hear him breathe, he can make, but if he tries to say a word, nothing happens. How does it feel? And if you think about your right hand at the moment, Matt, that is locked into place, you see? Keep your eyes open, I want you to see what's going on here. If he tries to move that right arm, if he tried to bring it up like this, nothing happens. If he tries to move it of his own accord, nothing happens, it just locks there. Yet, when I ring the bell, the doll's right arm comes up. Watch what his right arm does. And it'll lock into place. If he tries to force it down on his own, nothing happens. It just locks tighter. That's good. You see, Matt, you can try, but it just locks. Yet, when I ring the bell again...
That'd be pretty scary if you don't understand what the fuck's happening.
That's very good, Matt. Excellent. And now I just want you to close your eyes and just relax and sink down into that sleep state. That's good. Nice and deeply. Very good. Now we're going to bring in a chair behind you. You're going to pop you back in this chair. That means he's going to release the tension. So you can relax, so you can sit straight back down. There's a chair right behind you. That's very good. Excellent. Let's just wheel you around here. You're doing very
Oh
good.
my
Your eyes
god,
remain
they got him in a
closed.
wheelchair now.
Sleep nice and deeply for me as I talk to the audience. So a lot of this was really interesting to me, but it could be explained. It could be explained through suggestion. Namely, that if the subject, like Matt here, can see the doll's arm coming up, for example, that his unconscious mind knows to copy it. What was really interesting to me is where similar things would happen, but where the subject couldn't see the doll, so it couldn't be explained through suggestion. So at the moment his eyes are closed, I want you to sit up nice and straight for us, Matt. Can't see anything that's important, his eyes are closed.
The music is so creepy.
All right, Matt, that'll seem like an odd question to you, I'm sure, but if you felt any poking or tapping, I need you to just raise one arm up in front of you. Just as a clear signal. Good. Okay, that's going to be your signal from now on that you can feel this. But actually, just while you're doing that, just bring that arm up. Just show us exactly where you felt it. Let me just check this. Excellent. Very good indeed. Okay, so we'll do it again. Each time that we do this, I want you just to signal to the audience when you feel it. It'll be in a different place and a different feeling now when we do it. That doesn't matter. Just a nice, clear signal to the audience. Just raise one arm straight up, clearly in the air, out in front of you, the moment that you feel this, here. Very good. Excellent. Raise your hand when you feel this. Here. Very good. And it wasn't just a question of the simple demonstrations of a physical rapport that springs up between the doll and the subject. This got taken to a level that became too much for the Catholic Church. In 1873, they exorcised Svengali, which is extraordinary. It's the only time in the history of the Catholic Church that a doll has gone through the entire ritual of exorcism reserved for a human being. And
I
it was
assume
precisely the
that's a fake
demonstration
story.
I
That's
will
not a
show you
real
now.
doll.
Okay. That's very good, Matt. Let's just put you right there.
My aircon's getting too cold now. I
I'm
turn it
gonna
off.
give
I
you a couple of things to
turn it
hold
on.
on
I
to.
turn it off.
Thank you very much. Now this is a blackboard, so if I rest that there, you can bring that arm up and just hold on to that there for me. That's very good. Excellent. Back on stage, just there for me. And in your other hand, a piece of chalk. Let me give you that.
Is
You
he
can just grip hold of
shivering?
that. Lovely. Now you can leave your arm just where it is, but just pay attention now to the feelings in your left arm and your left hand as the doll takes full control. You'll start to feel little movements and tugs and twitches in the arm that don't come from you, but it can just remain where it is for the moment. The rest of you, included in the sale of the doll, were a couple of other items of significance. In particular, this handkerchief here. Now, I will show this to you. Please don't say anything out loud. Obviously, he can't see anything, but I don't want him hearing either. The initials on the corner of this handkerchief are...
I don't think it's a historical
that
thing. I think he just made
So
that
paying
up.
attention now to the feelings in that left arm and that left hand, Matt, as the doll starts to take control. That's good. The left arm, always known as the devil's arm, always used for any kind of possession ritual.
The devil's. Oh no, he is the devil.
The word sinister comes from the Latin for left-handed. It has a long history of association with the occult. When I ring the bell in a moment, Matt, the doll will bring your arm up and across to the board, and he will write through you just the first of those two initials, nice and clearly
Where
on the
looks
board.
like the
So,
right
Garnet,
side of the
would you please
brain?
write for us, through Matt, the first of the two initials on the board, nice and clearly. Would you do that for us now?
D.
Very good. That's very good indeed. Let's do this again. Svengali, would you please write for us through Matt the second
How
of
is
the
he
two
doing?
initials.
This
Do that
is
for us
like
now.
impressive magicianness.
Excellent. That's very good. And now the doll relinquishes all control. He lets go of you. Now you will feel a change happen. You'll feel a shift inside you. You'll feel a weight lifting from you. You'll feel your limbs relaxing. Your throat will open up. You'll feel that weight shifting from you. When you're quite ready to come back to us, you'll be able
It
to
must
open
be
your eyes.
yeah. That's interesting.
Thank you, Matt. Let me just take this from you. So you wrote there, I think that's a D and an S. Now, or at least your arm wrote that. What did that feel like? Did it feel like you were moving your own arm?
No, it felt really,
Isn't-
really weird. Like,
Isn't
like, I got control of it.
left-handedness
I
also
was sort of-
associated with
I was sort of
ADHD
trying
or
to
something?
fight it,
Or like
but it was just
ambidextrous?
drawing mine to the board. And it
More
felt really
likely or
shaky, like I
something?
couldn't write properly.
Against your own will, you were trying to stop it.
Yeah.
Stand up for me. Let me show you what happened. So yes, you wrote a D and an S, right? Now, if you just come and stand here for me, facing the front. This is a 200-year-old lady's handkerchief, so they would use this in the act. They said that it was von Lavash's childhood sweetheart.
I don't remember where I
Probably wasn't
heard
true, but
that.
There are two initials on it. Can you read those initials?
DS.
D and an S. I'm going to hang on to you for a second. I think you are very good at this. I think you've got a natural affinity for
Music
this.
stopped.
And, which is essentially, it's empathy. It's having people with high levels of empathy are very good at this, which is a nice thing. Also ties in with bravery, being brave. Yeah, we'll do it tonight. We'll do it tonight with Matt. Get a couple of chairs, please, on the table.
What's he gonna do?
And the stuff as well. Excellent. Sit yourself down.
No, not the
I
needle thing. I don't know if I can watch this.
Good. Yes. Okay. I will. I need this. I need to give you this.
You mentioned
Thank you.
needles.
Also rather handy with all me this tonight. So, could you put that on your right hand for me? Thank you very much. Let's just get this up on the screen. Thank you.
Oh, you're
All right, so put your right hand on
ambidextrous?
your lap,
Wow.
put the left hand flat on the table. I'm just going to remove your watch if that's okay. You just need to check something quickly first. I need to check that you don't feel anything if I do this. Can't feel that, can you? No. Good. All right. No reason why you should, of course. This is a dead bit of
Oh, he
wood. It
took
feels
his
nothing.
hand
It's an inanimate bit of wood. No sensations in there at all. It's dead. I want you to look at this hand here, and one last time now, just let him take full control of that hand. That's good. You'll feel those movements, but it can remain on the table as he just takes full control. And as you watch the back of that hand now, he's going to make the back of the hand completely numb. As you watch, all the sensations will just drain out and down and into the table and away. As you watch the back of the hand, he is going to bring your fingers in together, your fingers and thumb in together at the same rate and speed that the back of the hand becomes completely numb. Those final sensations draining out and down and into the table as he brings your fingers in together. That's good. Excellent. Lovely. Now bring up your other hand. Point the finger of this hand and just touch yourself on the arm first of all. Now you can feel that, can't you? Yep, quite normally. It's a very thin glove, so you can feel that. Now touch the back of that hand. What's that like?
I can't feel anything.
You can't get it. It's completely dead. When you do so, just pinch a great big bit of skin and twist it round. Just twist it right. Yank it right round. That's good. Just do that again. Just show them. You can't feel it.
Yeah, I can't watch that.
I just can't feel anything.
Is it like looking at someone else's hand?
What the fuck, Derren? You're fucked up.
There.
You're a fucked up motherfucker, Derren.
Look, if I pinch it again, if you slowly pull that out.
Yeah, I can't watch stuff like that. If I see like any like on any show, even if it's like fake, I have to cover it up. Ugh. There's a really cool one I saw though. I don't know if I can find it. Exploring the influence of hypnosis. That sounds cool. But there was one where he would like convince other people that they, or was it this one? No, I don't think it was that.
In America, fairgrounds. Amidst the swirling hypnotic appeal of lights, rides, candy floss sugar highs, and sticky waltz of vomit, we come to test ourselves and find our limits. There are certain situations which are so intense that people caught in them achieve perfect synchronicity with each other. Horror films and fairground rides are just two examples. Oh, look at you two standing there. Can I borrow you for a minute? Come stand up on these steps. I can put you there. And you there. What's your name? Lewis. Lewis. I'm Derren and...
Beverly.
Beverly, very pleased to meet you. Are you two going out together?
Yeah.
Perfect. How long have you been going out for?
2 years.
2 years. Now, you must probably find during that time that there are moments when you both know what the other person's about to say. Or that you find yourself almost sort of so in tune with someone that you... Yeah? Do you both come out with the same thing? Some people put that down to a psychic connection. I don't. It's about understanding people. And when you've been going out with someone for a while, you know, relationships are all about knowing how to make other people react in situations. That's what this is about. I want to try something with you. I'm going to give you each a pad. You take that for me. And I'm going to give you a pen. All right, one for you and one for you, Beverly. Now I'm going to put you on opposite cards of the water, and I'm going to spin you around. And I'm going to tell you at a specific moment to start drawing. And when you do, you're both going to draw a picture. Don't decide now what you're going to draw, all right? Don't decide that until your pen touches the page, okay? I just want to try this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. You come around here for me. Beverly.
Maybe we're just a perfect match, right?
What the fuck? Perfect match, isn't it?
Some athletes use the mind to try and improve stamina and strength. Can I use my mind to take it away?
Let's use this guy here.
Yes, Williams, come forward.
Come in. Williams, yeah? Now I want to take you up here into the ring, all right? We're going to go try something up here. Come with me. Okay. Come stand in the middle for me, Williams. Out there, face me.
Why do you say it like
Tell
that?
me, we haven't met before, I
Come
haven't
stand in
hypnotised
the
you, we haven't
middle
done any
of
stuff
me.
like that. No. Okay, all right. Hey, you're a fit guy, you're obviously a strong guy. Let me try this with you. Jasmine, can I use you? Can you come up here, please? Come stand opposite Williams, face him. What I need you to do is to lift Jasmine, all right? Just lift her straight up, if you can do that. Again? Perfect. That's great. Now look at me. Look at me. When I say the word now, you try and lift her. Wait. Get ready. Okay, now.
Oh no, devil powers.
I tried to lift her up, and the first time it worked, but the second time it's like, yeah, doing this thing behind me, man. Couldn't lift her up.
Yeah.
Doing this thing behind me.
When I say the word now, you will not be able to lift her. Excellent. Get ready.
Devil powers.
Now.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, thank you. Next time.
Big fella.
Fantastic. What's your name? Paul. Stand there. Hands on knees, lift us straight up, straight up, straight. Now look at me. Shh. Shh. When I say now, you will not be able to lift.
It's like grabbing him by the neck.
Wait.
He's like, oh, okay.
Go. Wait. Okay. Now.
He did it.
Again. Wait. Again.
But she was heavy as fuck.
Look at me. Okay, look at me. You're a big fuck. I'll come back to you later. Again, all right? I haven't
Can't
hypnotised you, haven't
hypnotize
done stuff like
everyone.
that. We haven't set anything up. Look at me.
When I say now,
grabs him by the neck. Wow.
Look at me. Yeah.
Look at me right now. Grabs him by the neck. You cannot lift her. You
Okay,
won't
now.
be able to.
No.
I don't know, I just tried to lift that trap, put all my strength into it and she wasn't moving. I was extremely surprised.
If you missed the beginning of this show, if you missed the film at the very start, just let me explain briefly again that the name Svengali goes back beyond the novel Trilby that made it famous to being the name of an automaton. And
Wait,
an automaton
this is
an
a different
early robot.
video.
And this one was built in 1760 by a Hungarian
Back to the
called Hugo von
automaton.
Lavasht. And these automata were entertainment, they played instruments and so on. But Svengali did something that terrified people in its day. And it looked like a little boy. Specifically, the dead son of its inventor. He'd modeled the likeness on a death mask of his own son that he made when his son died, and then became so obsessed with perfecting that likeness that he drove hands, give Matt a hand as we bring him up on stage. Be explained. Handkerchiefs.
I clicked out of this for a reason. Wait, what is this one?
Cameras watching this area. We have no idea what's going to happen or if anything's going to happen. We just hope to cover it as best as we can. You have followed every aspect of the persuasion process.
He's spinning me
Nothing has
in.
been added or taken
I'm getting
away. It's linking
hypnotized.
of certain emotional states to certain triggers, piece of music, colour, certain words, and so on. Our participants have no idea that they're going to be filmed or that anything has been set up, and we don't know what they're going to do. This is
How
nothing
would
we've
they
been
have
able
no
to
idea they're
rehearse,
going to be
and if
filmed?
it doesn't
That's
work, we would just
sussy.
show it to you not working 4 times in a row. There's really no way.
Maybe back then you could. I don't know.
This whole area has been cordoned off from the public and is being supervised by the police. Our 4 subjects have been told to expect a phone call and that they'll have to travel into the city of London for a final motivational session. Hey, how you doing? It's Derren. Hello. Just about to pick you up. There's a car just around the corner is going to come and get you, so if you can grab your stuff, and I will see you in a bit. I think the car's going to drop you just down the road. You've got to walk up the last bit by yourself.
Yeah, I think he's an INFJ.
As with every day, you know, as I say time and time again, this is about every day finding some opportunity to experience something that makes you feel great and exhilarated, yeah? So, you know, make that decision to steel yourself and grab the opportunity to make all this work really, really pay off. It's just about standing in the face of security in life, isn't it, and making it do what you want it to do. Because ultimately, I suppose all of this is about you knowing that you're the one with the weapon of absolute pointed, aggressive, unquestioning power. They're also told to bring with them their toy guns that they were given at the seminar.
Huh?
All of our cameras and crew are well hidden. None can be seen by our 4 subjects.
Oh, maybe I skipped a bit, but I'm guessing he's hypnotized people?
Now remember that 2 weeks ago, Victoria was an ordinary businesswoman, a press officer
Oh,
at a
okay,
motivational
yeah, we did
seminar.
skip it. You could like hypnotize someone, then tell them to forget what you hypnotized them for. Need those guns.
Now help you.
I think she get on the floor.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
On the floor.
It's sped up, it looks funny. How did they clear out the whole street for this? She really thought she was gonna rob them? Oi!
Target's in zone 1.
I missed what he did though. Oops. Don't do it. You don't even need to. Don't do it.
Stand by car. Go car. Cue music.
Oh, so I'm guessing they hypnotize them if they hear the song and they see like a green truck, they're gonna rob it. That's scary that someone can do that.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt proceedings, but this is a hold up. Get down on the floor. Get down on the floor.
Oh God! Why'd he drop like that?
Hey, don't move. Hands on your head.
I think it actually hurt.
Don't move! Get away! Get off! Get off!
It's okay, Phil, it's Derren.
Okay.
All right? What happened? Why did you do that?
I saw the guy coming out of the thing. I don't know. It was like just before. I don't know. It was just something coming out. It was just like a split thing, like when I'm playing rugby, if I've got an important match or something. Yeah. It's like 100 times better.
Come with me.
Yeah, I skipped it by accident, but he obviously hypnotized them that when they hear a certain song, they would rob that thing, and they don't know why they're doing it.
And key car.
Wait, what? Can you feel it? He feels it in his bones. Okay, anyways.
Tell you what.
Okay, take a moment.
So when he said they don't know they're... He's still doing this? He said they don't know they're being filmed, but I assume they would have signed all that shit.
America's
And
New
like
York, I use my
didn't know in that
award-winning
point,
powers
but
to
they
plant
knew.
a word in the slightly smaller American brain without anybody knowing how. Guys, you free for a couple
The
of minutes? Yeah,
BM.
do this.
Sure.
It's a kind of a mind
Slightly
reading
smaller
sort of
American
experiment.
brain.
I need you to call somebody that you know.
Okay.
All right. Does your cell phone have a speakerphone? It does. Excellent. Good. Do you want to get someone on the?
What the hell,
Right.
Rhoda?
What's this person's name?
Joe.
Okay. Well, if Joe isn't in, we can try someone else.
Yeah.
Is that on speaker at the moment?
Yeah.
Great, cool. Actually, if you want to hold it, if you hold it in your hand like that, then we'll both be able to hear it, and the mic will be able to pick it up too.
Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, just stay on the line and talk to me, okay?
Alright.
Hi, Joe. My name's Derren Brown. I'm a kind of English psychological illusionist, if that makes any sense. And I want to try a kind of a mind-reading experiment with you, all right?
Alright.
I need to ask you a few questions, Joe. I need to know a few things about you. Please be honest. How old are you, Joe?
I'm 18.
18, fantastic. And are you a student? Do you work, or?
I'm a student.
What do you study? Are you at school, or what do you major in?
I actually go to culinary school.
Culinary school, thank you, that's really interesting. Great. All right, listen, so I'm going to write something down here. I'm not going to show Jessica or any of these guys what it is. I'm going to ask you to be doing 3 things in a moment, all right? Joe, let me just explain. You're going to be writing a word in your mind on like a big chalkboard. You're going to be saying the words yourself over and over again. And then you're also going to try and do the whole thing without really thinking about it, all right? So that's 3 different kind of cogs that are going to be going round in your mind at the same time, all right? But let me just write something here first. Okay. Okay, cool. Joe, I need you to imagine that you are, 6 years old back in elementary school, all right? And imagine you're picking up a piece of chalk.
Okay.
Then you're going to start writing a word very large and clear on this chalkboard, and then just tell me when you're done.
Alright, I'm done.
You're happy that was a free choice of word, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. See, I've written something here, and you won't be able to see what I've written, but hopefully you'll be able to tell by Jessica's reaction as to whether it's at all close. What was the word that you wrote?
Bicycle.
Bicycle.
Tricycle.
Yeah. Not bad.
Tricycle, yeah?
That was one wheel out. Tricycle.
Oh my god, you said cyclist before. You're psychic. You predicted
It was
it.
gonna be like a complete sham, but then like you got tricycle. I'm pretty amazed actually.
I hate you, psychic. Like, there's no other explanation for it, because Alice would kill it.
Oh god, what is this? Trick of the mind.
I was never that good at maths at school, yet later would amuse my
Same.
friends with displays of rapid calculation. I asked Joe Wiley, one of the most famous voices in British radio, to join me at the Ironmongers Hall in the City of London. So many
Among
performers,
Us?
do talk about, if not being bullied as kids, but certainly maybe having a difficult time at school. Was that appropriate for you at all? Or?
No, not really.
No? Always popular?
No, not particularly, no, but I wasn't bullied. I was just very quiet.
Okay,
That's all.
all right. In my primary school that I went to, it was quite a weird old place. There was
quite a nasty guy called Gary. I can't really say his full... Well, it was Gary Payne.
Yeah, good.
P-A-Y-N-E.
I'll get him for you later.
Yeah. And what he used to do repeatedly was to tip up, you know, if I had a bag, he'd tip the stuff on the floor, I'd throw my books on the floor, whatever, and then give me a good kicking. And what I learned to do, in order to sort of distract myself from the sort of pain that was going on, as it were, you know, being kicked and so on, was to count, you know, the things that had fallen out of my bag, or if like a book had fallen open, to try and memorise the words or count the letters in the words on the page, or once like a box of pencil sharpenings was sort of fallen out, and I'd sort of count them and add them all up, and this was my way of sort of distracting myself from what's going on. And bizarrely, ended up with a lot of skills from that, which just go back to some unpleasant moron at school.
I didn't realise you were so scarred.
A little bit. I'd like to demonstrate some of this stuff to you. All right, so you brought a book with you.
I did, yeah.
And it's the book you're currently reading?
Just finished it.
You just finished it, excellent. Can I just see what it is?
Zoe Helen, Notes on a Scandal.
Notes on a Scandal, all right. For the record, you haven't been showing me that book. I haven't had a chance to look through it. And I'm going to ask you in a moment to open it up to a page and show me a page. And again, I haven't told you, or just open it up to this page. It's a complete free choice.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just hold it up like that. Just turn it around and show me.
Okay.
All right, from the top. All our money and wants a £5 notes in the kitchen. The thing is, Sheba is scared money because she's never learned how it works. Because he went on, I found myself distracted by Sheba's voice wafting in from the next room. No, look, she was saying in an agitated tone. I'm just sure you got this wrong. Right, no, I understand, but isn't that rather an extreme measure? Richard Smith.
Yowza.
All right. Turn the book round, don't lose your page.
No.
So up to the word measure, which is sort of roughly where I got to, which is on the end of the last word on the 8th line. If you counted up all the letters that I'd read through, to take you up to that word would be 296. Will you please just count through all the letters? Tell me how many letters there are. Go for it.
Fine.
There's no pencil if you want to.
Thank you. I think you might be right.
You've done it. How many is it?
I have. 296.
296?
Yeah.
That's definitely right, 296. Thank you. Let's try one more thing. If you put the book down if you don't mind, and the pad and everything on the floor for a second.
Okay, now he's just shown off.
A tray. There's a couple of cloths which I'll give you in a minute. If you could take that for me.
Yep.
I'll ask you to stand up as well.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to turn around the other way, but cards in front of you. Now, you'll notice I've been delightful enough to put these into new deck order, so you can see that they're all there. Do have a
delightful
look,
enough.
legal present. Happy with that?
Yep.
Then I'd like you to gather up the cards for me.
Yes.
I also asked you to sign the back of it when I spoke to you and gave you these instructions, so that basically when you brought it with you today, which I hope you have done, you know that no one's going to...
I've seen most of them.
Have you? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, what are your thoughts? Because that's mystery.
He's about as close to the devil that we've got on Earth. There's something about him.
The way he says it.
As I said to you, he's got these...
Do you mean in all of history?
Probably.
Who's worse, do you think, than Derren Brown in historically on the Earth? Who's been more close to the devil than Derren Brown?
Well, no one.
No one.
I've not seen anyone with powers like
Derren Brown
Derren.
is worse than Fred West.
Fred West didn't have powers.
Derren Brown's worse than Hitler.
Hitler didn't have powers.
Genghis Khan.
No powers. Name anyone with Derren's powers.
With Derren's powers?
Yeah.
Me. You. Believe it or not. You. Derren's powers are a brain and speech. What are his powers, Barry? He doesn't have powers.
He's got these powers. This is what I was saying to you. This is when you told me to stop talking on the phone. I said to you that he could use...
You could write and thank me, listener. You can thank me, listener.
We're really lucky that he's on Channel 4. Because if he wasn't, it's like someone's keeping an eye on him. Because if he didn't, if he was just out there, not with a crew...
He's deadly serious, by the way. He's deadly serious.
He could use those powers for evil.
Derren Brown neither claims to nor has any powers.
If you were his mate, would you trust him?
Absolutely, of course I would.
I wouldn't. I'd be constantly suspicious.
What?
Oh, it might have been this one. I'm trying to find the one that I saw.
Let me just try something with a few of you here. Your name, sir?
Frankie.
Frankie, now, you are not a stooge, you're not an actor, we haven't set anything up, I haven't asked you to help me out here in a bad way,
it's not this
That's
one.
correct, yeah. Correct, come and stand here for me. This is so simple, I just want you to think of something. Now, this can be anything, it could be like a name or a place or just a random word, doesn't matter, but get something very clearly in your mind, all right? Okay?
One of the techniques I've been showing Glenn is...
mind a few times, till you are happy that you settle on something that I could not possibly know. Have you got something?
Yes.
Great, okay, we'll work with that. You've got twice as much chance of winning if you change at this point. I'll explain why. Blackpool, the Las Vegas of Britain, apparently. There's an epidemic of street crime reported in Russia where
an extension of what some people
can't
refer to
find
as a
it.
photographic memory. To demonstrate what Glenn will be taking on, I've invited James Hoffman, who was world barista champion as a leading coffee expert, to help me spill the beans. If you can take maybe 3 big scoops of coffee and pretty much cover the tray with beans. I'd like to try something with that, so I'll let you do that now. Perfect. In each episode of this series, I will offer an applicant a blind choice of either a pleasant experience, a treat, or a darker trick. Following advertisements in the press, over 1,000 people applied online. All were sent a card saying they were being considered, but none of them knew if or when they were going to be chosen. These are the people I've selected, they just don't know it yet. Welcome to Trick or Treat. Tonight's applicant is Glenn, who we're secretly filming here. Glenn's a 40-year-old father of 2 from Essex. He's an aviation insurance specialist. He reads Stephen King. He loves Star Trek, regularly goes to watch West Ham, plays poker and hates heights. He considers himself of average intelligence but says he doesn't have a good memory. And after monitoring Glenn and his life for several days, the idea for his ambush began to take shape.
Oh my god, they're like stalking him. What the fuck?
Glenn has come here today for a medical checkup. However, we knew where he was going and so got here a few hours before him. He has no idea what's about to happen. We've placed hidden cameras throughout the building and have also taken control of the lift.
Huh? Is that him?
That's very scary.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Shit. Nothing's happening, not it.
I thought this was the trivia one I saw. Maybe it's a different one. I don't remember this.
That scared me. Derren, how are you?
I'm very well indeed. Now you applied to be part of the show?
Yeah, I did.
We'd love to use you.
Thank you.
You know how it works?
Do.
You're going to pick one of 2 cards.
Right.
One says trick, one says treat. If you pick the one that says treat, it'll be something nice. If you pick the one that says trick, it won't be. Do you want to play?
I do.
Excellent. First of all, you have to sign your contract. That allows us to do anything we like with you. It's difficult to read the red writing in the red light, isn't it? Touch the one you'd like.
Oh, he has to do it at random.
Okay. Going to turn face the other way. I'm going to show the camera the one that you picked.
It's a treat.
Thank you, Glenn. You can turn back now. We'll be in touch. Having ambushed Glenn the previous
This is
week,
way
I've
too
invited
frightening
him
at
to join me
midnight.
Queen's College Library in central London to discover what's going to happen to him.
What do
Surrounded
you
by
mean? It's
almost a million
perfect to
books
watch
containing the
spooky
general knowledge
videos
of the
right
world,
before
This
bed.
is the ideal place to get started.
Cozy
However, what he
spooky
doesn't know is that the
videos.
game has already begun. Well, look, sorry for the scare the other day, but your scares are over now. You picked a treat.
Fantastic.
Your treat is going to be this. Today's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Right. Next Wednesday, there's something called the Night of the Champions.
Right.
And it is the pub quiz of pub quizzes. You're going to enter that competition.
Right.
On your own.
On my
and
own.
hopefully do very well. You're going to compete for the prize. And we have between now and then for me to show you how to learn everything. So you're covered.
What? Everything,
Everything.
ever?
Everything ever. Pretty much. Now, take a seat for a second, because I know...
Sleep is for the weak.
I know in
I
saying
say that,
this,
but
it's
I'm
not
gonna
very
sleep
daunting.
soon.
And just to demonstrate to you how much better your memory is than you probably think it is at the moment. You leave work in the morning about 8 o'clock, is that right?
Yeah.
And you make the trip from your house to Gideon Station.
Gideon Park Station.
There's a cash machine.
The audio is
that's
kind
just on
of.
the outside of that station that you
There
walk
is.
past to get to the entrance. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember walking past it yesterday?
No.
No? But you just remember you did it in the sense that you know that you did it, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to recreate the scene.
There was A woman.
What was she wearing, you remember?
She was wearing a red coat.
So that's one of us who was part of the group that were watching you. The reason why we chose her and why she was dressed like that is so that she would form like a marker in your mind. There'd be something, because I was hoping that you'd have a vague recollection of her.
Right.
However, if I said to you that up above the cash machine there was something different that isn't normally there, there was a sign that we put there with a word on. So if I asked you,
No.
you can't even remember the sign, let alone the word that was on it.
Not at all.
If I said just try and remember what that said.
But I can't say that I actually
Just
remember
ask
seeing
your
something
subconscious what it said,
like that.
and it will tell you.
Close your eyes. You're coming out of your house, you're crossing over the road, you are a little bit flustered.
Yeah.
So just run that forward in your mind until you start to approach the train station. And just in your mind, just pan up. There's a word on the sign, and as you look at it, just let that come into focus. You're not trying to remember what it is.
It was
just letting the word
me.
come into focus.
I was working for Derren Brown.
I'm strangely seeing the word shoe.
Shoe.
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you
His
say the word shoe?
unconscious is telling
I
him.
don't know. What makes me say the word shoe?
All right, fantastic. I want you to remember what that's like. We filmed
Please
it.
don't be shoe.
We filmed the whole thing. Take a look at this.
This is going to really freak me out.
You are.
aren't
Do you remember this?
No. Well, I can remember that, yeah.
You may not
I have no idea
consciously
where it's at.
remember,
These are on very long legs.
but your
so
brain
quite far away.
does.
That's going to come forward to when you're approaching the station. So we slowed this down.
No way.
No.
No, how'd you do that?
There she is. There that is. You didn't even look.
Peripheral.
What made you say it?
I have not. How'd you do that?
How did you do it? That's the point. When you try to remember
I'm a
it,
Derren
you
Brown
couldn't. You put that
player.
effort into it, it just gets in the way. It stops it from happening. And what we're going to do with these books is the same thing. And the reason why I've shown you this
That's
is I
why
want
I'm
you to know that you
promoting
can do
Derren
this
Brown
as
right now.
effortlessly. And all it takes is that not trying and trusting kind of what
Oh,
I'm
whoops,
gonna
I haven't
want
really
you to
been
do.
talking
feeling
into
like
my
that's the
mic
most
properly.
bizarre episode of my entire life.
Fantastic. Okay.
I'm going to have to expand Glenn's memory capability so that I can teach him to absorb huge amounts of information.
This is where you have to just trust me and do this technique because it will feel like you're not really doing anything. You take your right hand and you make this, so that's right, forefinger and middle finger. Is that comfortable for you?
Yeah.
And now you're going to start off probably fairly slowly, moving your fingers down at about that speed. Just do that for me.
Now, the internet is bursting with speed learning courses, very few of which ever offer anything of value. I have my own techniques, which will allow Glenn to learn thousands of pages of information unconsciously with no conscious awareness of what he's remembering. And sometimes that information may be stored as words, and sometimes as pictures.
Straight down the middle, so everything goes in
Yeah, so
peripherally.
your
As
brain,
you get into
your
it,
eyes
you
and
will
your
not
brain
be
are
conscious.
The
absorbing
system sounds
everything
great,
without you
but it's a very
consciously
limited
knowing.
use as the information fades away after a few days if it isn't reviewed.
I know it's a mad, mad mission, but any questions before you start?
So he's literally just going to skim a bunch
No.
of books
No,
without
just gonna
actually
go for it.
reading
Fantastic.
it. But his eyes are taking in the information.
I thought to myself, nah, this is not going to work, and I'm going to be making a complete idiot of myself next week, coming last in a pub quiz of Great Britain or wherever it is. Now, let's have a crack at it.
Over the next 7 days and nights,
Male
Glenn will have to
filter
view
is
a
so
phenomenal
good.
amount of facts and figures to have any chance of competing well against 150
They got
of the
even
top
better
pub
too.
quizzes in
I
London.
was using one the other
Of course,
day.
there's no guarantee that the answers he'll need will be covered by the information in these books.
My
So all we
friend
can
was
do is
like, I
cram in as
would
much as
date guy,
possible.
If we can
guy
do this,
Coco.
then it'll be summer cheap.
One of the techniques I've been showing Glenn is an extension of what some people refer to as a photographic memory. To demonstrate what Glenn will be taking on, I've invited James Hoffman, who was world barista champion as a leading coffee expert, to help me spill the beans.
Oh yeah, we
If you
skipped
could take
that one.
Maybe 3 big scoops of coffee.
Oh wait,
and
okay, so
pretty
it's the
much
same
cover the tray
episode. Okay.
with beans. I'd like to try something with that, so I'll let you do that now.
I like the music.
Perfect.
So I was kind of on the right track.
Okay,
It was
that's
this
absolutely fine.
episode.
Now, would you pick one out? Pick a bean, any bean? Lovely. So, if you can mark your bean, that would be perfect.
Okay.
If you maybe turn it over and mark the other side of it. And it can be anything you like, a cross, a dot, 2 dots, your initials, anything you like, but something so you'll definitely recognise that again. Very nice, a little cross.
There you
Good. Good. While that dries, I now have to memorise the order of the beans that are on the tray. So give me a second to do that. And just keep half an eye on your beans. You know, I'm not going to flick the bean off or anything like that. That would be a first.
Good one, Derren.
What I'm doing is taking a series of mental photographs.
It looks so silly.
Oh, okay, just do it. I'm going to face the other way.
Okay.
You're going to place your bean somewhere on top of the beans in the tray. And obviously place it with the cross on the underneath. And I will look the other way. Please keep half an eye on me, so you know I'm not going to look genuinely. I can't see.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Are you happy I didn't see where you put it? I genuinely didn't. Right.
Yeah, but his hand did. His magical hand. Kind of making me want coffee now.
Okay, it's not there. All there. are 1,347 beans in that tray, and you're more than welcome to count them. But I'm only going to give myself one shot at this. And I think that...
Coffee at this time? No, oh, look at the kappa! Oh no, keep him on my head!
Okay.
No!
Turn it over. Show the camera.
I'm impressed.
Excellent.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
You can't really cheat that. So yeah, absolutely, pure memory, impressed.
This technique of memorising a complex pattern of coffee beans is similar to the principles I've taught Glenn to snapshot the huge mountain of facts that he needs to compete successfully in the pub quiz final.
That would be so boring to do.
I can't really know everything in these books, can I?
I love this though because Nathan Fielder
Glenn
did
now
something
only
really
has 3 days
similar.
left before he has to compete in the pub quiz Night of the Champions. He's following my
Can you
techniques
watch
rigorously,
TV shows
and we continue
on
to monitor his progress.
Twitch, or are you not allowed to?
Glenn will have no conscious memory of anything that he's learning. That's the only way
I
I can make
guess you
room for the
wouldn't be
huge
able
amount of
to.
information that has to go in. However, after a week of intensive studying, I felt he needed a little boost in his confidence. We met up, and Glenn brought with him a selection of the books he'd been absorbing so that he can test for the first time whether the system is working or not.
So talk me through what you've been doing over the last few days.
I've been looking at an awful lot of books.
Just to let you see that you do know more than you think you know. Is it one of the books that you've read?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a book on art and artists. Yeah. It's a encyclopedic volume. Looks like it's part of a set. I'm going to ask you a question from this. If you tried to work out the answer, you probably wouldn't be able to get it. You'd find that very difficult. I don't want you to do that. What I want you to do is to imagine that the answer is coming somewhere from the back of your mind, where you've had no conscious awareness of any facts at all, from somewhere in the darkness. Something will come forward, some images, some ideas, which you're going to piece together to form an answer. Worst thing that happens is you're wrong. It does not matter at all, all right? So if I asked you, for example, the Camden Town Group, which is a group of British painters, they formed in 1911. They held an exhibition somewhere in London in 1911 to 1912. If I asked you where that was.
Carfax House.
Oh, thank you, Eddie.
Hey!
Carfax Gallery, London, 1911 to 1912. So, what made you say that?
Just, I could see a car. All I could see was a car, and it looked strange.
Yeah.
There was something about it.
Yeah.
And I could see something coming out of it. And it looked like a fax machine. So
his unconscious is giving him images now. That's really cool.
Don't tell me I know everything in these really books. I mean, I can't really know everything in these books, can I?
This is such a treat.
I don't want to do this too much. Let's just do one more.
So his unconscious
Amazon
is
rainforest. How many
doing
different
it in
sorts
images.
of hummingbird have been recorded in the Amazon rainforest?
319. No.
Right there.
Christ almighty. No, I certainly can't know that.
Christ
How do I know
almighty.
that, Derren?
Bird life is even richer.
Because your
than the
unconscious
world's total
knows
of
it.
86,000 species thriving in the Great Green Sanctuary. 319 different sorts of hummingbird alone have been recorded. How does that feel?
I did.
Scary. I've taken everything in.
Don't even try and work it out.
Okay.
Right? Just take it on board. Great, I've got it. Take whatever encouragement you can from that feeling of astonishment that you have at the moment, and then just let it take you forward.
And so, after only 1 week of looking at hundreds of books, thousands of pages, and millions of words, Glenn's arrived at the Night of the Champions, where 150 of the brightest brains have gathered to compete for the coveted prize of Pub Quiz Champion.
They do be like
The
that.
toucans.
5 dogs and 1 fox.
We've won 6 out of the
He's
last
gonna
7
blow
that
them
we've
out of the
done.
water. He's got all the answers.
winning.
You don't quiz if you don't think you're going to win.
Although everyone knows we're filming for a TV show, they don't know that it's mine. So I have to hide in the pub garden, in the cold, to talk to Glenn in secret. Glenn's turned up with his wife Jane for moral support.
So I gave you some techniques as to how to kind of access the information.
It feels like there's a huge room in my head with lots of drawers, lots of places to hide things. I've got a fair idea of how to go and get the stuff.
Yes.
Hopefully it's just going to come.
Jane has been told
That's
not
so
to talk to
cool.
Glenn or react or do anything that might help him. The questions
Yeah,
have been set
I
by
think
Andy
Nathan
Byrne,
Fielder
one of
was
London's most
inspired by
experienced
this
quizmasters.
episode
I've had no contact with him,
in the
and as with all the
rehearsal.
teams, he
Because he
doesn't
does the
know that I'm
exact same
involved.
thing.
There's lots of smart people downstairs who've been quizzing a very long time, and I guess we're expecting something tough. They're expecting the best, and I think I'll put something together that will really test them.
The teams are made up of between 4 and 6 of the brightest people from their area. Glenn is the only person tonight entering this quiz alone.
Event on the London pub quiz.
The quiz comprises 40 questions, and Andy, the quizmaster, is the only one in the room who knows what those questions are and what subjects they'll be covering.
Champions in your own right. You are champions of your own pub.
Glenn is clearly nervous and still has no idea if the speed learning I've taught him will be enough to answer whatever questions are asked.
So let's get this quiz underway, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Question 1. What is the middle name of the current US president? What is another common
Did
name?
you just write wanker? Wait, what? Did I read that wrong? Wait, what?
Positive.
Am I tripping?
Four of the current U.S. presidents.
Walker. I thought he
Another
said.
common name.
Maybe it's because they're British and my brain was just like wanka.
I'm not positive. For scarab.
I literally read that as. Am I dyslexic? What the fuck?
What the picture means.
I'm sorry. That's what I read when he wrote
When
it.
Big Ben strikes 5 o'clock, how many
Like it literally
seconds
looked like
delay
that
is
word
there between the
in my.
strikes?
I don't know.
In fencing, what do you call the resultant fight-off when there is a tie? What is the currency in is the equivalent of Venus in Greek? Many weeks for the moon to complete a revolution of the
I just can't work out how I knew that. They're all coming to me like pictures.
Can't confirm a
all I
lot
can
of
see
it
is
in the UK.
quick picture in my head. It's like
George has a
bang,
way.
picture, it's gone.
Who's got all 3 of those?
That's what I saw him write. It was
Which
really
club that is
trippy.
currently not in the Premiership has won the most number of league titles? In the year 1992, which English town became a city?
New York.
How many of Henry VIII's offspring ruled in before
Ruled.
1972? What was Sri Lanka known as? What animal, when they gather together in a group, is known as a flange? In which US state did man first knowingly drill for oil? Which Russian word literally means what is the more common name for the Volstead Act? In biblical etiology, which animal became extinct because it was thrown off the ark and drowned?
Oh, I
Now
don't
what
know that
happens
one.
is you finish off the answers on your answer sheet and you swap your sheet with an opposing team. And then we're going to find out who has won the 2008 Night of Champions.
Ooh, it's
Here come
2008.
the answers. What is the middle name of George Bush? It is
Damn, that's
water.
really old.
What's another common name for the scarab beetle? The dung beetle. How many seconds delay is there between a dong on Big Ben? The answer's 5, ladies and gentlemen. In fencing, what do you call the resultant fight-off when there is a tie? It is known as a barrage. What is the currency in Liechtenstein? The answer is the Swiss franc.
I have to show you the Nathan for You episode after this because
Which current non-premiership team has won the most
it
number
has
of
to be
league
inspired by
titles?
this.
Wednesday. Which English town became a city in
The rehearsal is so
1992?
funny. I really recommend it if you haven't seen it.
Until a week ago, Glenn's life revolved around his work, his wife and children, and his football. Since then, he's taken a leap of faith and has given up all his spare time to throw himself into a seemingly impossible mission, all for this one night.
Prohibition. Please put the final score in the box provided.
The final scores are being counted up now, and if Glenn has been able to hold his own against a huge room of seasoned quizzers, it'll be an amazing personal achievement for him.
The results are in, ladies and gentlemen. From bottom to top, we've got a team called One Night in Paris. Moving up, we've got a team called More Luck Than Judgments. Red lorry, yellow lorry.
When Derren first told me what I was going to be going through, that was just something a million miles away from where I thought I could be.
Put Glenn in DVD.
I know it's a mad mission, but any questions before you start?
No, I'm just going to go for it.
Be sharp. 6 thick thistle sticks. Dynamo devilfish. Pick a
Sitting at number 1.
Don't tell me I know everything
Quizmaster.
in these reading books. I mean, I can't really know everything in these books, can I?
30 points is the missing links. 32 points is Fawny Beige.
The whole process has been an absolute remarkable experience and something I wouldn't swap for any other experience I've ever had.
33 points is just Glenn.
Oh, he came
The dead
second.
heat for first place, ladies and gentlemen.
And so, after just 1 week competing on his own against the best teams in London, Glenn has achieved the second highest score of the night.
Hey! It's difficult to describe exactly how I feel right now because I'm just an ordinary guy with an ordinary background, been taken out of that, put into something that I'd most probably never do, and I've done well, you know, and if I can do it, most probably everybody can do it. And some of the techniques I've been taught, they were remarkable, and obviously they've worked because I wouldn't be standing here with a bottle of champagne in my hand.
Okay, I'm gonna find that episode real quick. Or I can see if it's on YouTube. Oh! Oh, apparently it is. Which order do I watch it in?
So we started going on dates.
They don't have like full episodes, but I just want to watch the whole thing, honestly. I'd watch it again. It's so good.
I don't understand why you felt the need to lie about your education. I mean, it's really messed up.
So he makes him rehearse with an actor so he can learn how to tell his friend that he lied about his schooling or something.
You have no respect for me, no respect for my time.
And this chick is playing his friend.
Crap about your education. But a 12-year deception, that's 12 years. It's unbelievable.
Is course detail.
And he loves trivia. And so
we started going on daily walks, just to chat about life. But I was actually using these casual strolls to covertly implant every single trivia answer into Core's brain without him knowing. If you ever need to get in, the code is 1789.
Okay.
Like the year the French Revolution started?
Yes.
1789.
So I'm not a big summer person.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not a big spring person.
All over my DKNY pants. Donna Karen, New York, DKNY.
Only in New York.
Building's looking pretty tall.
It is tall, but it's not the tallest building in the world. That would be the Burj Khalifa in Dubai.
The Burj Khalifa? Huh.
Yep. The Burj Khalifa. Tallest building.
What's going on here?
It's a hostage situation. Guys, 4 people at gunpoint. Shot someone in the head on his way in.
Oh my God, that's nuts.
Oh my gosh.
So it's days like these that I curse the Chinese for inventing gunpowder.
Wow.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
Well, good luck to you, sir. Good luck with the whole process.
Oh my God.
The prayers with the family.
And so he implants all the trivia answers and he ends up winning. And he has to confess to him.
So how are you feeling?
Fantastic.
He can't do it.
Actually did better than expected when we actually won.
Well, congrats.
Yeah, there were questions that were in my wheelhouse. The questions that were in my wheelhouse, I was able to answer those particular questions correctly.
You got everything off your chest, and it must feel good.
I got it off my chest, and I still won that night.
Oh, good, Eddie.
Trivia. It's an extra. I won a trivia night, and that's the extra cherry on the sundae, I guess.
There's something I need to come clean about. So I knew what the trivia answers were going to be tonight, and I taught you them in advance without you knowing. And I know you're against cheating, and this isn't cheating because you actually didn't know I was doing it, but I was just wanted you to focus on the confession, and I wanted your confidence to be up, but I feel terrible about it, and I'm sorry. I want to say I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys gotta
okay,
watch the
I
rehearsal.
understand
It's
what
so
you're
funny.
saying.
But yeah, he like subliminally implants it. It's so hilarious. But it reminded me so much of that Derren Brown episode. Well, I guess I should get ready for bed soon. Yeah, the rehearsal, and also Nathan For You is good too. But the rehearsal is the newer one by Nathan Fielder. I would honestly watch it on here if you were allowed to. I don't know if you are or not.
And welcome to Derren Brown's Infamous. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Well, probably not, because you have to like stream it from the official thing.
We are all trapped inside our own heads, and our beliefs and understandings about the world are limited by that perspective. I came out when I was 31, presume that I was gay when I was a teenager, so that's 15, 16 years of pretending this huge part of you doesn't exist, of dreading the subject of sex, and generally feeling like you
Yeah,
have
it's
to fit
probably
in.
not allowed.
And then many years later you realize you have to come out, you have to tell people about it at some point. I didn't mean you specifically just then. Sorry, I was just looking. Sorry, one, forgive me. I was just gesturing. One has to come out, and when you do, this is my point. If you have any secret, whatever it is, anything that you carry around with you and you think you couldn't possibly tell people, when you finally do, when you finally summon up the courage to get this big thing off your chest, you realise people don't care. They don't care, not really. Not even your best friends, in the nicest way. Don't really care. Because they are also trapped inside their own heads. They are the centre of their own worlds, and stuff you're saying to them is just some information about you, really. It's all it is. Like what I'm telling you now. It's big stuff for me. For you, it's just some information about me. The novel inspiration from somebody in the audience, and I say it's a lady. And actually, could you, I promise I won't ask you up on stage, could you just put your hand up if you are a lady? Just so we can see how it works out in terms of numbers. So please do this on the balconies as well, and right up at the top of the back. Keep your hands up as long as this continues to apply to you, all right? So let's say I'm sensing it's a lady, and sort of a youngish lady, sort of around 20, that kind of age, and I'm sensing your name begins with an F. It's a random letter, but it'll just help narrow you down. So keep your hands up as long as this has continued to apply to you. Right now, in the dark, can feel a bit special. I think he's talking to me. Because the reality is, do keep your hands up. If we just bring the lights up for a moment, moving the lights up, if you look around you, you should see in the nicest way, nothing special happening at all. Just a bunch of Fs sat in the dark. Could you stand up if you've got your hand up? Could you stand up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so yeah, it's a good number of you. Anybody on these other balconies? Yeah, hello, great. Could you stand up? We'll get a microphone to you. This is on the upper circle. The rest of you can sit down. I think I'll just talk to this lady here, but thank you so much for standing. What's your name?
Faye.
Faye, nice to meet you, Faye. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
20.
20. Have you got any pets?
Yeah.
What have you got? Don't say the names, just like dogs, cats, whatever they are, it's fine.
Dogs.
Dogs, what breed?
Staff.
Staffins, okay, good. You said dogs, is that 2?
Yeah.
Did you name them both yourself?
Family name.
Family name them, okay. All right, how long ago did they name them? Roughly what are we talking about? A few years ago?
About 10, 11 years.
10, 11 years. Okay, what do your parents do for a living? Or at least what were they doing back then?
Hairdresser and electrician.
Hairdresser and electrician, okay, good. Okay, the dog's male, female, one of each?
Female.
Okay, both female.
Yeah.
All right. Now,
I
listen,
got
you're
more
gonna tell
room
me the
for
name of
VR
one of the
now.
dogs,
Maybe I'll
and
set
I'm
it
gonna work
up.
out what they would have called the other dog, all right? So if you think of both of the names, if you think one of them is maybe a little more obvious than the other one, then give me that one so I can work out the more unusual one, all right? So take your time, but just give me the name of one of the dogs.
Ebby.
Ebby?
Yeah.
E-B-B-Y?
E-B-B-I.
A-E-B-B-I. Maybe short for Ebony? Is it a black dog? Okay, all right, good. So this will be the name of the other one. All right, and it's a female?
Yeah.
Okay, and they name both of them together. All right, just imagine you are calling this dog to you. Imagine you're calling the dog to you. All right, now as you do that, just keep repeating the name in your mind again and again. Now, the lips remain sort of quite relaxed, importantly, so we know there's no sort of plosive sounds or like P's or B's or anything that will bring the lips together. So keep repeating the names. No, it's also at the front of the mouth, so you've got like an N or a T maybe, and I think we're starting with a S sound or a Z. Oh, there you go, careful. You don't need to say yes, that's okay, I'll work it out. I appreciate the help, this takes the challenge out of it somewhat. So. Oh, there you go, back up, there it goes. So just keep repeating the name, just shout the name, nothing out loud, but in your mind, just shout the name, like you're screaming to this dog to come to you, right? Louder and louder until you are, oh, no, they called it Xena. Xena with an X, like the princess, well, yeah, thank you very much indeed, great, take a seat, well done, thank you. Okay, so, thank you so much. So this is genuinely specific information, right? Not just things that would apply to everybody. So let's keep this really specific. Put your hands up now if you're a man, aged between 28 and 35. Put your hands up. Keep them up if you are in the earning group 20 to 50K. And then keep them up if you've been in a relationship for at least 2 years. Otherwise, drop your hands. All right? Good. Okay, we get the lights up. Let's choose one of you. I'm going to choose from downstairs. So upstairs, you may drop your hands. I'll come to you in a moment. Let's keep your hands up downstairs. All right, wave your hands so I can see you, so I can see more clearly. Okay, all right. I want to get this over this side. So can somebody get it to somebody with a hand up? Doesn't have to be the person nearest you. Just take a look around you. Get it to somebody with a hand up. Okay, could you stand up for me, sir? There's a microphone there. Rest of you can drop your hands. Let me talk to this gentleman. All right, great. What's your name, sir?
Nick.
Nick. Okay, Nick. So we're going to go really specific, Nick. I want you to think of a word, an English word. Ideally, at least 4 letters, but it doesn't have to be. It's up to you. Have you got something?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Now, whatever you're thinking of, Nick, is the first word that's just come into your head. And I've just stood you up in front of 2,000 people and asked you to do that. I don't want you going home later saying to yourself, he just put me on the spot. I didn't get a chance to think. I bet everyone just thinks of the same word. So right now, Nick, is when you change your mind again and again and again, so you don't have that excuse later on. All right? You can imagine if you like, you're looking through a dictionary. Maybe you come across an unusual word, maybe not too unusual. Maybe that itself would be quite predictable. Just take your time. Have a look through it. You've got 26 letters to look through. Take your time until you come across a word you're absolutely happy that I could not just rely on everybody thinking of. Have you got something in your mind now? Change your mind as many times as you like. Yes?
Yeah, happy.
Okay, there's a guy with a pen and paper just there. 2 things, Nick. You're going to write this word down nice and large and clearly, please, because we are going to show it around. But, Nick, really importantly, don't let anybody see what you write. Stick it in the envelope when you're done. Thank you. So this is really specific, right? Even more specific than a pet's name. Which just reminds me of something. Let me just show you this briefly. Just while Nick's writing his word down. Can I get this to a lady on or near the aisle? Somewhere over here. So, a lady on or near the aisle. Somebody, sorry. Just pass it around. Somebody's lady on or near the aisle. Thank you. Somebody stand up with it. Hello, what's your name, madam?
Amanda.
Amanda, nice to meet you. Do you have a mobile phone number? Do you know it off by heart?
Yes.
Yes, could you write it down for me? There's a guy with a pen and paper there. Gentlemen. That's how you do it. People waste so much time. Amanda, don't let anybody see. Just write it down, fold it up, put it in your pocket when you're done. I saw a psychic do this. I always go and see psychic shows when I can. This one was up above a pub, packed out with people in their 60s and 70s, which is maybe why this flew past them. But the psychic asked a lady to write down her mobile phone number, fold it up, put it in a pocket without anybody seeing. You doing that for me, Amanda? Is it out of the way? Yep, lovely, thank you. And she said it was a test that the spirits would be able to tell what the phone number was. Oh, it was a bit odd, but, you know, kind of made sense, so I was intrigued. So could you stay standing for me, Amanda, if you don't mind? Thank you. So just get that right out of the way in your pocket or something if you've got one. Thank you. So she, and obviously, you know, you try not to be judgmental or, you know, but you try and keep an open mind. But I swear to God, she goes, all right, love, I'm getting your grandma, she's coming through.
Oh, thank you.
It does actually sound like it, I've said that out loud. I'm getting your grandma, love. She's giving me a phone number as proof that she's coming through. All right, she's saying...
He's making fun of mediums and stuff.
She's giving me an O. She's saying there's an O at the start of the number. Is that right? Is that right, love?
Yeah.
Is there an O at the start? Thank you. Just passing it on, whatever comes through. She's saying
She was a right chatterbox, so she's giving me all the number. She's saying...
This hydrate thing is
she's
so
saying
useful.
She's saying 07 at the start, is that right? Yeah. Is there an 07 at the start? Thank you very much. She is... No, she's fading away now. She's fading away, Petal. But that's something you can take away with yourself.
Petal.
That's £40. You can sit yourself back down. Thank you. Sorry, it was pathetic. Sorry, thank you so much, madam.
That's
Did that give you enough time,
£40.
Nick, to write your word down?
It did, yes.
Yes?
Yes, it did.
Yes? Okay, have you put it in the envelope?
Yes.
Yes, good, because I also have an envelope.
I like his episode ones better than
Okay,
the
so Nick,
stand-up ones.
on this side, just push past the camera people, over there for me. And can someone who doesn't mind just reading something out briefly, just nip up on stage, anyone that fancies coming up, quick as you can. Somebody come up here. It's going to be you, I think. What's your name, sir? Luke. Give Luke a hand. I'll become Luke. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, Luke. Can you take this off my back? You take it off my back. Thank you. Pull it. Come stand here. Come stand there for me, Nick. Just there. No, Luke, rather, Luke. Nick's over there. Right, Luke, just here. Could you take it out? There's a letter in there. If you take that out for me, I'm going to read this out. Your job is just to check over my shoulder that I'm not changing anything, all right? So I'll take it out. Thank you so much. All right. Are you there, Nick? So look, as I read this out, please, when it gets to the important bit, don't react. So tonight, on the 27th of March, that is tonight, at the Grand Theatre Leeds, that's where we are, I shall ask someone to think of a word. Oh, I did say manage between 28 and 35. You are, aren't you? Yes? And in the earning group, 20 to 50k.
We go to Gallagher's Steakhouse in New York. It was one of the first Prohibition-era speakeasies for the gamblers and stars of Broadway. Tonight, diners have been told that there is a camera crew documenting the abilities of one of the waiters who claims to be psychic. And handsome.
Hi there, how are you guys doing? You ready to order?
And handsome.
Yeah. Okay, don't tell me what you want. I'm going to try and do that for you.
Oh.
All right?
Okay.
So, first of all, I'm going to put you both down, I think, for the same starter. And I think that's going to be the soup. Yeah? Yeah. The main course, I think you're going to go for a lighter option. I don't think there's
He's
actually
reading their
vegetarian there, but I'll
minds.
put you down. I think for the salmon, I'm going to put you down for the steak. Yeah, of which there's more than one. We'll go for the...
Gotta do better than that.
hanger steak.
You got it.
How'd you like that, medium rare?
You got it.
Desserts, again, lighter for you. So cheesecake for you. And I'd go for the
Oh, there
custard
was a
as well. I'm gonna go for the
religious
custard for you,
segment
am I
he
right?
did too.
Excellent. Good. Well, thank you. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take this a little bit further. I think you both see yourselves as highly dynamic and charged people, and people that seem to sort of circle the world in a different orbit from the rest of us, and they tend to make otherworldly connections with each other. So I'd imagine one of the things that brought you together would be the fact that you'd be the same star sign. Is that correct?
In a suit?
Yeah? No, it's bullshit.
I don't have a
believe in
suit
that,
on
but
this
Pisces,
model.
Aries, Pisces, one of the two? Yeah, Aries, great. Okay.
Oh, he's guessing their
think of something
zodiac too.
I really couldn't know. Do you have a pet?
Used to.
Used to. Okay. What type of pet?
A dog.
A dog. Okay. Can you remember his name? Or her name? Great. Okay. Just say the name yourself. In fact, just pick a letter somewhere in the middle of the name. All right.
I'm
try and pick a letter
hydrated.
somewhere in the middle of the name. Just look at me and think it's an L. Is that an L?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Just say it yourself. This is a dog you used to have. Died a few years ago. No, you've given him to somebody else. Okay, all right. Rolly,
thoroughly hydrated now.
Riley? Again? Riley, okay. Excellent. And is James proud of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, your father? Yeah.
This must be why he dislikes mediums so much, because he knows how to do what they do, but they pretend that it's something else. Damn it, Sophie!
Like a parking ticket.
Do you get into trouble for it?
No.
No, I can see you not paying parking tickets and getting into trouble for that. When you were young, you did something with your sister. You cut or damaged or something your sister. Was it with a razor?
Drowned.
Good, you should call your sister more often. Elizabeth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You should call her. She'll visit more often if you talk to her more. Enjoy your meal. I'll go get you food. Thank you.
The thing is, I didn't pay a ticket, and I lost my
2
license. I don't know if you meant
liters?
that.
How much is this? This is one. This is 750 milliliters. But I also had a strawberry milk. How much was this? I don't know my measurements.
And in the
Whoa.
same way that the recurring negative thought,
Wait, what
I
is
mustn't
this?
lean too far over the edge, can make heights.
750 milliliters as well.
The thought, I must try not to fall, is precisely the wrong way to think 30 feet up in the air on a high wire, even if you're the world's best at it.
Henry.
How are we doing?
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was good.
Amazing watching you do your stuff. You're in the Guinness Book of Records for skipping with a rope. What is that, and what exactly is the record for?
It's the most skip in a minute on the high wire.
With a rope?
With a rope, skipping and
Oh god, that sounds so
You've been in this since you were
dangerous.
12. You're 27 now.
Yeah.
Have you ever fallen off doing that trick?
No.
No.
So far, no.
Bullshit.
Love to see you do it again. Thank you very much. And what I'd say is this. I'm going to go over here. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Don't worry about any of that. You just focus on not wobbling and not falling off.
He is kind of scary, where he just like holds your hand and starts hypnotizing you. Taps you on the shoulder, grabs your neck.
The instruction, try not to fall off, residently delivered, is amplified by the inflation of an airbag, as well as the pressure of me and the cameras watching.
I've been
Henry's
booped.
unconscious is, for the first time, thinking in terms of I mustn't fall off,
Thank you for the
which can
boop.
only take him one way.
Wait, is he gonna make him fall? Is that what he's saying? Oh god, that's so scary. Damn. What if he fell like in a really weird way and like somehow...
What was it like?
Magnus. Crazy. Does mess around when you're praying up. You get this urge telling you always, jump, do it, go for it, down, down. Then you go to the side saying, done, stay, stay, stay. You know, it's very hard, very hard.
David's now going to act out the mind reading he imagined 20 minutes ago to see if a random member of the public will draw what he foresaw that they would.
What sort of person should I be looking for?
Entirely up to you.
I have a blank canvas.
A blank canvas.
Let's do it. Maybe down here?
Yes.
Oh, is this guy?
No?
I'm not feeling a psychic bond.
Okay.
There's someone. We're not rolling. Are we rolling? Excuse me. You don't have 5 minutes to let me try and read your mind, do you?
I'd love you to say.
Would you? Yeah. Brilliant. I found someone. What's your name?
Claire.
Claire, I'm David. It's lovely to meet you. This is Derren.
Hello, I'm Derren.
He's a sort of witch. Don't worry about that.
Excellent.
Come up here and we'll put a microphone on you and we'll do
Stop
that.
doing.
I'm going to stand you there facing David.
It's funny that people that meet him still think that he's like quote-unquote psychic, even though he explains what he's doing and that it's not that. But still people don't understand. They're like, oh, he's like a psychic guy.
I need you to start doing that now. All I'd say is, as you do it, make the image very clear, very bright, very vivid.
It's more like psychological manipulation, but like at least he explains what he's doing.
Think of something else. Now, I'm going to ask you to draw this before we do anything. David, you obviously mustn't look at what Claire draws. So just get a pen and paper. Nice and large and clear, please. David, look the other way.
JWST just started following tonight.
I can, I'm quite good at this. But no idea.
No, Steffi, you don't have to.
Right, can David turn back round now? Lovely. Oh, well, you don't get dirty fingers.
No, I'm not working for Derren Brown. I'm not a plant.
Now start sending that
No.
at the same time, in your mind, just scream the name of the
Oh,
thing
you
over
gifted
and
it to
over again.
Ari.
Make that image clear, big and bold and bright. Now, David, as you're doing this,
Ari's like this really, really good artist. I really like her.
I think it's living. I think it's a living thing.
All right. Now, don't say yes or no, but you've given away probably a nice yes then from that.
And I think
Yeah, Ari got it.
I think it's a furry animal.
Thank you, Sophie.
Like a pet.
Yeah, Ari has like amazing art.
Yeah. I think I know what it is. I think it's a cat.
No, is it? Can it?
Oh my god, he's psychic now! Wow! It's me! It was a picture of me!
I'm supposed to be an art student.
It's not. Claire's a fine art.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. What year?
Oh, Sophie.
Congratulations. I'm going to ask you a few questions about it. So just stay put for a second.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Sophie. Yay, you got the paw now! You got the cute little pink paw!
Well, it was pretty strange when he said that he thought it was something furry. It was quite difficult for me not to
Hell
laugh,
yeah.
actually, just because I couldn't believe he'd actually
Oh,
got
that's
it.
so
So this is
awesome.
Claire's drawing, which is quite freaky.
I'm so happy with that.
I'm really quite freaked out.
I'm so. I was looking for like, paws that I could use, with credit and stuff without having to like buy, because I can't buy emoji packs or anything right now. But I found the perfect ones. I'm so happy.
But I wasn't expecting it to be quite so bang on.
Oh my god, that ending screen is so creepy. He's hypnotizing me. So scary. He's spinning us in. Oh! Thank you for the biddy! Wait, does it let you do a message for biddies? I can't remember now. No, yeah, it does. Okay, yeah, because I remember your message. Are you winning, Coco? Right as I died. That was funny. That's cool that you can do that.
You look at your watch on average every 20 minutes. That's 26,000 times a year. So you'd absolutely know whether or not your watch has ordinary numbers, or Roman numerals, or just dashes. Wouldn't you? Can you tell whether
Wait, it does. You know it does. I just couldn't remember.
and then cover it again?
Yeah, it
Alright, you've
does.
just looked at your watch, so you know whether it's got a second
That's
hand or
really
not,
cool that it
surely.
does. I forgot about that.
What's the exact time on the face?
Wait, was I supposed to answer something he
Memory
said?
tricks, amongst other things which I'll show you, have got me banned from a lot of casinos in this country. This is my most ambitious project so far. We got a casino's permission to go inside and
Everyone
secretly
lost their
film.
fucking minds.
Neither the gamblers nor the croupiers know we're using hidden cameras and CCTV.
Oh right, he's
and
he's
no
gonna
one
get
knows I'm
banned
here
from
to
all
scam
the
them.
gambling things.
The object of blackjack is to get your cards to add up to a higher total than the dealer without going over 21.
16, card 16, 17.
If you can keep track of the cards which have been dealt, you have the advantage of knowing if the remaining cards are of a useful value. As a child, I learned to do this with a single deck, but casinos shuffle 4 packs
What is
together,
that annoying
and I have to
thing?
keep track of the cards of 3 other players. And
What
that's
the hell?
£150.
I don't want to see
right
their
there.
what the heck? Show less.
As the game progresses, I'm following each player's hand and keeping track of each card that's dealt. Player 1 on the right gets a 10 to add to his queen, also worth 10, a total of 20.
I thought you
He
weren't
won't
allowed
take
to
any more
film
cards.
in
Player 2
gambling or
has 3
something.
plus 2 is 5, another 3 makes 8, and a queen makes 18. He'll stop there. But look at mine. A 6 and a queen makes 16. If I take another, it can't be over 5, or else I'll go over 21 and bust. Would you risk it?
He's a math
I've got a good
whiz. He's
sense
gonna
of the deck
cheat.
by now, and I take it. It's a 4, and I'm on a very good 20. He gets an 8 and sticks on 18. The dealer has to beat my
I have
20
no idea how
to
to play
win.
these
A
games.
6, a 9, a 10 make 25. She's gone over 21 and busts, and I win the round.
Oh, she went over.
That's
Okay.
£300 to me now. And I keep playing like this until I feel the croupier gets suspicious.
It was amazing. Every hand he had 16, and it was either a 4 or a 5 each.
So he
hand.
knows, like,
He'd
the
done
odds?
A couple of thousand off my table. Never seen it happen before. I can't be that lucky. I don't know. That's just far too lucky.
Luck certainly helps, but here's exactly how I do it. In my mind, I'm in a sprawling Florentine house, and in that house is a series of memory rooms, each yielding information I've placed there to remember. When I play cards, I visit the card room on the top floor.
Whoa.
In it, I have a collection of 52 objects, each with a mnemonic link to a playing card. The clock set at 7 in a dome, for example, represents the 7 of diamonds. To play this game of 4-deck blackjack, I've attached 3 stickers to each object. As
The
cards
hell?
are dealt on the table, I move quickly to the relevant object and remove a sticker.
So he. How does he remember all that? He just has like
If
a
card
weird
comes up
photographic
4
memory.
times, I remove the object entirely. After a while, I can see at a glance which cards are left, and then I know when to play for high stakes. That's about now. I'm confident enough with the remaining cards to play for big money. The other players do well in this game. Player 1 gets 21, player 2 gets 18, player 4 to my left already has 20. I'm on 11, which means if I
What have you
want, I
done?
can
Did you get
double
some
my
sleep?
stake. But if I choose to double, then I only get 1 final card. Now with only 11, I'd need a very high card for this to be worth it. But if you never take a risk, you'd never win anything, and I have stacked the odds heavily in my favour, so I double, and that's now all my chips on a high card. £2,600. The most any other player has won at the table is 350.
He shouldn't have been getting
6
the cards that he was.
hours, that's all?
He should have been going over and losing his money, but he wasn't. If he'd been taking risks, then he would have lost as well as won.
Need
but
to
he
try
just
to
won.
aim for at least 8.
He won
Do you take
too
naps? Like you
regularly.
just take
But
like
just,
broken up naps?
So he was obviously doing something.
A little tiny can.
But no, it wasn't like.
I can see why he's banned from casinos. I think he'd be asked to leave politely. They couldn't afford to have someone like that in the casino.
Yeah, they probably would ban him because he's too good at. I think he's cheating somehow.
Bob Matthews is a runner who has set 22 world records and was a pioneer of the Paralympics.
Wait, you got an hour
Because
so
he's
far?
blind,
Are you?
I know
Did you
he'll
go to sleep and then you
unconsciously pay
woke
more
up again?
attention to what he can hear, subtle shifts and inflections in my voice. I met him at Crystal Palace. Bob, very good to meet you. Thanks for taking the time out for this. Can I just ask you to verify from the start that we've set nothing up, that you've got really no idea what it is we're going to do?
Oh no!
I can say quite honestly that I haven't got the foggiest.
Perfect.
No one's
I'm
getting
going to give
sleep.
you an envelope to hang on to. If I give you that in your left hand there, that's perfect.
You only had
can just hang
5
on to that
today,
for me.
Sandy?
We'll come back to that later.
Right.
Now, you've achieved some fantastic
I think I got
stuff,
8 or
and
9,
you've
but
got a
I was really
passion that has
tired today
taken
for
you
some
all over
reason.
the world. What I'd like you to do for me is to think of one place that you've been, nowhere where you think I might just guess, but somewhere that you have positive memories attached to. So somewhere
Yeah,
you can
yeah, that's actually called something.
You go somewhere?
Yes.
There's
Now, I'm going to ask you to
like
create a
different
scenario in
cycle
your mind, and
types
I'll
or
ask you some
whatever.
questions and just answer
There's ones
those
that break
questions
up a
in the
lot.
way that feels
I don't
most
remember
natural
what
as we
they're
do
called
it,
though.
all right? So imagine for me that you're going out for the evening in this location that you're thinking of. All right? We will make it a romantic date.
Oh.
So the first question is this with
I usually always slept like 10
wife
hours.
or girlfriend? Now I'm going to write this down.
Okay, wife.
Wife. Fantastic. And we'll just home in on sort of one aspect of the evening. So you're sat somewhere with your wife. Are you indoors or outdoors?
Indoors.
Indoors. Inside.
No, I'm yawning, yeah. You're
So we'll
welcome,
say this is a
Steffi.
restaurant.
I took you
All right.
tired.
You're drinking red wine or white wine?
Red.
Red. Now, as you're sat there, you're aware of a cat walking behind you, and as it walks behind you, it gives out a little purr.
All right.
Now tell me, what's the cuisine of the restaurant? What nationality?
Thai food.
Thai. Excellent. As you go in and sit down, the waiter comes over and takes your order. Now, it's a waiter, not a waitress. And as he walks away,
That's deep.
you're aware of a specific piece of music playing in the background. Tell me what the music is.
Why does he click? Is he hypnotized?
Jazz.
Jazz. I'd also like you to be aware of an aroma in the restaurant. Now, this is something specific, and it could be coming from flowers or something from the kitchen.
It's
Tell me what it is that you can
meatballs.
smell in this restaurant.
Spicy meatballs.
For some reason, I've got sandalwood.
Sandalwood?
Yeah.
Sandalwood it
Well,
is.
that's not a spicy meatball.
All right, do you walk home or get a taxi?
We'd get the taxi.
It's lovely
Do you
hanging
arrive
out,
home
Coco.
before
We're really
midnight or
gonna get
after?
back to studying now. Have a great rest of your day.
finally,
Oh,
will you
thank
tell me
you. It was
where
good to
all this
see
is
you.
happening? What's the location?
Yeah, that
It's
was
in
fun.
Hereford.
Thanks for hanging out.
Hereford?
Well,
Anywhere
good
in
luck
the
with
world
your
you choose
studies.
Hereford.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Good memories for me.
I'm sure. Well, it sounds absolutely charming. Were you thinking a lot about the answers, or what was going on in
I
your
was
head?
trying to give you what came into my mind first.
Okay. So what I want you to do for me is to open up the envelope that you've been holding on to.
Oh, yeah,
all this
you were
time.
having the
Yep, I
Ewu
would like to show the
dreams.
camera this really is genuinely sealed, which if you feel
I can
aware
Don't make
that
those
is
reality.
sealed, yeah.
genuinely sealed. If you undo that for me, this side up here,
Yeah.
and take out what's in there.
Oh, God.
Tell me. Got it?
Blimey, it's Braille.
Got it. Fantastic. Just read that out for us.
It says, Dear Bob, I'm writing this about an hour before I meet you. If we don't
I actually
meet
missed.
again,
Oh, thank you, Eddie.
I'll always picture you.
I actually missed that he was blind. I didn't pick up on
your
that
wife
part.
enjoying a glass of red wine with your tie. While Jazz, this is surreal. While Jazz plays in the background, there is the aroma of candles.
Thank you, Vita.
In the air. As ever, you will take a taxi and be back at 11:30.
Oh, thank you, Vita.
As those nights in Hereford
Oh, God.
are not to be missed. Bloody hell.
Thank you, Vita.
Only the candle's wrong. That's incredible.
Well, I knew what I was thinking of, but I was...
You were very specific with the sandalwood, but it
Yeah.
was sort of scented candles I had in mind. How do you feel?
I'm stunned. I mean, it's as if I'm.
Oh,
it's
thank you, Sophie.
I don't know. It's like an out-of-body experience. It's like I'm in. I'm witnessing this from somewhere else. You know, it's incredible.
Oh, thank you,
My wife
Victor.
says jokingly that I'm like an open book, but I didn't think I was that open.
6:30 a.m.
Oh, thank you, Victor.
My techniques are concerned with reading signals from people, tiny unconscious clues that betray their thoughts. I tend to see it like a game, and I went to Borough Market to show some people how to play it.
Wait, what?
He guessed it virtually all the way round. I thought, and he just followed me train of thought. Incredible.
I'm so hydrated right now.
Martin, is that right?
Oh,
Good to
thank
meet
you,
and
Victor.
Andrew, that's me. Brilliant. And I want to show you something with these vegetables. It'll freak you both out. Excellent. I need, can I grab some of these? Some parsley.
Oh,
Carrots.
thank you, Victor.
That's a squash, I take it. And what I can only describe as a cabbage. 4 vegetables. All right, Martin, here's what you do. Without giving it
I
away
think,
by looking.
yeah, it was called
think of one of
Scritches, so I
those.
just kept it
Got
what it
one?
was called.
Hold out your hand for me. Excellent. And if you hold out your hand and take hold
I
of
think
his
that's
wrist
something
there.
you give a cat, like
that.
little chin scritches.
All right.
I think it's an
Martin,
American
you're thinking
term,
one of
though.
these objects.
I don't
You've got a
actually say
vegetable
that in
mind.
real life.
Brilliant. All right. Whichever one of these you're thinking of, you mentally guide him to it. Just think of it, direct him mentally in your mind to the one. You move your hand backwards and forwards, and just pay attention to what you can feel slowly. Slowly. Pay attention to what you feel in the hand. See which one he's thinking of.
Wait, what do you mean bits? Don't you mean the
Take your time.
points? The channel
Is that
points?
it? Fantastic. Isn't that bizarre?
I don't know, just a feeling. Well, we got it, didn't we? So
Yeah,
it
it's
must
like
have been something,
scratching.
wasn't it?
It's a Victorian parlour game, and what's happening is that you're giving off tiny signals which you're able to pick up on, but you're barely aware of them. It just kind of
Wait,
feels
what do you
right.
mean you have 100
And you can
bits?
play this
Don't
at
you
home with
mean
people, and it's
channel
bizarre.
points?
Now, you can get very good at
The
this.
Coco
Let me show you. We'll get a whole load
cats?
more stuff. Potato. Turn it, courgette. Okay. Same thing again. Well, I want you to have one of these vegetables
Yeah, those are
on your
channel
mind. Think
points.
of one
Ooh,
now.
there's
Have
like
you got
little
one in your mind?
emojis
Don't give it
jumping
away by
around.
looking at anything. Just have
I've
it in your
never
mind.
seen
All right,
that.
give me a hand.
I've seen them highlighted, but I haven't seen the little
Now relax your arm,
emojis
give me
jumping up
control
and
of your arm.
down.
You thinking of one of these? Give me control of your arm. Relax your arm. You got one in your mind? Yeah. What was
He
that?
means bits? Why would you
Squash,
have...
is that right? That was
It
it?
gives you bits?
Excellent.
That was impressive. That was major league impressive. That's yeah. I thought it might take him a while, but you know, obviously he's done it once or twice before.
After hours, I was
Wait,
eager
really?
to see if the casino experts would be remotely impressed with my
I don't know
card
how it
skills.
works. Whoa. It's... Oh, so it stays like that.
It's 1978. I'm 7 years old, sat in the playground with my best friend, Jamie Lawrence, and he's teaching me poker rather precociously. I remember I had 4 cards. I needed
Rather
one more card to
precociously.
complete a fantastic hand, and I willed him to deal me that card from the deck. He handed me a card, I took it, I looked at it, it was the right one. And that was it. I became obsessed with card skills. At 16, I'm slipping underage into casinos, studying the croupiers. I learnt to cut off specific amounts of cards from a deck. For example, if I wanted to cut
He
off
sounds so posh right
15
now.
cards, I would cut about there. Let's count them.
Oh yeah,
1, 2, 3,
you
4,
have a
5,
bits
6,
icon
7, 8,
now,
9,
so
10, 11,
or
12,
like it
13, 14, 15 cards. Took that a
Yeah.
stage further. Learnt to see how many
I'm
cards the
confused
croupier
too.
cut off
I didn't know you could do
when she
that.
went to shuffle. So take a whole bunch off for me.
I don't know. I never heard of that.
Okay, that
I don't know
looks
how it
like
works.
28 to me. Count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. That's it. Now, the way I do that is quite interesting. I count the cards in pairs, right? You see, pairs of cards, not individual cards when you look at the side of the deck. I batch the pairs into 10s and the 10s into 20s, so it's far more difficult to work with odd digits, all right? So tell me a number to cut off, but make both digits odd. In fact, don't even tell me, just think of it. Both digits odd. Are you thinking of a number?
Biddy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go for that. What was the number you were thinking of?
17.
17.
Doesn't look anything like 17, does it? But try counting these. Count them for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Ooh.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, look at the way it says your name.
Superb. So then
Thank
I
you,
started playing
Ethan.
poker. And I learned to watch the hands of cards as they get shown.
I don't know how that works. It gave you
To memorize
it gave you bits to give or
to keep
something.
track of their position as the decks reassembled.
I don't have
So
any
now
that I
have
can.
A
I
mental
don't think I do.
photograph of large batches of those cards. Then, as the croupier shuffled, to follow the redistribution of those cards in the deck, which is not impossible. If you watch
Yeah,
the
you're
shuffle
bits leader 3 now.
and the cuts
So yeah.
closely enough. So I should now be able to cut fairly accurately to any card you may choose to name. Julie, tell me a card.
Oh, you can kind of see me looking up.
The
I didn't know you
nine
could
of
see that.
clubs. It would seem impossible to keep track of all those cards, let alone intuit the positions of the ones we didn't see. So I really just have to just reach in and just do this. 9 of spades.
9 of clubs.
9 of clubs, sorry. There.
Oh.
Am I close?
Absolutely spot on.
Good. Whew. I mentioned earlier on Jamie Lawrence, my best friend. I still have the 4 cards with me that I had on that day, and I kid you not, these are them.
Yeah,
They've
get
become
some
something of a
sleep,
lucky
Rhoda.
charm.
We need some rest.
I'd like to do this with you, Cher.
Let Derren Brown hypnotize you to sleep.
I'm
Oh
going to tell you
God.
in my mind, I will scream at you what the card is that I need to complete this hand. Now, you've got no way of knowing. You don't know if I'm going for a straight or a flush or a high or a low card. You don't know, so you can't work it out. What I want you to do is to just let the image of a card come to you. You'll know that it feels right. You won't need to guess. You won't need to work it out. Just look at me. When you think you know it, quick as you can, you pick up the deck, you run through, you take out the one card you feel is right, and you put it face down on the table. Look at me. Doesn't matter if you get it wrong. There's no pressure. How could you possibly know?
Okay.
Don't let me see.
Good night, Rhoda. Thank you. I'll probably yeah, I should probably sleep too, to be honest. It's midnight.
Okay. One
I'll
card.
see you
Now, I know
tomorrow.
when Jamie handed me that last card, I know it was just a coincidence. 'Cause you
Oh, it's
grow
the
up
music in the thing. I was like, what is
and
this
you learn to
song?
be more realistic about these things.
I really do not know why I chose the 5 of clubs. It came to me straight away. Just 5 of clubs. And there it was, and I can't believe it.
A little bit scary, so he knows exactly how I'm thinking and what I'm going to be thinking next.
I don't think he'd be allowed into our casino. He would be banned. He wouldn't be allowed to use the tables.
Now, let's try something more ambitious. Do you have, either of you have a picture of your wife or kids, or you got something on you? What have you got? This is your wife, I take it. What's her name?
Janet.
Janet. What I want you to do is to hide this picture of Janet
Just don't get red.
somewhere in this market. We'll all go out the way so we can't see where you're going. Excellent. Off you go. Martin, well done. So you've hidden a photograph of your wife somewhere in this market.
Yep.
No one knows where that is apart from you, correct?
That's right.
You haven't told me, you haven't told anybody else?
No one.
Good. All right. And we're going to do the same thing again, except this time it isn't just a few vegetables on a table, it is a photograph of your wife anywhere in this fruit market.
That's right.
Okay. You've got to direct me in your mind where to go. You direct me in your mind where to go. You think left, you think right. Show me in your mind, direct me there. You're guiding me in your mind. Good. Now concentrate on the picture of your wife. See the picture clearly in your mind. What's your wife's name?
Janet.
Janet, that's right. Just see Janet in your mind. See the picture clearly. In fact, go back in your mind. Concentrate on the most strongest emotional memory you have of her. Probably the day you got married. Do you remember the day you got married?
Yes.
Do you remember looking into her eyes that day?
Yep.
Good. Well, focus on that image of her there and see that, visualize that in your mind and take me there.
I'm guessing he's just
That's how
feeling
clearly
his
I want you
body
to see it as you
language
guide me there now in your mind. Keep thinking left.
and reading
or
his
right.
face.
We're coming up now to a junction. Be thinking left or right in your mind. Good.
It
And see that
looks
image
so
in your mind. See
silly.
the wedding day in your mind. Feel like you've been married for about what? 15 years?
That's right.
15 years exactly?
Very nearly.
Very nearly. 16 years.
few years ago in the United States, a girl of 9 brought embarrassment to the psychic healing industry with a very simple test to see if psychics really can, as they claim, feel energy from a person. Now, the test was very straightforward. A screen was set up like this with 2 holes in it. And we've got Richard Robson here, who's a researcher from St Bartholomew's and London Research Institute. And you've had a look at this and inspected and made sure that I can see neither through the screen nor over the top nor around it.
That's right.
Great, fantastic. On one side of the screen sat the healer, that's going to be me. On the other side sat the young girl. The healer would place his hands through the holes, and the girl would place her hand above one of the healer's hands. And all the healer had to do was say whether he thought the girl's hand was above his left hand or his right hand. The results, when the psychics did this, was 44% accurate, which is slightly worse than you'd get from guessing. So bravo to the psychic healing community. I'm not psychic, but I will do my best to get better than 44%. Okay. So now I'm sitting down. If you jumble yourselves up so you're in a different order. And when you're in position, the first person, please, put your hand above one of mine and say ready when you're done.
Ready.
Okay. Now I wiggled my right hand on purpose. That should have put you off going there and made you go over to the left-hand side. So I would say left for the first one. Correct?
Correct.
Next, please.
Ready.
Now you've just seen the left, so I would say you would go for right. Correct?
Correct.
Next, please.
Ready.
Okay, you now want to break the alternating pattern that I just mentioned, so you would go for right again, correct?
Yes.
Next, please. So this is number... How many of you are there left? 6? Okay, next, please.
Ready.
Great. Now, you just heard me say left, so you wouldn't do that. You'd go for right, correct?
Correct.
Next, please.
Ready.
Left. Next.
Correct.
Ready.
Left again. Next.
No.
Ah. Okay, I'm... All right. Okay, I'll get you back later. All right. Next.
Ready.
That's left.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Next.
Ready.
Oh, left again.
Correct.
Next.
Ready.
Left.
Correct.
This is the last one, I believe. Above one of mine.
Ready.
You're going to do it left again.
Yep.
Correct.
Yes, fantastic. Is that 9 out of 10?
Yes.
Can I get that one person back that I messed up with? The one person back. Let me try this again with you.
Ready.
Okay. Place your hands a little closer to mine, please. Closer.
Cheating.
Don't move. That one.
That's right.
Ah, strong hands. You've been used to fighting a corner. You've got older brothers and sisters, yeah? And you're sporty. I was going to say football. I think you'd be a football fan, but no, it's golf. Yeah, it's golf, and you work with computers.
That's right.
And that's something else. That's is that vinyl? Something?
No, he probably just doxed him
work in a
before he
record shop or
invited
something?
him on.
And there's something else.
Ew.
It's dogs. You've got dogs.
Gross.
Terriers. 3.
Yeah, he's a magician. What? Oh, yeah, you weren't here for it. So, I'm pretty sure he's an INFJ too.
Play golf.
But he's a magician who like
had 3
hates
terriers. Parents used to DJ.
like people that pretend to be mystics and stuff, because he likes to explain the stuff behind what he
I don't think it's
does.
science. I think it's an art.
And some people
Or
use it to like manipulate
It's
others.
something that science doesn't
So
yet
he explains
been
how
able
it all
to
works and shit.
understand.
Must be mind control.
A good communicator affects our physiology.
It's funny,
the
'cause,
power of voice can entrance us, even induce or remove pain.
Yeah,
I
so
came
it's
to
like
the old
psychological
operating theatre
stuff,
at London
basically.
Bridge. You're all
But yeah, he's a good magician.
Have you been here before?
He's so
It is a
creepy.
remarkable place. This is where they used to perform amputations. Imagine yourself. Delirious with fear. There's no anesthetic. Hold you down. And hope that you just.
Yeah, he's good at
pass
like
out before they finish.
giving like subliminals and tricking
So I
people.
want to try something with all of you. And while it may be a bit disturbing, I can absolutely guarantee your safety.
Oh yeah.
If you don't want to do this, that's absolutely fine. You can say so. But if you do, once you're in, you're in. And there's no going back. All right? Are you all happy to do this?
Yeah? You don't want to do it? Sure? Absolutely fine. Gonna make your way back out there. So let's begin. It's very easy to get an idea in somebody's head. Do you study dentistry as part of the course?
No.
No? The whole area of toothache. It's an interesting one. Often what happens is the nerves at the actual base of the tooth, like right in there, right where the base of the tooth would be, go bad. Right in there. You must have had really bad toothache. That first sort of tingling feeling that you get.
I think he's hypnotizing them to have a toothache now.
Constant pain.
Yeah. You're feeling that now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that like?
It's sharp down straight across.
Mm-hmm. You're genuinely feeling that now?
Genuinely feeling it straight down.
Sometimes it's the sort of thing that can spread.
Yeah, and he's really good at it
In
too.
your gums, or is it in the teeth itself?
It's also everywhere.
But he also purposely picks people that are susceptible to it as well. Like he can tell. He's really good at reading people.
Worse, and it gets worse. And then suddenly, it's gone. And gone. And you don't feel anything at all. It's like it's anaesthetised. You feel nothing. Nothing at all. Like in the back of your hand there. It's like a blueness.
Oh, he's not gonna do the creepy
blueness
thing
in
again. I had to skip one because he started bringing out needles and shit.
No, nothing. Try pinching it. What's it like?
Nothing. Clammy and not responsive at all.
Imagine you can probably feel your wrist. Can you?
Oh,
You can
don't
feel your
do
arm.
this. I hate this
You really
one.
not feel that?
Seriously.
He
Would you be
did
happy
it.
to, you know, bash that
Okay,
or
I'm
twist
not
it really
doing
hard
it.
or stick something through?
I can't do that one.
From cynical students who have given us some of their time. Thank you so much indeed. Now, Richard, come and sit with me. Let me check a few things with you. You have brought with you some objects from home. I asked you to bring some objects to put them in your briefcase.
Yeah, that's what he
Not let
did
anybody see them when you got here,
in
not
his
tell
live
anybody what
show.
they
He
were,
was
to keep
doing
them
that.
Absolutely 100% secret and private. Have you done that?
Yes.
And you've got them here with you? Right.
That's right.
Superb. I'm going to look the other way while you take
I
one of
don't
them
know
out.
if he
Change
ends
your
up
mind
actually
when it
using a
comes to
hammer,
right.
but
You
that's
get one,
pretty
hold it in your
fucked.
hands, close the briefcase, put it back down
I
again.
am checking
and then
because
I'll
I
turn around.
no, he brings out he
Alright?
did it on a
So I
live
won't look
show
at you,
too.
I
He
will
brings
look
out needles, and I
here.
have a sharp objects phobia. I can't watch it. I think it's called ichnophobia.
You done that?
Yes.
Also
Are
high
you holding
fish.
it in your hand like this? Is it
Yes.
safe for me to turn around?
Yes.
Okay, let me explain exactly what I want you to do. Rest your hands just there on my hand. All right. This sounds very strange. What I want you to do is to look down at your hands. Imagine they're made of glass.
I mean, I believe you, but I don't even want to think
You're
about
nervous,
that.
I can feel
I
that. Don't
can't
worry,
do
just
it.
relax. Imagine your hands are glass. You can look through and you can see the object. Good. Now look at me. This could be something that you've just picked up on the way out. It could be something that you know, that really has some kind of sentimental value to you. I don't know. I mean, how long have you had it for, roughly?
3 years.
About 3 years or so, okay.
Oh,
And
is
I'm just
this-
getting the impression, as you're sat there and talking, it's something you feel a little sentimental about, just from the way that you're guarding it a little bit. Is that right? I'm wondering if it's something you were given or something that you picked up yourself, and the slight relaxation in your shoulders tells me it's something you picked up yourself.
Familiarity with a product we think we've never heard of. Millions of pounds a year are spent on it. It's brilliantly calculated, and we all fall for it. So I thought I'd turn the tables on the advertising experts.
Thank you for
I
joining
love
us,
this guy
gentlemen. Tony, yes?
too.
And Martin?
Yeah.
I've been
And
watching him
Derren.
for.
Let me get down to
I don't
explaining
even know how long it's
exactly
been
what I
now.
want you
I've
to
been
do.
watching this for a
Imagine
while.
that I'm opening a chain of stores selling a product, something I have a particular interest in. Your task is to come
That's
up
when
with
I
a
did
poster
on
advertising
advertising,
that
mind
store.
reading what
And that
people were
poster
going to
must include
design.
the company name,
Oh,
whatever you
wait,
decide that may be.
that might be in
It
this
must include
one.
a strap line, some sort of slogan, and some kind of logo as well. Some kind
Is
of
this
visual
it?
image. Now the
Is this
idea
the
is you've
one
only
you
got
just
half an hour to
mentioned?
do this, so you've got to really work with your first instinct. So at the moment, you've got no idea what you're going to do, correct?
No.
Excellent. I'm also going to give you this. I've had a few design ideas of my own. I want to leave this untouched. We'll come back to that later. All right? Are there any questions?
What's the product?
What's the product? Very good question. Passion of mine. since I was a
Wait, yeah,
toddler.
that's such a coincidence that you just
It's a chain
mentioned
of
this
taxidermy
episode.
stores. Let me pop the pussycat on the envelope so it remains untouched. You have half an hour, gentlemen. Good luck.
Great, thanks. Thanks.
Go for it.
Get stuff to
I didn't even. I've seen some of his episodes before. There's one I'm trying to look for where he does it like he like convinces people that they're psychic or some shit outside. It's like in a street. But I can't find it.
Where the best animals go to.
Loads of clouds with animals on them. Gates, pearly gates, bear playing the harp.
Yeah. Only the best get in. Only the best get into our.
Yeah. Where dead animals go to live. We're the best.
It's the best place for dead animals. It's simple.
Time up, gentlemen. Okay. I can't wait to see what you've done. Come and show me.
Okay.
And Tony, before we do this, can you take the envelope I gave you earlier?
Okay.
And can you please vouch for us here that no one's been anywhere near it, it's been under a dead cat, no one's touched it?
That's
the truth. That's the truth.
Here, Paul, come around here. Now, before we have a look at it, just tell me, what was it like?
We started off thinking about the name. I thought that was we thought that was probably the best thing to do.
Starting point.
Sure.
And then take it from there, really. We banged out a load of ones that were probably completely stupid, and then got down to the ones that were slightly stupid, and then we kind of that went back and forth for a bit, and then kind of got something we liked and developed it.
Can I have a look?
Sure.
Sure.
Is this it?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. it's a bear with a lyre.
So it's Animal Heaven, the best place for dead animals.
And it's obviously, you'd see that it was stuffed.
How did you come up with the name Animal Heaven?
We had the idea of the pearly gates of heaven being the zoo gates.
Zoo gates as the gates of heaven, that's interesting.
i.e. sort of all the animals that are dead are in a dead zoo, if you like, in heaven. And then we just kind of thought, well, it's kind of nice, but it's a bit twee. We want to make it a bit funkier. And then we thought, harp-playing bear just answered the brief.
It's fantastic. I do want to show you my own ideas from beforehand.
Okay.
I don't want to touch. Would you open them for me?
Sure.
I don't want to touch. Like he just magically changes it.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. All right. Not a million miles away. Let me put this up there. Hang on to that. It's a harp-playing bear.
Yeah.
God.
You've gone for these angel wings here. Were you thinking of angel wings or bird wings?
Yeah, well, they were kind of a combination.
You did them a lot better than me. This was the same thing. I was thinking angel wings there. You've got animal heaven. I got creature heaven.
Yeah. So
where the best,
you're a bit off there then.
A bit off there. Where the best dead animals go. Did you put best place for dead animals?
Wow.
Very similar. I had the idea of a zoo gate on there.
It was hard to leave out. We didn't overload it. It was hard to leave out, but it was just a bit too much.
Wait, so how did he plant it? Did I miss that part?
The other one you were talking about.
Yeah, it's just before there.
Is it very different?
Well, it's just the gates.
Yeah.
Oh, gentlemen, please.
I'm drawing quite similar.
Look at that. This was the image I was thinking. I've done it there in the background because this to me was the more striking image. And interestingly, you abandoned this for this one. This was obviously
well,
clear
the first bear I drew looks exactly
Whoa.
like that, actually.
Wait, but did he like subliminally put it somewhere they didn't see it and they thought it was their own idea?
Oh, look at that.
Like maybe he had it posted outside somewhere.
If you knew the amount of effort we've gone into making this
work, he
work,
reveals it.
You'd be absolutely flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted.
Now, it's comforting to know that you're just as susceptible to subliminal persuasion as the rest of us.
Yeah, so it is subliminal.
Thank you. Martin,
pleasure.
Take care. Thank you very much indeed.
I think I'm quite cynical. When I saw the bear and I saw a cloud, first of all, from behind the
yeah,
paper,
they thought it was their own idea.
When we saw the rest of it, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, people
immediately thought, oh, I'm gutted. I could see that it was folded. I just saw the bear's foot hanging over the cloud.
That's real shit.
I just thought, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know, it was gutted.
How embarrassing.
But now I think, oh, fantastic.
I was gutted.
I mean, yeah. But obviously we're pleased for him, you know.
Yeah, he's.
As long as, he comes out of this looking good, then that's always the main thing.
That guy has a good sense of humor.
Watch their taxi journey again.
Oh yeah, see, it was posted outside. Yeah, because you're not like consciously aware that you're taking it in. Look at all the, so many, wow.
You better stop the things you do.
That's pretty wild when you put it into perspective like that, eh?
An experiment that will work
I mean, the bear was a more obvious one.
The identity of this card. Don't try and guess what it is. Just wait until you get it. Make the colour bright and vivid. See a screen in your mind, and on the screen the little number low down in the corner and up at the top, and the things down the middle, down the centre, the boom 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 down the middle of the card. Picture it.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Say out loud what
Wait.
you think it is.
Sorry. Wait, what? I wasn't listening to him. Hang on. He's trying to subliminal me. Go ahead, Derren.
You better stop the things you do. I ain't lying.
An experiment that will work on most of you. I will try and transmit you the identity of this card. Don't try and guess what it is. Just wait until you get it. Make the colour bright and vivid. See a screen in your mind, and on the screen.
Well, it's obviously a diamond because he's doing the diamond.
And the things down the middle, down the centre, the boom boom boom.
3 of diamonds.
Picture it. Have you got it? Say out loud what you think it is.
3 of diamonds.
I had the 3 of diamonds. Did you get it? Enjoy the show.
Of course. Yeah, but that's a good way to show how subliminals work.
People waiting around in train stations tend to slip into a state of limbo, which makes them very suggestible. This is the only time you'll ever see actors in this show.
Oh, piss off, you old hag! Piss off!
Oh, is it this one? Is this the one I was
Staging a
looking
little
for?
incident allows me to impress a
It
commuter with
was.
her own abilities.
Excuse me, can I just ask you a few questions about what you just saw? We're filming a piece about short-term memory. Would you stand up for a second for me? Now, that whole argument...
The only time you'll ever see actors in this show.
Oh, piss off, you old hag! Piss off!
God,
So
hag.
staging a little incident allows me to impress a commuter with her own abilities.
Excuse me, can I just ask you a few questions about what you just saw? We're filming a piece about short-term memory. Would you stand up for a second for me? Now, that whole argument that you just saw was actually staged for the purposes of this experiment. And the chap that had the argument with the woman, this is his wallet. Can you hold on to that for me? Both hands, nice and tightly. Can you tell me about what you remember?
Tall man, baseball cap, dark jacket. Think dark hair.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Okay, do you remember any details about the guy apart from that?
No.
No. Okay, all right. I want to show you how, in fact, you have all those memories. There's details stored in your unconscious. I'll ask you some more questions. Don't try and answer accurately. Just answer with whatever comes to mind. All right? Don't even try and remember. Close your eyes for me. And I'm also going to place my hand over your eyes for a second, just there. Now, just relax and go with me. Don't even try and remember, but I want you to tell me a little bit more about the details. He's wearing a cap. Tell me about the cap.
Dark blue.
Okay.
Something on the front.
Something on the front. All right. Tell me what you see on the front. Zoom in on it. See it clearly. What's on the front of the cap?
NY, New York.
Very good. What's the jacket made of? You said a dark jacket.
Leather.
I want you to zoom in a little bit on his top pocket. On his top pocket. What do you see?
A ticket.
A ticket. What else?
A pen.
Fantastic. What colour's the pen? Zoom right in on it.
Silver and black.
Fantastic. What's he wearing underneath the jacket?
Sweatshirt.
Sweatshirt. What colour's the sweatshirt?
Grey.
Very good. Now, is there a detail on the sweatshirt that you can remember?
Italian flag. Italia.
Well done. Open your eyes. Look at me. Let me tell you, everything that you've said so far has been pretty much absolutely on the nose.
Now, what was
I
his
don't know how you're
name?
doing this, but it just has been. Now I'm going to ask you to do something which will seem impossible. I want you to tell me the man's name. Now don't try and guess it. You're just going to say what comes to mind, and we're going to start just with the letter. A letter for the Christian name. A letter will just explode into your mind. What letter comes to mind for the Christian name? What comes to mind now?
P.
P. Very good. So what might it be beginning with P?
Peter.
Peter. All right, so it's just a guess, but that's fine. Now the surname, we're going to get a letter for the surname. Imagine the surname written on a page in a book, all right? Just
That guy's like, what
just
the
letter
fuck's
that begins with
going
the surname.
on?
What comes to mind now? Say it. Oh, very good. Is it a long name or a short name, do you think? Short name. One syllable, two syllables?
One
What is it?
syllable.
Say it now. Read. No, where's that coming from?
Don't know.
You're just making it up.
It's read.
Just read, but you're just making this up. You don't know why, no reason. Right? Let me tell you, this is going to freak you out. You've got his wallet in your hand. Open it up. I don't want to touch it. Just driving license. Do you want to just take that out?
No.
You're right, you're shaking. Have a look at it. What does it say?
Oh no, she's psychic all of a sudden.
Here's Rick. That was very, very close.
I didn't see him that close. I'm sure I didn't see him that close. He asked me to
Your,
shut my eyes.
your eyes
and
take
just
in all
go
that
down.
shit.
And it was strange. I could see things that I didn't know I'd seen. It was like I was seeing it for the first time. Like I'd honed in on it. I
The
really don't
power
know
of
how
the
I got that name.
subconscious.
That's freaked me a little bit because how do I know his name? I don't know his name. I'm shaking. I can't
See,
believe
they think
that
it's
has
something
happened.
mystical or like magical. It's not. But that's pretty cool.
People are always saying, can you use your skills to get...
Yeah, but I wonder if you can still do it with aphantasia, because
Yes, I can.
I mean, you still have an unconscious. It can still tell you it, and you can still dream with aphantasia. So I still wonder if you can receive hypnagogic images still from the unconscious. You probably can. In theory, I think you should be able to. It would be really interesting to find out, to be honest. I've been curious about that for a while. Because I do know a few people with aphantasia, but I don't know if any of them would be interested in actually seeing if it works or not. But you do dream, right?
In your minds of a quality that...
And the other person I know with aphantasia says they still dream and stuff, so in theory they should be able to still do it. Because you're not imagining consciously, you're allowing dream images in with hypnagogia. It's something you can induce.
Will you think of something for me? So you've got a line. Is this something that's worked for you in the past? Is it something that...
Something I was very impressed with.
All right, okay, don't give me any more clues than that.
Concepts rather than image. Well, I think you could receive images. It might be harder for you to perceive, because sometimes when you try it, even when I try it, sometimes because it's coming from the unconscious, you're not always consciously aware of it. Like sometimes you don't even realize that you're seeing something because it's very dreamlike. It's very like sleepy. So it can be hard to tell. Like you might be seeing stuff and you consciously don't even realize it. Yeah, it's hard to describe.
Is that what you had in mind? Yes. Be absolutely honest, that's what you had in mind? Yeah?
Yes.
Yours, I think, is not that, because you'd have reacted if I was saying that. I think it's...
It might be better. I mean, yeah, it's possible that you could even be better at certain things as well.
Yeah? This is great. Okay, now look at me. Now hear me. Hear me say the line. And also, genuinely, eyes are very important to you, aren't they? Because you're giving me a lot back now. Yeah?
Doesn't think in words.
Well, you're thinking of eyes as well. All right, now hear me say the line.
Wait, I'm trying to think what you mean now, because do I think in words? You don't mean like visual words, right?
Okay, this is something that a guy said.
Did you know that some people don't even think? Like, there's apparently some people that don't, like, some people don't even have an inner voice at all either. Or like, some people literally can't inwardly think, they have to speak out loud everything that they're thinking about. They just blurt stuff.
It didn't work this time, but it melted you for a minute.
I don't remember if it was called something specific, but...
You're the best, mate.
Millwall Stadium, where the twin worlds of football and vomiting meet. I risked having beer poured over my head to play a game with the bustling connoisseurs of this fine sport.
Excuse me, mate. What's your name? Tim.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't think in a language at all. Yeah, I do think that some people don't think in... Like, they don't have an inner voice.
All right, ready? Okay, get ready. Go. We'll do it in your hand like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So I win there. My stone blunts your scissors. All right. We'll play again. Ready? 1.
But yeah, that was the video I was looking for this whole time. I finally found it. The one where he convinced her that she was psychic. She like didn't want to touch the wallet anymore. She's like, oh god, how did I know that?
You want me to lose one? All right, no problem. No problem at all. All right, go. 1, 2, 3.
The quiz one was my favorite too. That's really cool.
What are the last 3 match results for Millwall? 2-0, 4-0, and 1-0. The 3 wins? Yeah. All right, 3 wins. Okay. Go. I cut your paper again. I blunt your scissors. Nice one.
Oh my god, I was playing rock, paper, scissors with someone last night, and we were like full on staring right in each other's eyes while doing it, like trying to read each other. It was funny. I was cracking up.
Alright. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, he's not even looking at, he's not even reading them. How's he know?
What do you think of that, Gov? Sorry? What do you think of that? Amazing.
Like amazing.
Power to do that, I suppose it's a bit freaky, isn't it?
It's so funny because Rhoda was saying this podcast was saying that Derren Brown's the closest thing to the devil himself. He's got like devil powers. It's pretty funny.
Pickpockets are masters of psychological manipulation and control, though they're gone in an instant. I employed some more sustained techniques to see how boldly I could fleece someone whilst being as charming as possible.
7 times in a row. Oh my god. That's pretty funny. I'd be cracking up.
So you're Anthony? Yeah. All right, I'm Derren. Good to meet you. Let me just show you exactly what we're doing. It's a list of various things that people normally do when
I keep him slightly bewildered with a series of instructions and questions which renders him very suggestible.
Oh my god.
A kind of tactile misdirection. I attract his attention to one wrist by holding him there quite firmly,
I like that he
while I remove
explains
his
it.
watch from the other.
Would you bring your own book, or would that be...
I might get the metro, bring my own book sometimes.
Great. Now, are you actually catching a train today, or are you just meeting somebody?
I'm actually meeting someone, but I'll just come.
You're meeting somebody, all right, but so you just come off the train, that's great, okay. Well, I'll ask you about this later. We may also just need to get you a microphone somehow. Okay. Maybe a lapel mic, sorry. Is there a lapel mic we can get for this chap?
Opening his jacket to suggest a lapel mic hides his view as I quickly check his trouser pockets.
No,
and my
paper
right arm
beats
then
rock.
hides his view as my left hand enters his inside pocket. I do give this all back.
Perfect. So I'm going to go over and ask you a few questions. Just relax and enjoy yourself. Okay. All right, I'll just be straight over there, okay? All right, relax and enjoy yourself. I'll ask you a few questions. Thank you.
So you just want me to wait here for a minute?
So actually the piece is about pickpocketing. Let me just give you a few things back here.
Oh my god, me too.
That was me there.
Yeah, that's the thing. People think that it's like something paranormal.
That's great. This was yours, which is very nice.
And I find it funny that Derren Brown gets pissed off by that, and like he's very open about it. Like he even said that like mediums and stuff, that it's something ugly. Because he knows how to do what they do, but he doesn't like that they pretend that it, or he actually in one episode he said that it was like an unconscious thing that they were doing, like they actually believed that they had magical powers or whatever.
Got that. Inside pocket, you've got that.
So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, thank you so much. Excellent. Enjoy that, Michelle. Enjoy your rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thanks, I didn't really know what was going on. It's so quick that you don't notice it going at all. It's just instantaneous. I don't know what he's got now, but I hope I've got everything.
For me, the most enjoyable aspect of going out and performing is that I never know how susceptible people will be to my methods. Tonight I've been hired to entertain Lord Davenport and his dinner guests, a group of young barons, counts and countesses.
Who?
Alex, if I said that I could just look you in the eye and genuinely tell you what your PIN number is, how would you react?
I'd be amazed.
Do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine for me you're going to the cash machine. You take your card and you put it in the machine. Put your hand flat on the table for me, so I can see it, just there. Excellent. The card goes in the machine, and it says, please tap in your 4-digit number. In your mind, just do that. In your mind, just press the buttons.
He's just gonna read his face.
Try and keep your hand absolutely still, please, all right? You don't need to move it. And the second? The third?
Damn, why is he so good at this?
And the last digit. Okay.
Because he was saying he had like a photographic memory too in his mind, like he can...
How would you feel if this was your PIN number right here?
I wouldn't believe it.
You may wish to change this tonight after the party.
What?
Yeah?
Oh, wow. How do you do that? That's freaky, man. That is...
Up there so the camera can see it? Yeah, that's fine. Up a little bit like that.
There are few things more enjoyable than being utterly charming towards someone whilst fleecing them. This time I'm using a leaflet about travel cards to keep him occupied while he tries to be as helpful as possible.
Stop stealing their
Going to move you back just a little bit. We might need to get you some. I need to get you a lapel mic for... Can we get a lapel... What was your name? Chris. Chris, excellent. Let's get you a lapel mic so we can hear what you're saying. If not... Sorry, hang on to that for a minute.
I feel like I know the one you're talking about, Vincent.
Lamppost is just there.
Stealing a tie from someone's neck is a useful skill when meeting a rival candidate just before a job interview.
That's fine. I'm going to go stand over there and ask you some questions. I need you to fill that out if that's all right. You've all played the game of word association.
Taking notes.
Yeah? Someone says a word and you say a word which you would instinctively connect with it. So if I said apples, you would say...
Banana.
Pears. We'll go all the way around the room.
Pears? Oh, I would say banana.
The last word. Would you, for me, just pluck a word out of the air and think of it? That will be your first word. Just say the word in your mind, over and... Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll write something down for a little later. No peeking. Can I have that bottle, please? We'll play one round of this game. Beginning with you.
Oh,
Alex,
that's interesting. He probably knows how to read that too.
Banana.
Like
Banana.
he does like little tests on them and stuff.
Gold.
Star.
Bright.
Black.
Again?
Black.
Black. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Until I've gone. Right.
I suppose we should check that now.
Oh. Wow.
When you opened it up and it said black, I was kind of like, that was the word I said.
Reading people's minds. Can you imagine that?
So was that yours as well? Your wallet, what was that? That was on the... Oh, okay, well,
It's a difficult thing to practice. I worked on a tailor's dummy before trying it with real people. The skill itself is a physical version of what salesmen and advertisers do to us all, keeping us distracted, bewildering us with information, quietly taking our money.
Again, hang on to that. And there's your other wallet and a sweet rabbit.
Your other
Is
wallet.
that, you got something in your top pocket or was that everything? That's everything, isn't it?
I think more or less, yeah.
Okay, you've got everything. Thank you so much for your help. Oh no, wait, that's yours as well. Put your wallet back again. And then you've got your tie, you've got your watch back. You're right. It's silly you sign this.
I like the phone episodes he does.
That's everything. Thank you so much for your help. Yeah, you want to put that back on. That's everything, isn't it? Excellent. Okay. Thank you. That's yours.
Yeah, some people wouldn't be so subtle because they'd
I used to
consciously
sketch
like
as a
fight it
child,
and not
and now
invite
I'm
it.
not performing, I paint bizarre portraits of people. And I'm creating one here for a final experiment, certainly the most difficult thing I've attempted. We went to a preview in an art gallery.
It's very exciting to be here amongst a group of some of Britain's foremost young artists. I'm going to use this to generate a random member from the audience.
Wait, I'm
Here's
gonna
what
use-
do. I will throw this over my shoulder.
I'm gonna use this when we play poker next on Discord. Even though it wouldn't work on Discord. I'm gonna read your faces. I'm gonna read your mind. God, it takes so long to load.
In each episode of this series, I will offer an applicant a blind choice of either
Ooh,
a
it's
pleasant
one of these
experience,
again.
a treat, or a darker trick. They won't know which one they've chosen, and they may not know how or when it will happen to them. All the applicants responded to advertisements. These are the 6 people that I've selected. They just don't know it yet. Welcome to Trick or Treat.
Yeah, I'm gonna read your voice. I'm gonna read your mind through the computer.
Tonight's applicant is Richard, a 20-year-old student from Wolverhampton. We've been observing him for the last few
Oh
weeks.
my
to
god,
build up
this
a profile and
stalker,
monitor
this
his movements to and
so
from his flat.
stalkerish.
He lives a quiet and predictable life, which might be fun to shake up a bit.
Oh my god.
At 3 a.m. one morning in March, we've gathered outside his house,
No.
where he's hopefully asleep. His girlfriend has been persuaded to lend us a set of keys.
That
I'm
is
going to
so
quietly break
scary.
in and introduce myself.
Wait, that's so dangerous. You can't just break in. What if he freaks the fuck out? Oh my god. Derren Brown's in your house. Yeah, but he's sleeping. He's gonna wake up and like attack him or something. What are you doing in my house? Dude!
It's okay, Richard. It's okay, Richard.
That is terrifying.
It's okay, Richard. Hello. It's Derren Brown. Nice to meet you.
It's okay, Richard.
You volunteered to be part of the show a while back.
But what if he did flip the fuck out still?
We'd like to use you on the show.
Because whispering isn't very calming. That's fucking terrifying.
What you do is you choose a card. One of 2 cards.
This is scary.
And the card will either say trick.
It's like, am I dreaming right now?
If you pick the card that says treat, then what happens to you will be something nice. If you pick the one that says trick,
No, he said at the start that they applied for it, but they don't know who they're gonna pick, so they could pick them at any moment. So they've already signed something for permission for him to do this.
now it's a little bit too dark to read.
Like in the contract, it would say we might just like show up randomly, and are you okay with that or whatever? Yeah, he said that at the start. So he's been selected, he's been chosen, and he's like, oh right, cool, I do want to do it. But still, that'd still be scary as fuck. He's like right, he's right in your face in your house at night.
Choose one of the 2 cards, Richard.
Choose a card, Richard. That's so scary. Oh no, it's a trick. It's not a treat this time. Uh-oh.
For Richard's trick, I'm going to have him collapse asleep in London and wake up 1,500 miles away in Morocco with no explanation. And for that, I'll need a passport. He will have no memory of the journey or of any time having passed. More of Richard's adventure later. Meanwhile, I've met up with the League of Gentlemen for a discussion about fate and mini-rolls.
Hello. Hello there. Hi guys. Actually, would you grab a little chocolate roll from the tray
From
there?
here?
And then- yep.
Certainly.
There are 5 there, so if you can take one each, and if somebody can just put the last one in their pocket, that'd be great. And come and sit down any chair that you like. Any one of these 4.
Hello,
And,
how are you?
Steve, pleasure.
Hello.
Thank you. And Jeremy, nice to meet you. Have you got the last one that wasn't chosen? In your pocket, great. Keep that in there for the moment. Thank you very much. Well, look, thanks so much for coming out. Thanks for doing this. I want to show you these. There's 4 cards. There's something on the other side, but if you just mix them up for me, don't turn them over yet. And push them in the middle. If you can all just take one each, doesn't matter at the moment which one you take, but if you can just pull one towards you. On each card there's a message, and I want you just to have a look and memorise now the message that you've got. Done that?
Yep.
Great, lovely. It actually doesn't refer to any of those things. It refers to a sheet of card that's underneath the cushion on your chair that you're sat on.
That's the thing now. How do you get it in there? How do you get it in there?
Skipped.
I mean, and what? It's slightly irresponsible.
Derren Brown Bakery.
Since Richard picked the trick card, I now have license to shake up his regulated world. He's going to wake up in Marrakesh, somewhat outside his comfort zone, and this journey starts here.
What the hell?
He's catching an early train to Waterloo, and we know he needs to get some passport photos urgently, so we're hoping he'll take the bait and step into the fake photo booth that we've set up. All the cameras are hidden.
Is he talking to himself?
Richard, sit comfortably. This is Derren.
Oh.
Just allowing your eyes to close. Really relax.
Oh, he's still hypnotizing him? The editing. No, I don't believe it for a second. I think he's a fake ginger. Dyed his hair.
The complementary patterns of
Oh god, he's
light
gonna
and
fall.
sound are designed to send Richard plummeting into a catatonic state.
What? Okay, I don't know if I believe that part.
Okay, let's get the van, let's get in there.
Both Richard and our fake photo booth are embarking on an extraordinary journey.
Yeah, this one looks BS.
Now, I don't know how long he will remain asleep for, but for the first half hour or so, I talk gently to him to keep him in this state. We arrive at Heathrow Airport a bit late, and apprehensive
I mean, he could be hypnotized, but the editing makes it look so fake.
As it turns out, we get through check-in and
Because
security
I know he
without a
can
hitch, but the
hypnotize
authorities
people,
don't allow
but...
filming after passport control.
Oh god, this is so creepy. He's in a wheelchair.
However, we do take a series of snaps throughout the journey. Any recognizable faces and logos are blurred. Richard is now sleeping very happily with no help from me. In America's New York, I use my award-winning powers to plant a word in the slightly smaller American brain without anybody knowing how.
Guys, you're free for a couple of minutes. Do you want to come and do this?
Yeah, that's true. He would have already been in some sort of
I need you to call somebody.
and they can like tell you to forget, and then when I do this again, you'll do this or whatever.
Good. Do you want to get someone on? Is there somebody you can call? You think will be in? Right. What's this person's name?
Joe.
Oh, we already watched
Well, if
this
Joe isn't in,
part.
we can try someone else.
That's so creepy. I wouldn't want people like carting me around while I'm asleep. Oh my god, yeah. Maybe it's fake, this part. But yo, can we carry you and just make it look like you were hypnotized?
Whilst he was asleep,
Yeah, the
an
music
anonymous
is
envelope
great.
containing his passport, his return flight details, and some money were placed in his pocket. After a long and bizarre journey, which for him has simply never happened, Richard is about to receive his wake-up call. All cameras are very well hidden.
The music is so ominous. That's what it's like sometimes when I wake up, like there's no sound and then the sound all comes back. Yeah, that's true of it, I think, yeah. Although Derren Brown has some crazy powers. Devil powers. He's just like, what the fuck? If this was real though, can you imagine like you'd just think that he teleported? Yeah, you have to be willing, you have to be somewhat susceptible too. Oh god, he looks so scared. He's like, where the fuck am I?
Where am I?
Yeah, if that was real, that would be terrifying. Oh, they just stalked him again. They just followed him around. Oh my god. He's gonna have to just adapt. This is his life now. He's like, well, this is where I live.
Anne, a 75-year-old lady from North London. She's travelling on the bus, as she does most days, but today we've secretly taken control of the vehicle. We've wired our recorders into the onboard security cameras, and all of the passengers apart from Anne are actors.
I don't like taking photos. I like pizza. Now and again, I do like pizza.
The driver has been told to leave his normal route and drive to a secluded spot where we have more hidden cameras waiting.
I'll have a look at her and I'll see her. I won't say anything, but what's going on? There you are.
Okay, I should get ready for bed. Yeah, I'm gonna go brush my tooth, my singular tooth, and then I'll probably end.
Let me explain how the show works, alright? So listen very carefully. What happens to
But yeah, thanks for hanging out.
depends on your choice.
I hope to stream a little earlier next time.
Now you'll see one of them says trick on it, and one of them
Oh wait, she signed up for
says
it?
treat. Okay? Now, if you pick the card that says
Oh,
treat,
that's
and
so
I'll put them there
sweet. She's a
if you pick the card that
fan.
says treat, then what happens to you will be something lovely and something you'll really enjoy. Really? Yeah. Okay. But if you pick the one that says trick, then it won't be. It'll be something a bit horrible.
6 hours straight. Oh,
You do?
it's supposed to be a
Excellent. So
short
first of all, I need
stream.
you to sign this, which is your contract. That just allows us to do anything we like with
Wait,
it.
but this one looks kind of sweet, and it's got like sweet little creepy music.
That's right, no, you shake away. That's right. Signed by contributor, that's you just there. Thank you very
Wait,
much.
did she get a
indeed. It's
trick or a
lovely to meet
treat?
Oh god, what have I done?
you. Okay, let's see what you pick. So, you're going to choose one of these
Oh
two.
yeah, I ended up
And you can
turning it
choose
off.
just by putting your finger on it just for a second. Excellent.
I was
Okay.
gonna leave it on,
Well,
but then I changed my
I don't want you
mind.
to see what you've picked. Okay. So if you face the other way and close your eyes for a second, I'm going to show the camera. But I'm not going to let you see for now.
It's a... what does that say?
Okay.
It was like upside down. What did that say?
So that's all for now, and you'll hear from us in
Was
the
that a
next couple of
trick?
Really? Yes.
weeks. See you soon.
Yeah, I was doing this. I was gonna leave it on overnight, like for a sleep stream, because Vitan and Phoenix discovered it by a sleep stream, so I thought that was kind of cool. That people can still discover it, even though I'm just sleeping. So I like the idea.
Despite my winning 3 Olivier Awards and 4 BAFTAs, Madame Tussauds in London still refused to do one of me as if they couldn't melt down Alan Titchmarsh and add a goatee. So to show them what an asset my presence there would be, I had to go at being a waxwork for a day.
So as you stand there,
What?
looking at me, and just with the sound of my voice right there in the centre of your head and floating all the way around you, even though
Oh, he's pretending to be a wax statue.
just a doll stood there, you can absolutely imagine that feeling coming from your feet, where your feet are at the moment, rooted into the ground, and maybe you find your eyelids
That would be hard.
wanting to close. And and just allowing yourself to drift away, eyes open or eyes closed, it doesn't matter. And then as you listen to my voice and stand
Oh,
there,
he's hypnotized someone already.
and you wonder maybe if you'll fall over, but you won't fall over. You can stand quite comfortably as your mind just switches off. And it's almost like you become one of the waxworks yourself.
Oh, wow.
The more you notice how stuck you become, the more you try in vain to unstick yourself, the more and more that you stick. A relaxed sticking feeling.
No, I am tired. I should sleep.
Right way down into your feet, rooting them into the floor. Sticking,
I always struggle to end.
fusing and welding tighter.
Never want to end.
You feel yourself locking rigidly, but so comfortably into place. Like
He's hypnotizing them
the
all.
more you try to unstick yourself harder and harder, the more you stick, and the more you remain in that wonderfully comfortable stuck state. As you wonder just how long you could indulge yourself.
What if they like stopped breathing or something? Okay, that's pretty funny. Just wakes up and walks away. Whoa.
As I was looking at him, I just kind of got number, and I felt like my body was turning really statue-like hard.
I just kind of felt really sucked in by the lights because they were like whirling around.
We only caught the end bit of it, but I actually started drifting off. But then everything just stopped and it was fine.
Wait, how does Truman?
It's been 2 weeks since I met Anne on the bus. I'm
Also,
now
hi,
asked her to meet me at
Matashi.
Victoria House in central London.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you,
Nice to
Mr.
see
Brown.
you. Thank you. Actually, don't call me Mr. Brown.
I think I got a little hypnotized there too. It's like so focused
You play
on
a
it.
little bit of cards, is that right?
Yes, not anything special. I play brag, rummy, upon.
Wait, so is this I didn't read what she got. Was it a treat? I hope she got a treat.
A week from now, we're going to enter you in a poker game.
Ooh.
With some world-class poker players.
Oh no.
With the
Let's
idea that
go.
you can make a lot of money from them. So over the course of the next week, I know you don't play poker. You see, if you did play poker, you'd have a way of playing which would get in the way. I'm going to teach you my way of playing. That's a royal flush.
Oh, a royal.
I teach her the rules of the poker game she'll have to play to world standard next week, namely Texas.
She's gonna
Hold'em.
be a poker
It's important she doesn't
champion.
become too stuck on learning the rules at this stage, as they'll get in the way of the psychological techniques I want her to pick up on.
Essentially, the structure of the game is sort of very simple.
Oi.
The fun starts in terms of how you bet.
Players obviously try and keep their cards a secret, so I'm going to teach Anne some skills at telling what card a person is holding.
Ace, king, queen, jack.
First, I demonstrate by trying to tell her what card she's thinking of. The ability to read physical cues accurately will be invaluable when she's faced with the professional players.
I might give that away, so I'd say it's probably the Jack of Spades.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Excellent, okay. So,
God.
Ace. Using a friend who's a poker enthusiast to help us out, I ask Anne to try and guess the card he's thinking of just by watching and listening to him.
I'm going to go for spades.
You go for spades. I'm going to go for diamonds. I think it's king of diamonds. Was that it? Was that it? Okay.
I'm never going to do this.
Oh, yes, you are.
Derren.
By the end of this, you'll be able to do this like that.
I show her how to create a certain state of mind, one in which she has the confidence to totally believe that she's capable of winning.
Your responsiveness and your receptivity opening up.
Even though she may not understand this process, it is important that she trusts her instincts, in this case, regarding the first card that comes to mind. I haul in our makeup artist and we start again.
9, 10.
Did anything at all...
Wait, yeah, I need to
take
take
Well,
notes.
she counted 9.
Okay, and the suit?
Hearts.
Hearts. Anywhere close?
8 of diamonds.
8 of diamonds. Okay, close your eyes for me. In your mind, you're going to feel that confidence and that openness.
I have Anne refocus and get her to try the exercise again using her heightened receptivity.
Jack, queen, king.
You got one? What was the card?
5 of diamonds.
5 of diamonds. That's really
no.
good.
What have you done to my brain?
Great, okay, well, it'd be lovely if you don't mind a bit of homework, just to have a look
Yep,
at that and
I
just
will
get your
do.
husband to
I will
test you.
do,
And,
okay.
right.
I must admit, I'm a little bit
I
scared.
love the
because
music for
I'm not very
her.
good with my memory sometimes. I suppose it's
It's
my
so
age, I don't
sweet.
know. But Derren is absolutely marvellous, isn't he? I don't know how he gets to put things in your mind, but he does.
Throughout the week, Anne has been improving her skills by playing a few social games of poker.
I'm folding.
2 pairs.
Oh, well done.
I'm all right, but I'm still a little bit wary of the big one.
She's a
when it
poker
comes, and I'm playing
champ.
professional poker players.
They must recognise her straight away. She can't play, sure.
It's all very
We
well
were playing
at home, but it
poker
will
on
be a much
Discord
tougher
the other
challenge against
day.
a group of world-class professionals.
I didn't know what
2
was
days
going
later,
on.
Anne joins me for our
'cause I don't
last
know how to
session
play.
together before her big day.
People talk about keeping a poker face. The idea is they're trying not to give it. Yeah.
Reading a bluff is one of the hardest but most fundamental parts of poker.
Things that they will do.
There are numerous signs that give away information about a player's hand and
He would be so good at poker.
They've got a weak hand, they're going to try and appear strong.
I have her revisit her state of heightened receptivity.
And your ability to read the unconscious signals that people are giving off amplifies.
It's time now to build on her increased intuitive skills with some more exercises.
You're trying to get all the high cards.
A card will be identified as high, that's an 8 up to an ace, or low. And I get Anne to use her newly amplified intuition to sense a bluff as to whether the card is high or low.
This is a high card.
That's Minty. I don't know, he did do a segment on like picking up chicks, I think.
This is a high card. To get her used to reading a range of male faces rather than just mine, I have another card enthusiast try
But I don't know if he's like married or what.
I believe you.
Okay, let's stop there. So 8 and above, you spread them out on the table.
She turns over the pile she believes to be high cards, and she scores pretty much 100%.
And these are all low. That's really good. That's very, very good.
Despite being confident that Anne has absorbed enough of my skills to compete well in the tournament, I cannot influence the random dealing of cards. So if she gets dealt bad cards on the day, she may still lose.
He had one where he would go up to horse races and just tell them that he has a winning ticket, even when he doesn't, and they'll just believe him because he says it so confidently. He'll be like, "Oh no, look at it again, I did win," and they're like, "Oh, you're right, you actually did win," and then they just give him money. It's fucked up.
Something you don't believe it'd be useful if you did believe, or
that I could do better in school. I believe that I could get all my homework done.
But that image is sort of not quite certain somehow. Is that right? When you look at it, it doesn't sort of feel it doesn't feel solid. Is that maybe that makes it? Yeah.
Noted.
Sort of grasp hold up doesn't feel solid, doesn't feel certain. Okay. Now where do you live? You live in?
I live in Vegas.
In Vegas, and you know. So when you think of that, and you think that you know you live in Vegas, that's solid. All right. So you know that's a solid picture, and that makes
Damn,
you
I
feel.
wonder why I wrote down
definitely
Vancouver
Vegas, yeah?
still.
And the other one is a bit different. Now look, if you take this other image, all right, take the image of you succeeding and doing well, the one that feels a little bit kind of uncertain and difficult, difficult to grasp. You move that over here. You take the same image of you being able to succeed and lock that into place.
Vancouver and Connecticut.
Now when you look at it, does that feel more certain?
Yeah, it does.
So as you look at it now, that image of you being able to succeed and write your paper, how does it feel when you look at it?
Clear,
you know what?
Very sharp and achievable.
And achievable, absolutely. And be honest with me, does that make you now feel you believe that you can do it?
Honestly, yes, it does.
See, what's interesting is that little change, which took 10 seconds, can make all sorts of changes. You know, little things like that, you plant a little seed and that can make all sorts of changes in your life to grasp. Can you move that over here? Okay, now where do you believe, or?
That I could do better in school. I believe that I could get all my homework done.
But that image is sort of not quite certain somehow. Is that right? When you look at it, it doesn't sort of feel it doesn't feel solid. Is that maybe that makes it not?
Yeah.
So difficult to sort of grasp hold of. Doesn't feel solid. Doesn't feel certain. Okay. Now where do you live? You live in?
I live in Vegas.
In Vegas, and you know. So when you think of that, and you think that you know you live in Vegas, that's solid. All right. So you know that's a solid picture, and that makes you feel that's definitely live in Vegas. Yeah, that's clear.
I don't know what that is.
Now, look, if you take this other image, all right, take the image of you succeeding and doing well, the one that feels a little bit kind of uncertain and difficult, difficult to grasp. You move that over here. You take the same image of you being able to succeed and lock that into place, which is just there, isn't it? Now when you look at it, does that feel more certain?
Yeah, it does.
So as you look at it now, that image of you being able to succeed and write your paper, how does it feel when you look at it?
Clear, kind of very sharp and achievable.
And achievable, absolutely. And be honest with me, does that make you now feel you believe that you can do it?
Honestly, yes, it does.
See, what's interesting is that little change, which took 10 seconds, can make all sorts of changes. You know, little things like that, you plant a little seed and that can make all sorts of changes in your life, which I don't know what they'll be, but I'm sure you'll find out what they are. Let me give you these. Take those for me.
Okay.
Just lay them out for me on there. Excellent. All right, let's move that.
I got confused. I can't remember what he said the first thing.
Green, yellow, red.
Excellent. Now you've done what everybody does, which is perfectly understandable. Blue, green, yellow, red. They are, of course, the words, the names that we would normally give those colours. In fact, the situation is more complex. I'm sure you know as well as we all do that that's not actually blue. What it is, it's got a colour or a pigment or an ink that the light bounces off, that absorbs most of the light. The rest of the light hits our eyes. That message gets to our brain. Our brain says, "You call that blue." You know, it's just a word we give to that sort of that light sensation. You know, it's not actually blue. And anyway, who's to say that's blue anyway? Because you've got the weird sort of reflections in the laminate, and one blue could be another person's green. I mean, you wouldn't say it was definitely blue, would you? Definitely blue, but it's sort of blue. It's got different colours in it. Yeah. I mean, you could probably see all sorts of other colours.
Is he going to convince her that it's not blue?
No. Okay, excellent. And what about if I said this one here? You said this was yellow.
Right.
Okay, but again, it's who's to say it's yellow? I mean, would you say it was definitely yellow?
Not really.
It could be orange.
Not completely yellow. I mean, there are all sorts of other colours in there. Yeah. Right. I mean, you might see maybe it could be a little bit orangey. It's quite a warm colour, isn't it? There are lots of other warm colours like like red or like an orange or something like that. I mean, would you say that was could be red? Could have a bit of red in it, maybe?
A little bit,
it's sort of related to that whole area. Yeah, I mean, you could absolutely lock that into place, and you could definitely see that as red, couldn't you? That's red, yeah? I mean, as a colour, if you looked at that as a colour and you had to name what colour that was, what would you say?
I'd say it was red.
You said that was red? Cool. I'll be honest, so we've got, so these colours are...
A blue, a green, red,
Black.
Excellent, okay. Did you say you had your car outside?
Black?
Can we just go and look at your car? Is that all right? Excellent. Can you follow us, guys?
Wait, he said that it wasn't blue, and then she said it was blue again, but then she said the last one was black.
Yeah, that's my license plate number. Definitely my car.
So is she in a hypnotic state right now?
That is your car, but that is the wrong
not the
colour.
right colour.
That's right, I see what you mean. So is there a car here that is the right colour?
There's a red Hummer over there, but...
Where's the red Hummer? Through there, can we see that? Is that red Hummer?
Oh, he made her colorblind.
That is my car, but it's...
Oh, wow.
Who painted it black, though?
Our best friend thinks her car is black.
But it's red.
Everybody can see it's red except for her.
Yeah, that's pretty odd.
The game we've entered Anne into has been sponsored by the international
The
poker
music
magazine
again.
Bluff Europe, who are promoters of televised tournaments. The other players know that Anne has been given a crash course in poker, but not by me. They think we're making a documentary about a pensioner who up until a week ago couldn't play poker, and that she was part of an experiment to see if a poker guru, or genius, specialising in reading body language, can teach her to win. The organisers have allowed us to film backstage, so I meet Anne outside the studios and show her to a private room away from all the players. Her husband George has also joined us.
First of all, they said that they may play quite aggressively, and it's often a way that poker players tend to try and intimidate each other, just by throwing in huge bets right at the start.
Really?
So there'll be a little bit of that going on. Keep
I
that feeling
love
of
this music.
relaxation and calmness.
Just before the tournament, I have Anne re-engage with her receptive state. This will increase her ability to read her opponent's body language and get a sense of their cards.
Open your eyes. Feel it? Feel nice? Good. I think that's all.
That's all.
As Anne is taken into the studio, we have a quick word with the match commentators about what they think of Anne's chances.
We've got 5 of the best UK professionals around. They've all proven
What?
themselves around the globe, and there's a big cash prize for first and second. So I cannot
She's
see
versing
her
actual
even
pros?
getting close to the top 2 prizes, and I really don't fancy her chances here today.
She'll get good in maybe two or 3 years, but it's certainly years, not months, no doubt about that.
Absolutely. I'll be surprised if she even lasts 10 minutes. Hi, and welcome to the Bluff Europe Poker Challenge.
As the game lasted almost 90 minutes, we can only show you some of the highlights.
I'm a professional poker player and I
90
tend to be a steady player
minutes.
that just tends to win more
Let's
often than
go.
others.
Biggest tournament win was in Las Vegas in 2005
New
where I won
champ.
50,000 in the World Series main event.
I finished third in one of the World Series tournaments and got 77,000.
Oh my God.
Off and on since I was 11 years old. More than 30 years, so probably since before some of my competitors tonight were born.
Been playing poker? Maybe a week. Not every day, just now and again.
So, it's a one table sit and go. Every player sitting down with 2,000 chips.
Blinds start at 25.50, so 40 big blinds each.
10 hands into the game, Anne is still at the table and holding a nerve against the seasoned professionals. Then, as predicted, some of the players started to try and intimidate her by placing large bets.
Nick Pesso's gone all in. Let's see if this pushes her out.
In an attempt to score a big win, Nick bet all his chips on this hand. His aggressive play scared off 4 out of his 5 opponents, so it was left to Anne to work out whether he was bluffing or not. She needed to use both her
Read
intuition
him.
and her observation of his body language. She'd picked up on a tell that made her decide to continue playing and match his large bet.
Call it. Call? Yeah.
She's called.
This was
Oh,
her first
damn.
big risk. If Anne
Go
read him correctly
Granny.
and won this hand, Nick was out of the competition. If she misjudged it, it would have cost her almost all of her chips.
So I've got to turn him over?
Yeah. Oh, that's not what he wanted to see.
It was all down to the turn of the next 2 cards. Anne would lose if either of these was a queen or a 9.
Yeah, queen or a nine. Not good.
And takes a scalp.
But she judged it right, and the first professional exited the game.
Knocks out Nick Pickford's Passat.
Knocking out the pros.
30 minutes later, and Anne was amazingly still in the game, continuing to
Wow,
win
these
more
games
chips
take a
and
long
having seen
time.
another 2 poker professionals leave the table. Anne's getting a bit tired now, but she's down to 2 opponents. If she can maintain this level of concentration, she's only a step away from winning one of the 2 cash prizes. Anne has been playing for almost an hour now, and the battle between her and Paul is continuing.
I'm going to go all in. Paul's gone all in.
Paul had made a major bluff and bet all his remaining chips. To stay in the game and challenge Paul, Anne would have to bet all of her chips too.
A hand to call with.
Paul was unconsciously giving away subtle signs that Anne found easy to read.
Wow, look at Anne's face.
I'll call him, go on.
Yeah, go on.
Look at Paul's face.
Oh,
He's
no.
not happy.
Please don't call me.
Please.
She read his bluff correctly, but she's not safe yet. Anne would still lose if any of the dealer's cards were 10s or 7s.
6, 4, 2, 4, 2.
And Anne, flushing chance in the money. Hats off to Anne.
Wait, but isn't that just chance at that point? I don't know
Anne
how
Chance has made
poker
the
works.
money, knocking Paul Parker out in 3rd position.
Anne was now certain to get one of the 2 cash prizes. She'd been using her new skills perfectly, and with only Jeff remaining, she now focused all her attention on him. It's
the last
Let's
hand, and the game has
go.
been playing for 91 minutes. With a pair of aces, Anne felt she had a stronger hand than Jeff, and she was right. The odds were massively in her favour. She decided to risk all her chips on this hand in the hope that Jeff would also do the same.
All in.
Alcohol.
What? Jeff's calls.
You maniac.
Okay, cards over.
Maniac.
Anne's gamble seemed to have paid off. She was in a great position to win first prize. Only a 9 would stop her.
I need a 9.
Such bad shape. There's only 2 cards in the deck now that can help him. He's a monster dog.
Classic mistake.
Oh, poor Anne.
Anne had played the hand perfectly. It was just a lucky turn of the card that made Jeff the winner and Anne come in second.
And that's it.
Oh, so it is mostly like chance.
Cash winging its way over to Jeff's bank account and £1,000 for
She's in the money.
for lovely Anne.
Damn, so close.
As you saw in the end,
The
it,
music again.
still came down to a lot of luck. She outplayed me on the last hand, and I got lucky.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was sweet.